lawannya Adinda. Adinda iman tidak ada rasa Malaya, iman tidak ada rasa Malaya. Sayang si patokaan matego gorokan sayang si patokaan matego gorokan sayang sajojo iwanam komi sabapari samuna keke samuna keke Soleram, anak yang manis, janganlah dicium, sayang kalau dicium, merah pipinya. Kampunan jauh di mata, kunwangsan sebaku liliang, takkan aja kawan lamo, sangke basuh yang surya. Sejumlah batuk ngeluh, ngapak mega bari hidup tarik buru. Mana di mana anak kambing saya, anak kambing tuan ada di pohon waru. Mana di mana jantung hati saya, jantung hati tuan ada di kampung baru. Cobi nangis anakku sing ayu rupane setiap pendekare bangsa.
Proklamasi kami bangsa Indonesia dengan ini menyatakan kemerdekaan Indonesia. Hal-hal yang mengenai pemindahan kekuasaan dan lain-lain diselenggarakan dengan cara bersama dan dalam tempo yang sesingkat-singkatnya. Jakarta, 17 Agustus 1945, atas nama bangsa Indonesia, Soekarno Hatta.
Kami berjanji
Hello, can you hear my voice? Yeah. So in the name of the CU Congress, I would like to congratulate all of you and start the opening ceremony of the CEO Congress. This is the 5th CEO Congress. And let me first of all present myself. I am Azer Dilanchiyev, coordinator from the Georgian Republic. And today's session I will moderate, and then the separate sessions will start. I would like to mention that this is the 5th CEO Congress, and from each year the number of the participants is growing. This year we are in Indonesia, and we have in total 429 participants from 34 countries. So it shows the growing trend, and each year the number of the participants and the different countries are joining to this conference. I hope this year's Congress also will be successful, and it will contribute to the science, and we will have a very interesting presentations. So I will not take your time. Now I would like to move to the anthems of the Turkish Republic, and then anthem of Indonesia. Yes, Mr. Kerim, please, anthem of the Turkish Republic, and then we'll continue with the anthem of Indonesia. Thank you very much. Now the anthem of the Indonesia. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, we are following our program. Now I would like to give the word to the General Coordinator of the CEO Congress, Mr. Kerim Karadal. Mr. Kerim Karadal, please.
Hello, dear all, dear Congress participants and distinguished guests. Welcome to 5th International CEO Congress. Before starting the Congress, I would like to thank some people who have shown great devotion in bringing the Congress to this stage in your presence. Special thanks to Professor Dr. Duygu Hıdıroğlu, Assoc Prof. Dr. Tamara Ishevko, Dr. Souvik Dasgupta, Professor Dr. Sajin Gupta, Assoc Prof. Dr. Amelia Naim, Professor Dr. Murteza Hasanoğlu, Professor Dr. Vivek Maria Daryanto, Professor Dr. Azer Dilançiev, Dr. Mehmet Metehan Çetintaş, and Dr. İlhan Alyay. There will be, in this Congress, totally 295 papers will be presented during the Congress. There will be 3 channels to present during 3 days. And finally, we will make the closing session. All participants are we wait all participants to the closing session because we will give best paper awards and we will close all the sessions. Thank you very much. Warm welcome all of you from all countries. Thank you, dear Dilançi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kerim. Thank you very much for your words. Dear participants, we are following the program. Now I would like to give the word to Professor Emen Virakaratkonuşma, Rector of the IPM International Business School. Yes, please, Professor.
Thank you. Could you hear my voice?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Distinguished speakers, Congress participants, IPMI students, and faculty members, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are. I'm delighted that I can be with you for this year's CEO Congress, not just because IPMI has been entrusted and honored as the country host of the 5th International Communication, Economics, and Organization and Social Sciences Congress, but also as a dedicated participant since the first CEO Congress event was launched. I welcome all the participants, 429 academics from 34 countries covering Asia and the Pacific, Europe, Africa, North and Central America. IPMI support initiatives such as this, the forums, where our students and faculty members can congregate to improve their academic qualities and immerse with the informative exchange of current economic, societal, and cultural problems that the world is grappling with. In other words, thank you, Dr. Kerim and colleagues, for giving IPMI the opportunities to remain consistent in its endeavor for the internationalization and strategic positioning of our school to address global issues via innovative scientific research, and importantly, guard the humankind and the sustainability of our planet Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, in this year's CEO Congress, we will further hear from our keynote speakers and distinguished panelists on the current state of our world today. A world where, according to the most recent G20 Bali Leaders Declaration painted, and I quote, "A time of unparalleled multidimensional crisis, the devastation brought by the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, which has caused economic downturn, increased poverty, slowed global recovery, and hindered the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. This year, we have also witnessed the war in Ukraine, which further adversely impact the global economy. To with such bleak condition, IPMI is much appreciative with the balanced view of the undisputable effect of Indonesia's recent and successful international presidency for the G20. In my opinion, we all should embrace and sustain the upbeat mood, but proportionately with Indonesia's higher education institution roles, especially on how its business school may be inspired and best contribute to the eventual fulfillment of the Bali Declaration mentioned above. Ladies and gentlemen, without prejudice and simply due to the constraint of time, please allow me now to focus on the relevant declaration point in order to build a projection to what I believe be the unique future roles of business school in the 21st century, especially for our inspirational IPMI International Business School. First, addressing climate change. This is reflected in Declaration number 13. Here, IPMI is strategically articulating Declaration number 13 by collaborating with the nationally based organization of Indonesian philanthropists to compile recent business cases, consolidate the lesson learned of Indonesia's own private sector, civil society organization, and local governments on their quest to support the objective of Indonesia's sustainable development goals and dampen the effect of climate change. The second, addressing international trade and sustainable development. This is reflected in Declaration number 37. Here, IPMI is best positioned to articulate Declaration number 37 by collaborating with Indonesia Ministry of Foreign Affairs to reconcile current and future strategies for the successful global trade of Indonesia's prime agroforestry-based commodities. This is a strategic response to the current potential global trade disruption and the wavering of trio trade, climate, and environmental policies that ideally were expected to remain supportive and consistent with WTO rules. The third, addressing social justice for all. This is reflected in various declarations, Declaration number 41 and Declaration number 46. IPMI responded by facilitating a series of case writing of 5 inspirational companies that are based in Indonesia and abroad, in commemorating with the family of the late of Mr. Soedjatmoko, an Indonesian intellectual, former ambassador of Indonesia to USA, and rector of the United Nations University, complemented by the international webinar with a clear theme on Soedjatmoko and humanism in business, a theme that reflects Mr. Soedjatmoko's lifetime endeavor to the protection of human rights and share the current plights of Indonesia current and next generational business societies initiative to better collaborate to humanize business and improve Indonesia business beyond the traditional sense. Furthermore, our school does affirm the commitment for gender equality and women empowerment through the collaboration with Plan International Indonesia for having women who hails from the remote eastern part of Indonesia to access and enjoy with our IPMI students for the international atmosphere of our school. This is a long-term commitment of both organizations to empower and invest in future women leaders in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, I've just described the 3 G20 main declaration and how IPMI responded constructively. In general, how a school of business to prepare the future generation in their academic and learning journey. I support the underlying statement of Richard de George that the business schools should teach our students to be proactive ahead of their time, teaching what businesses in the future will need, attempting to form a vision of business larger than that event of most of today's top managers and leading the way by producing potential leaders with such vision. We call it as the leadership model. If we wish to focus on the leadership model, then how would the business school avoid the trap of simply teaching about leadership? Here, the George again reminded us to go beyond the non-critical perception that analytical skills do not make a successful business. They are a necessary but insufficient condition for business success. The George encouraged us rather to train our students as human beings for the human endeavor called business, with subject that broaden one understanding of what it means to be human, that offer ideals of human achievement towards wish to strive, and that help give meaning to human activity. Ladies and gentlemen, all of the success of our education must be proven by exemplary. This 5th International CEO Congress is the powerful proof and role model where our education has resulted more knowledge and graduates where their research work and scientific information are being shared in the Congress. However, I see that further action are needed, which is the follow-up the Congress. How these 34 countries could continue building partnership in teaching, research, and community services. Indonesian government strongly support the international collaboration, and I kindly appeal to the Congress Advisory Board to explore further action beyond just the yearly Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue that I have presented today seek to consolidate both the global and Indonesia context. As director of IPMI, I recognize the 5th CEO Congress as organized by our IPMI Research and Community Empower Institute and IPMI International Office, with the gracious support of Dr. Karim and the International CEO Congress. Again, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation to all the speakers and keen interest of our students. IPMI welcome you all for the interesting and productive Congress. Thank you and have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much, Rector. Now I would like to give a word to the Dr. Anita, Rector of the University of Graha Garya, Muara Bulian, Indonesia. Yes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Honorable rectors from around the world. Honorable Prof. Aman, Director of Sekolah Tinggi Manajemen IPMI, or popularly known as IPMI International Business School. Honorable Dr. Karim and the CEO committees, and highly respectable ladies and gentlemen researchers, presenters, and all participants of the 5th CEO Conference. It has been a great honor to me as a co-host of this respectable international conference to welcome all of the respectable participants of our 5th CEO Congress conference. This event is hosting so many promising and seasoned researchers from all around the world. We are proud as a co-host of this year's host of IPMI International Business School in Jakarta, Indonesia. We are planning to delight you all there to see the beauty of Indonesia and its colorful culture. But with COVID-19 still rampant around us, we can meet through technology. Let me introduce myself. I am Dr. Anita, Master Agriculture Science. I am Director of Universitas Graha Garya Muara Bulian. We are a university from Jambi Province, Sumatra Island. So, compared to IPMI, which is located in the capital city of Indonesia, we have different culture, even different local action. In Indonesia, we have more than 200 different tribal languages, some with its own alphabet. But we have the Indonesian language, which makes us all united. Despite all these different cultures in Indonesia, we have a very strong slogan, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, which means unity in diversity. So just like the way we embrace different in Indonesia, the same thing is happening in this conference. We have more than 30 countries in this CEO conference. Each country visit different languages, cultures, and traditions. But in the name of science, we come together as one to pay our tributes to contribute to the body of knowledge. So I'm proud to say that all of us at this moment are contributing to the glory of knowledge in each of our leisure state. So, thank you very much for this great opportunity. Through this conference, we are showing that we are coming together as one global citizen, and we will thrive through our each perspective subject to make this world a better place to live. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor. Now I would like to give floor to Associate Prof. Dr. Tamara Ischenko from the Alfred Nobel University. I would like to mention that Ms. Tamara at the same time is our coordinator from Ukraine. Ms. Tamara, floor is yours, please. You can make.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for presentation. Dear Congress participants and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely delighted to have you here to participate in the 5th International Social Science CEO Congress, organized in collaboration between Alfred Nobel University, Ukraine, IPMI International Business School, Mohala Sukhandi University, Samarkand branch of Tashkent University of Economics, International Vision University, International Garage University, Nishan Tash University, University of Prishan, Cyprus West University, Central Asian American University, INSEC, NCM Publishing, Celtic Mer, Universities Baya Dakar, Knowledge Library, University Gara Karaya, and Austin Technical University. We thank you all the partners and participants for your efforts, time, and wish to share your ideas and achievements. Previous years, to get to the International Congress venue, you had to spend hours and even days. But now we are all may stay in our comfort chair to spend and at the same time to be tuned and involved in solving social issues. We probably may miss face-to-face communication, friendly discussion, meeting new people, and dinner receptions. But in the 20s of the 21st century, this new normality dictates new rules. That is why we all are here in Zoom, but not, let's say, in Ukraine at Alfred Nobel University, with the hope to welcome you all one day in Dnipro. We have an exciting agenda of our Congress, which covers a wide range of very interesting and very important topics. Be ready to be challenged, excited, and inspired. And now, dear colleagues, please let me introduce you Professor Dr. Serhiy Kholod, co-president of the 5th International Social Science Congress, rector of Alfred Nobel University, Dnipro, Ukraine. Dear rector, welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, dear scientists, researchers, and educators, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience. Before we get started, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to my colleagues, co-presidents of the 5th International Social Science Congress, Professor Dr. Farhud Akhrorov, Dr. Anita and Professor Aman Virakartukasumah, and Congress Coordinator Kerim Karadal, personally. You and your teams have done a fantastic job to make the International Social Science CEO Congress successfully happen for the 5th time. You are our reliable partners to move forward for great achievements and success. Thank you very much. My special appreciation to our Congress guests and keynote speakers for the high quality presentation of their extremely important research results. Your supports and your participation as a guest and keynote speakers will take the 5th International Social Science Congress to a new quality level. I am happy that the 5th International Social and Science CEO Congress has become a multinational and multilingual platform for a fruitful exchange of ideas on extremely important issues, which are discussed by researchers, educators, and community leaders from 34 countries. These figures show the highest level of global involvement in social issues covered by the 5th International Social Science CEO Congress. And I am extremely delighted to hold such a prominent event in Ukraine at Alfred Nobel University. It's really important to hold the 5th International Social Science CEO Congress in Ukraine right now, when my country bravely fights against Russian military aggression. And you see, now I can say that we are winning, doing every second extremely hard work. 15% of Ukrainian territory is burned to ashes, and the economy of the country is totally ruined. The International Criminal Court opened an investigation into war crimes that occurred in Ukraine, crimes against humanity and genocide in the 2022 invasion. Everybody can see atrocities of Russian in Bucha, Mariupol, Kramatorsk, Irpin, Kharkiv, Severodonetsk, Kherson, and many other places which they managed to reach. But my people and my nation stand and struggle. We all turn it into warriors or volunteers. We all feel in the battlefield to make our victory closer. Alfred Nobel University was the biggest hub in the region for refugees to work with hundreds of people who fled from bombing and shelling, giving them shelter and psychological support. Now, Dnipro, my beautiful city, is under missile attack almost every day. Occupants target civilian infrastructure to ruin our energy supply system, which will make millions of Ukraine without electricity, water, warmth during the long winter months ahead. It is extremely important for the academic community not to tolerate outer city and oppose aggression unanimously. Dear colleagues, our fruitful work during the 5th International Social Science CEO Congress and collection of abstracts should make a significant contribution to research the global transformation of paradigm to treat humanitarian issues responsibility, to work out and analyze scenarios of possible developments and strengthen the potential of science and research to find our optimal peacemaking challenges of 21st century. I sincerely hope you will enjoy these 3 days of debates and networking. Thank you for your participation. Now I wish you only one thing. I wish you the peace and I wish the victory for Ukraine. Support Ukraine. Stand with Ukraine. Let's struggle together. Let's win together. Slava Ukraini. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. We really support Ukraine and wish the peace that will come to Ukraine. Now I would like to continue with the Professor Farhod Akhorov, Vice Rector of the Samarkand branch of the Tashkent University, Economics, Uzbekistan, co-chair. Please, Mr. Farhod.
Good morning from Samarkand, Uzbekistan, dear colleagues. So I'm happy to greet all participants of Congress on behalf of Tashkent State University of Economics, which are one of top universities in Uzbekistan. So our cooperation or participation in the Congress is going on for last 2.5 years, and we're very glad to have this kind of cooperation. And topic of Congress is quite important on today's situation in the world and challenges which we are facing after COVID pandemic, restrictions and following by war in Ukraine. So and we are in Central Asia having pressure on consequences of this pickles of these political situations and pandemic situations. So international cooperation and change of ideas are very important for us, for teachers and instructors and researchers. So once again, I wish success to work of this 3 days Congress, and for next year's probably we will happy to host physical Congress here in Samarkand in premises of our university. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now, dear professors, dear participants, as Mr. Kerim informed me, we are going to continue with the Professor Silham, right? Please correct me if I'm...
Actually, thank you very much, Mr. Azer.
Thank you.
Duygu Hıdıroğlu will moderate the keynote speaker session, but we have finished opening session a bit earlier. So now she's not here, but she will come. We can go with keynote speaker session. I thank you very much. I think she's calling me. Duygu Hocam? No, not here yet. We can go with Professor Dr. Siyam El Kafafi. She is the director of Arrows Research Consultancy. She is also our Congress New Zealand country coordinator. She will give a speech now. Are you here?
Yes. Yes. Yes, Kerim, I'm here.
Floor is yours, dear Siyam.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Kia ora, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from New Zealand. Aotearoa, the land of the long white cloud. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you very much for the CEO Congress. Thanks, Kerim. Thanks for Associate Professor Amelia. Thanks for all my colleagues, all the participants, all the sponsoring and participating universities from all over the world. It's always a pleasure to be participating with you here. Can you please enable for me to share my screen? Kerim, I cannot share my screen. Can you kindly enable for me to share my screen?
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Can you try it again, dear Siyam?
Yes, thank you. Yes, it's working now. Thank you very, very much for that. Okay. I hope it's clear for everybody. So, okay. My topic that I would like to share with you today is actually about building a positive education-student relationships. And I'm going to share with you the Kopapa Wananga model of practice. Before starting, I would like to share those two quotes, classroom relationships are the building blocks for doing any impactful learning. For us educators, when we are putting all our effort and relationship first, it just have students, we don't have the students for 1 year, we actually have them for a life long. This is the agenda of my presentation: introduction, the literature review, methodology, the case setting, findings, and conclusion. Here in New Zealand, the indigenous people are the Maoris. So I would like to start with a very dear to me proverb, which we call it a whakatoki. That proverb asks a very important question, saying, what is the most important thing in the world? And the answer is, it's people, it's people, it's people. And this is why we're all gathered here today. That topic is very dear to me, as I believe that all humans need relationships. And this can be demonstrated in how we are engaged. It makes us feel belongingness, which is extremely important for us to thrive in life. And also as adult educators, I asked myself and wonder, what is it that I want from building relationships with my student? What is the objective behind it? What is the outcome? What do I want to seek from these relationships? And I answer by saying that making those connections and relationships are actually the core. It's the principle that keeps the students in the center. It helps them to grow, to develop, to have this sense of belonging, which assists them in success, whether they're in their educational journey or their future careers. The objective of the research of today that I would like to share with you is actually to discuss the importance of building positive educator-student relationships by applying that model, which I call the Kopapa Wananga model of practice. The aim is to enhance the communication among the student and the educator, and also the students who are going to be future adult educators. If we're going to look at the literature review, there was a myriad of research that actually emphasizes the importance of building those relationships. I'll just share a few of them with you. So for example, Reeve posited that the more the educator is being supportive to their students, the more the students get engaged, they get more comfortable in the classroom, and that leads to a positive relationship. That has been reiterated by other researchers like Brown and Starrett, who actually said that students who have high connections with their educators, they tend to be more motivated, more persistent, more engaged, highly invested in their studies. And as we all know, that leads to achieving the highest goals at the end. There's also a study that has been conducted in 2014 in the University of Washington that found that 41% of the students who actually said they left the university, they explained the reason that they felt social loneliness. They did not feel the connection, the relationship, and that's why they left. And that actually proves the importance of building connections with the students. Also, other research emphasized that the student relationship and connection is actually very important to build collegiality in the academic world. Also explained that some of these relationships between educators and students reaps positive results in order to make them feel secure, feel comfortable, and of course, that leads to a healthy classroom environment. There are lots of research actually in that field. Let us look at what is the methodology of this research. This research was a class action research that has been through 5 different phases, where each stage included planning, implementing, observation, and reflection. So that has been a reflective process that has been used in order to help the educator to explore and examine the aspects of teaching and learning and guiding towards taking action to lead change and improvement. The data collection was via classroom observations and documentations of students' activities, practicum work, and final presentations of their teaching philosophy and the ACU-based principle framework. ACU is a Maori word which means teaching and learning. The data analysis was done via qualitative descriptive methods by utilizing the 3 steps of data reduction, data presentation, and drawing conclusions. So let's have a very brief idea about the setting of that case study. Here in New Zealand, we have 3 Wanangas, which is a tertiary institute that is catering for Maori learners. The one that this study is conducted in is actually one of the biggest and the oldest ones. It was founded in 1983 in one of the small townships in New Zealand. Nowadays, they have over 80 branches all over the country. So the observations and the reflections that was conducted in this research was done over the whole year, this year, 2022, semester A and semester B. So the reason behind taking it over the whole year is to be able to have more variety and more depth in how the application of this model renders a positive relationship between the educator and the students. So this course was actually an observation for an adult education course. The first semester had 21 students who were enrolled. The second one, 17 students. So in total, it was 38 students. And they were from actually diversified background, that cohort. Maori, New Zealand, European descent, Tongan, Samoan, Niuean, Fijian, Indian, Korean, South African, Filipino, and European. That course is endorsed by the New Zealand Ministry of Education, and it's a minimum requirement to qualify professionals who would like to work in the field of higher education if they want to be adult educators, trainers, or facilitators. So this figure just provides you a bird's eye view on the 5 phases of the Kopapa Wananga model of practice. If we're going to look at the first phase, it's called Ahuritanga. What does it mean? It means providing a safe space. That is the first phase where the educators and the students come together. It is a very important phase where they start getting to know each other. They start having whanongatanga, which means making connections. This is where they start building the relationship. They start setting the ground rules. Spending time on this phase is actually like building the foundation, and it's very crucial and important. Then you move to phase 2, which is called Kaitiakitanga. And Kaitiakitanga means guidance, providing guidance, providing support. And during that phase, through the modeling, the educator provides the different ACO strategies, teaching and learning strategies to the students. Also, the different communication strategies, and provides them with all the different adult education theories so that they would look at it and see which ones fit best with them. After that, they move to phase 3, which is Koha. And Koha means gifting and reciprocity. During that phase, this is where the educator hands over the reins to the students, where they demonstrate how they can apply what they have learned from phase 1 and phase 2 by planning, developing, and presenting their own practicums, their own lessons, and demonstrating how they can incorporate all what they learned. Moving to phase 4, that's what we call Moriora, which is the totality of well-being. This is the culmination and ultimate pursuit where the students start discussing and presenting their philosophy of teaching. They share their practice model. All this leading to the final phase, which is the positive relationship that has been nurtured and built with working together between the educator and the students. So this is an overall summing up of the findings of the research, that the quality of the relationship formed between teachers and students are key to successful teaching and learning. A strong start focusing on ensuring that students' initial engagement in the classroom fosters personal connections. It actually enhances their chances of success. The regular communication and timely constructive feedback to the students also helps to build positive educator-student relationships. The flexibility in delivery, both face-to-face and online, also increases the opportunity for creating connections with the students. The positive educator-students relationship creates a culturally responsive classroom, a classroom that's full of fun, enjoyment, engagement, responsiveness, and achievement. So in conclusion, this research demonstrated that the application of the 5 phases of Kopapa Wananga model of practice helps in enhancing the educator-student positive relationships. I believe that one of the main success factors of educators to navigate the teaching and learning journey with their learner is by making sure they practice an adequate model that enhances their communication to guarantee a smooth, enjoyable, and fun interaction as a means of providing quality education. For me, that was a fascinating journey where the educator went through the cycle, starting by nurturing the students who flourished. It's wonderful to see them flourish in front of your eyes during those different phases, and the end with wonderful knowledge sharing and their skills and experience that they will carry it over and share it with their future students. Just to end, building relationship with students is by far the most important thing a teacher can do. Without a solid foundation and relationships built on trust and respect, no quality learning will happen. Teaching is not about information. It's about having an honest intellectual relationship with your students. Thank you very, very much for your attention. Thank you for your time. It's a pleasure to be here with you. God bless you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Shyam El-Kokofi, for your valuable information sharing. I will moderate the remaining session. And let me introduce myself, please. I am Associate Professor Dr. At Mersin University. I am the manager of the Youth Entrepreneurship Center in our university. It's great to be welcoming you. I hope you enjoyed the speaker session. In order to manage effectively our session, I want to give a speech to our second speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Professor Dr. Hernan Gilforleo, welcome from University of Buenos Aires, Argentina. What is your opinion about our 5th International CEO and Social Sciences Congress? Could you,
Yes, it's
what
a
do you
question.
think about main topics.
It's a pleasure for me to stay. This is the 5th time that I'm here. It's a pleasure and hope to participate in the next year Congress. And I appreciate very much Mr. Karen Carandine. He gave us a help hand to promote our work and initial development papers. Did you hear correctly me?
Yeah.
Thank you. What? I will share my presentations, possible?
I guess you could share now.
Yeah. Give me.
Is there any problem about sharing?
No, I will put remove a minute. Just a second. You see correctly?
Yeah, because it.
Welcome on. We will present our first and draft versions. Our current work is a sample approach of inflation growth cycles for the United States, Canada, and Mexico, what the international evidence teaches us for the last 40 years. In this paper, we present the evidence of our cycle and its results. This analyzes the inflationary growth cycles of the United States, Canada, and Mexico from the early 80s to the present. In the first part, we calculate the subsequent ups and downs of the growth cycles to arrive at the monthly period rate of inflation. Secondly, using the descriptive statistical analysis, we determine the intervals that allow us to classify the cycles according to whether they are high, medium, low, low unstable, and negative inflation. Third, we measure equivalent inflation based on rising and falling phase. First, analysis of the comparative probability. Finally, the conclusions compared of the 3 selected countries. The central point of our work resides in the methodology sequence of the sample analysis of the price series. This sequence is as follows. First, using the non-seasonal adjusted and seasonal adjusted series reported by the Statistical Office, the Bureau for Labor Economics, the Agent of Statistics, and the National Institute of Statistics and Geography from Mexico, we took each non-seasonal adjusted series and seasonally adjusted it using the 12-month smoothing average method. And then compare the results to the reported seasonal adjusted series to assess the significance of the difference. Using geometric growth rates, we calculate year-on-year inflation. Then we determine the turnaround points, peaks and valleys of each series. The turnaround points are conditional on the bullish and bear phase having at least 4 positive or negative values continuously. The next stage corresponds to the calculation of the amplitude, duration, and periodic monthly rate of each phase, as well as the complete growth cycle, peak to peak and flow to flow. Taking each phase, we calculate the measure of central tendency, variability, and concentration and shape. The class intervals are determined ipso facto: negative inflation, negative and 0, low and stable between 0 and 2, low mean between 2 and 4%, high mean between 4 and 6%, and high 6 and more. We determine the frequency of distribution and establish in which period the inflationary segment described in the previous point exists. We use the equivalent growth rate to compare the amplitude of the same phase, which varies in different points, assuming an average duration of each phase. We compare the size of each country. We establish probability tables according to criteria. For example, after bullish phase with high inflation, what is the probability of having the deflationary phase? The deflationary phase, how likely it is to occur? As we can see in the following graph, we find the inflation growth cycle in the United States, Canada, and Mexico with their respective moving trend. to then determine the cyclical component. So for example, this is the railway cycle for the United States in the January 1982 to the present, from Canada and from Mexico. Next, once the turning points have been determined, we measure the growth cycle depending on whether it is a bullish or bearish component, and the complete cycle, peak to peak and flow to flow. For each phase, we calculate the amplitude, duration, amounts, and simple rate of flow that we can see in the following chart. This is the upswing cycles for the United States, the downswing cycles with the amplitude, length, rate, simple rate, downswing from peak to peak and from flow to flow for Canada and for Mexico. This is the cyclical component of the United States. Next, once the turnover points have been determined, we measure the growth cycles depending on the whether is an bullish or bearish component on the complete cycle. And the most thinking thing, this is the chart of the sentiment rates. The conclusion is, and the most striking thing about our research is the use of periodic sample growth rate of our prices with a monthly frequency. If we take the United States, we see inflation is not very relevant during an upward phase when the monthly variation is less than 30%. This less in an upswing, less of 30% per month. When it exceeds 0.40% per month, we are on the verge of a recession and require changes in the monetary policy of the Federal Reserve. When it exceeds 0.66% per month during the bullish phase, the Federal Reserve can force a recession in order to just reduce the inflation. It's very simple to see when it's over 0.60%. The growth, this is the last of the recession, and this is the last upswing that ended in June of this year. In the case of Canada, it showed fewer cyclical phase as well as a more stable periodic growth rate than the United States. Comparatively, inflation in Canada has been more stable from the late 20th century to the present. And in Mexico just managed to stabilize the inflation rate at the beginning of this current century, but its actual phase are higher than those of the United States and Canada. The normal bullish phase in Mexico is situated in the US to a phase where the Federal Reserve initiates contracted monetary policy. This is our first conclusion that we present here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your information sharing. It's a very remarkable research. Exactly. We have time for questions. If you have any opinions or questions, you can give a speech right now. I guess there's no question. Thank you again.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure for me, Doctor.
Now I skip our third speakers, Carlos Agustí Hernandez. Sorry about my pronunciation. International governance consultant and SDG manager from Spain. Welcome.
Hello. Hello. A pleasure to be here.
Pleasure for us too. What's your opinion about CEO Congress, and what do you think about main topics of this Congress, communication management and organization, so on?
Really interesting, people of over the world talking about trends, worldwide trends that affect really to everybody. It's my second participation in CEO Congress. I speak also in fourth session, and it's a pleasure collaborate with you in this sense. We can talk about different trends, different topics that affect worldwide to all of us. And my presentation, I share my presentation if you agree. Are you looking it? Okay, so I'm going to talk about new leadership tendencies. In the past Congress, in the fourth Congress, I speak with the same title of the exposition, but not the same content. I have evolved the content with the changes in the world. And in 10 minutes, I just put in the table some topics just to think you about it after my intervention. We speak about new leadership tendencies. We speak about different things like ESG tendencies, open government, an open mentality, knowledge management, sustainability, smart cities, or a global cultural change to achieve all these objectives. If we are CEOs of companies, or if we coordinate some teams or in every space of our work, we have to change our mentality and to use these new tendencies if we want to be at the same level in all the world. These tendencies arrive to not go, to apply, okay? And they are inside these matters, non-financial matters of companies. Financial matters are obviously very important for companies because our benefits are the money, but non-financial matters grows up their importance for society is the evolution of the CSR old policies and developing the non-financial reporting. All companies, all organizations have to present this non-financial reporting as a form of transparency reporting, where businesses formally disclose certain information not related to their finances, even including some human rights, because include SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, and other different things. What kind of topic I want to put on the table? ESG tendencies that join all of these non-financial matters. ESG means environmental, social, and governance tendencies. And they are is a new tendency for companies, and every day with more obligation, you have to apply it, and every year to do a report about your environmental, social, and governance policy inside the company. Different topics. Open government comes from public sector. It's the joining of different policies and strategies like citizen participation, open data, or transparency, joined in a only strategy affecting the whole organization. But the new is last year's, some of them are applied to private companies also. Citizen participation applied to our workers, to our team. Open data applied to data governance, for example, these two. So an open mentality give power to think and to influence to our workers. And this open mentality is for private and public work, and is a cultural change, necessary cultural change. Another one related with this is knowledge management. Related that every human group have knowledge. If we talk about the workers, the employees of our company, or the inhabitants of our city, of our neighborhood, our family, our WhatsApp group of friends, every collectivity, every human collectivity have knowledge, and this knowledge is a treasure, is the other oleum of the 21st century. We say that data is the new oil of our century. Knowledge is another one. We have to take profit of the knowledge and the ability of all people, not decide the things between 3 or 4 people. Is more enrichment in collective intelligence and taking account the knowledge of everybody. Another one is SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, from 2015 to 2013. We are in the middle, 17 objectives with 169 really objectives that we have to apply. The success of SDG is the translation from environmental complicated language to governance language, language that we can understand. When I say we, I say governments, I say companies, I say organizations, I say all kind of institutions, even the only human being, all of us, the individual human being, can apply this SDG. This is the success. So as a leader, we have to incorporate the green mentality, the SDGs. Smart cities, understood as strategies and tools, technological strategies and tools applied to improve the day-to-day of the people. It's not only technology, it's not only for big companies, it's not only for governments, it's to improve the day-to-day of the people. We have smart cities when people of our cities really use and really note these changes, these technologies, and these technological tools. Finally, governance data, the opportunities of data. These years, our culture don't give the importance to data that they have. If we put all our data in the big data and use it and reuse it and utilize, really a revolution for the management of companies, governments, and our society. The capacity of big data and data governance that is called open data in the public sector. And finally, a cultural change, a general cultural change to incorporate all these topics and base it in to listen, to capture this knowledge, to observe, and especially to share. For me, is the principle of 21st century, to share. To share is to grow, and it's really important to incorporate it. And this is all at your disposal, and thank you for the opportunity to organize.
Thank you for your speech, for your presentation, Mr. Carlos. And environmental, social governance, knowledge management, smart space, big data, blockchain technologies, artificial intelligence, and sustainability, as you mentioned, sustainable development goals on your presentations, are very important issues for firms and government as well in these days, as you know. We have time, and I want to remind you, our participants, you have time for questions or sharing information if you want, of course.
Yeah, sure. I am at your disposal to share, obviously, all this information and whatever you need.
If you have questions, you can get, or we should continue our speaker's speech. And now I give my word to other speakers according to the speaking order in the program. Dr. Devi Penitias Fayani, Vice Dean Faculty of Economics and Business from Indonesia. Sorry again about my pronunciation. And what do you think about the Congress topics? Very welcome, by the way.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Hidroglou. I also would like to apologize if I may have pronounced it wrongly. My name is Dewi. You can call me Dewi. And I would like to share with you about how to make this world a better place. You know, as you may know, that nothing is constant. Everything changes, and everything that's constant is only change itself. So I would like to share with all of you, thank you very much for the time. And this is surely an honorable experience for me, so that I can share some of my views about how to make this world a better place. First of all, I would like to say that it is indeed our responsibility to make this world as a better place, because there's no other place that better to be is, because we share one world, and it is constantly changes. As Heraclitus says that the only thing that is constant is change itself. So as we know that we have been experiencing the industrial evolutions from 1.0, that we use what we call steam energy, and then we evolve into the second industry 2.0, that we use hydropower electricity. Then we evolve into industry 3.0, what we call the robotic powers, and we were very, very famous back then in the 80s and 90s. Now we are facing the industrial 4.0 evolution, which is now applied as what we call digital transformation and artificial intelligence. Therefore, the degree of complexity has become more complex because of the technology are evolving, and we have to be more catching up with coding and all sorts. Next, that I would like to show in the next slide, please. The complexity is 300 times more complex, because then robotic will be replaced by artificial intelligence. I have a friend who's on what we call the assets of 3-point-something billion US dollars. And when I visited their office, there are only 11 people working. And I said, where are the people? And they said, oh, now we are using the artificial intelligence. And what is the sales? We have hit 31 billion US dollars for the half semesters of the years. So I said, how would that be happening? Yes, because we are more systematized and everything is becoming digitally transformed. And now that they are using artificial intelligence replacing human capital. So as you see now, it's called the robotic machinery eras. They use more artificial intelligence and digital coding as a transformation. This is why we are facing the industrial 4.0. The complexity of technology are 400 to 500 times more complex. As you see that we have hybrid cars, remote sensing cars, and I went to Turkey just before the pandemic, and when I ordered a Grab car, a car came by itself. And I was very amazed because they were one of the modern technology. This was just a bizarre idea back in the 60s or 70s. People may think conventionally. When I came and visited some of my friends, the warehouse were everything run by robots. And this is just a bizarre idea when we were back in the 90s. So this is our challenge for back in 2008, all department stores in Indonesia have also closed. They closed down due to everyone is buying via internet. Also, this is happening in America. Sears are beginning to close down their store, Macy's, and every single department stores have facing that people are switching their paradigm into buying via internet. That's what also happened in Indonesia. Next, please. I'm going to make it very fast, okay? No worries. Next, please. These are the drones have replaced what they call delivery personnel. Okay.
We have time. Could you please continue? Dr.
Delivery. So Shenzhen TK soon will be go out of businesses. Okay, this is what happened. Next, please.
Could you hear my voice?
I'm not be able. Okay, I'm not be able to unmute myself. But anyway, now you don't have to speak foreign languages. You don't have to do IELTS or TOEFL or whatever it is, because everything will be replaced by machinery. And U.S. law firm Breckers Hustler use AI machines to call draws to deal the bankruptcy cases. MD Anderson Cancer Center uses IBM artificial intelligence Watson to diagnose cancer, and it has 96.660% accuracy. So we are battling with artificial intelligence. This is the technology that we cannot be responsible of, because there are many professions that can be replaced by this. The world's largest taxi company owns taxis. It's called Uber. The largest accommodations has no real estates or hotels or properties. Large phone companies owns no telco infra, so they have Skype, WeChat, WhatsApp, and all sorts. The largest movie house owns no cinemas. Now we have Netflix, and the largest software owns no apps, because it's Apple and Google. And the fastest growing banks have no actual money; they have society ones. So digital disruption has already happening, whether we like it or not. And this is written and surveyed in 2016. A bank without employees and everything, and finance 1.0, everything is manual. Finance 2.0 uses IT. Finance 3.0, everything is virtualization. And finance in 4.0, intelligent cyber physical machines, intelligence, financial technology. Of course, okay, the degree of complexity has grown faster than more than 2,000 times per today. Next, please. And we will come to a conclusion that traditional market will also be replaced by multi-aspect market. So this is why platform-driven companies, and we known as unicorns and startup companies, also have developed their technologies to have children, grandchildren, also have to teach them how to sing, how to feel, everything, every profession that uses human sensing, sentimental values, everything. You cannot sing, you can feel, you can empathize. These jobs will not be replaced by artificial intelligence. Let me tell you, that's why if you have students, ladies and gentlemen, if we are students, we also have to dedicate ourselves to develop them, not only their left brains of hemisphere of because we need to teach them how to live as human beings, because those are the professions that will not be replaced or unreplaceable by robots. And this is a ring a bell for all of us. Teach them how to sing, teach them how to read, teach them how to feel, teach them how to be happy, because artificial intelligence of things will not be replacing all those professions that has feelings. So those are the conclusion of mine. So be ready to face all types of profession that can be replaced by artificial intelligence, but stay ready, be ready, teach them how to live, how to smile, how to be happy, and have to be ahead with feelings. Those are my conclusion. Thank you very much, Professor Hageguyud. And this is it for me. I hope this brings us a bit enlightenment. Thank you very much. I'm giving this floor back to you as the moderator. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. First, I have to mention that your smiley face makes our keynote session better, Dr. Devi. I have a study group on artificial intelligence on health as well in university. These are very trend topics on these days. Thank you for presentation again. If you have any questions, we have time, or do you want any making contributions as well? So I have one question. Some studies strongly argue that there will be a transition, Industry 5.0 without a transition to Industry 4.0. What do you think about the Industry 5.0? Dr. Devi. Could you please open your...
Well, this is a very intelligent questions which which been addressed, but the Industrial 5.0 would be more advanced. But then we have also to develop the society to be able to catch up with the fast forward technology, because now in Indonesia, where everybody is doing the coding and everybody is catching up with technology, but then we need to exercise more what is our priority, not that we lead into Industrial 5.0, but then we also leave our human touch sides in sort. So Industrial 5.0 is very good, because then we have to catch up. It's going on globally, and and everyone is going toward that way, toward this technology, toward the fast forwarded technology. But then you have to put your feet on the ground and keep reaching for the stars, because then I think we should be still remaining as human beings. Thank you, Professor Hiraglu, and I hope we can meet into more detailed discussions. Thank you very much. I'm
for your
giving back
time
to you.
answering my question and your
Thank you.
contribution. Now I give my word to our last speaker, Professor Dr. Luis Miguel Cardoso. Sorry again, my pronunciation. Polytechnic Institute of Portugal, from Portugal. Hi, welcome. What's your opinion about our Congress and our main topics? Management, finance, entrepreneurship as well.
Hello, good morning. Greetings from Portugal. So first of all, I would like to thank for the very kind invitation that was made by Dr. Karim Karadal to be here. It's a great honor, a great privilege to be here. I would like to say hello to our esteemed moderator and to all the previous speakers as well. It's a great opportunity to exchange point of views, insights about this very extraordinary and challenging 21st century. So this conference is absolutely vital for us to understand some of the most important guidelines and frameworks that we have today to analyze our common future, because we are all in this together. So again, it's a great pleasure to be here. And I hope CEO will continue this endeavor of sharing knowledge and spreading knowledge all over the world. So, my dear colleagues and my dear friends, I would like to start my presentation about social responsibility in higher education. That is, for me, one of the most important trends that we have today in higher education, in a worldwide concern regarding the impact of universities in our communities, in our regions, in our countries. So nowadays, my dear friends, I think we have to understand that talking about social responsibility is quite a journey. So we will begin by a small introduction, and then we will be analyzing some literature review, and then we will end this very short presentation with some conclusions and recommendations. So first of all, my dear friends, our first task is trying to analyze what truly is the concept and the framework regarding social responsibility, corporate social responsibility, and university social responsibility. So these are very demanding concepts. And nowadays, as we are now seeing and analyzing in this concept, we are trying to understand how contemporary society is dealing with a lot of dynamics of change. And of course, these dynamics are affecting the educational process. And higher education, of course, must keep on track regarding these changes and these dynamics. We have to understand that our number one goal is Horizon 2030. And by then, we have to achieve a lot of conquests, but this will only be possible if we join, if we connect, if we create networking opportunities. So we are dealing here, dear colleagues and dear friends, with a trilogy of change that concerns society, teacher, and student, because society is changing, as the previous keynote speaker has already highlighted, to portray the concept and the characteristics of the 21st century are, of course, changing, and our students are changing. So all this together gives us a new portrait of a higher education, educational systems development aims and goals that we have to achieve. So for this, I would like to first to highlight that UNESCO lists 8 missions of higher education in the World Declaration on Higher Education in the 21st Century that include a close connection with a changing society. And of course, when we have a changing society like we have today, then of course we need also our universities to be changing a lot with a lot of new dynamics in a very fast way in order to enable our students with the best tools, with the best knowledge available, with the best technologies. So this is why we need flexible curricula, we need flexible educational systems. We need, of course, to understand that we are dealing now with new possibilities regarding online learning, and of course, always pointing out the values of citizenship and humanistic approaches. So when we are dealing with literature review about higher education and social responsibility, we have here a complex universe of portraits that include, of course, different insights and different visions regarding the opportunities of making changes in higher education. So about, for example, what is happening here in Europe, of course, first of all, we could say that the European Commission states that higher education institutions must adapt their methodologies regarding the different characteristics of their students. Of course, we all know that we have, of course, in our universities, different degrees, different classes. In our classes, we have different students. So we have to adapt, we have to adjust, we have to be flexible. We have to understand that these characteristics need us to improve our methodologies. So this is why the OECD states that curriculum design is one of the most important challenges that we have today. Because when we think about curriculum today, we are connecting knowledge, skills, and values as never before. So this 21st century is highly demanding for us, is highly demanding for our educational systems to embrace this connection between knowledge, skills, and values. And of course, we are dealing with the bonds that have to be created, that have to be developed and enhanced between higher education and social responsibility. So to quote the report, The Future of Education and Skills, Education 2030 by the OECD, education has a vital role to play in developing the knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values that enable people to contribute to and benefit from an inclusive and sustainable future. And of course, this is our common goal. And learning to form clear and purposeful goals, work with others with different perspectives, find and tap opportunities, and identify multiple solutions to big problems will be essential in the coming years. So education needs to aim to do more than preparing people for the world of work. It needs to equip students with the skills they need to become active, responsible, and engaged citizens. So, my dear colleagues, this is a huge effort that we have to understand that is vital in our universities, in our educational systems, not just in our countries, but in a worldwide perspective. Because nowadays, we're not just talking about giving the labor market extraordinary professionals. We are also talking about giving our communities engaged citizens. So when we connect all this, this is, of course, a new challenge for higher education indeed, So we are dealing with education, ICT, and values, namely social responsibility. So curriculum or curricula, the plural if you prefer, are now being seen as more flexible and inclusive. And these words are powerful nowadays. Curriculum must be flexible and inclusive because, as UNESCO states, education cannot stop. And second, education is, of course, one of our most important goals. That is education for all by 2030. This is the Horizon 2030 framework that we're dealing with. So teaching and learning are connected with pedagogical innovation, of course, to deal with these major needs that the labor market now have regarding new skills, regarding soft skills, regarding social skills. So we have here this trend. We need different skills. We need soft and social skills to be integrated, fully integrated in our universities, because students now need more tools and principles to become professionals, but also, as I said before, more engaged citizens. So university social responsibility encompasses many different areas, including the following: the need to strengthen civil commitment and active citizenship, to provide services to the community through community engagement and outreach, to promote economic and national development, to promote ethical approaches to issues, to develop a sense of civil citizenship by encouraging the students and the academic and administrative staff to provide social services to their local community, to promote ecological or environmental commitment for local and global sustainable development, to develop local and global human resources, to expand human knowledge through quality research and education for the nation and for humanity. And of course, this is all about the impacts regarding university and the community. And for Valais, we have 4 university impacts that we have to highlight. So we have organizational impacts. So as in any organization, universities have also impacts on the life of internal publics. So we're talking about staff, we're talking about professors, we're talking about students, and of course, specific impacts on the environment. And now we are addressing very important issues like waste, deforestation, transportation, contamination, and so on. So universities must ask themselves how they are fulfilling everyday operations around campus, for example. Then we have educational impacts. So this involves teaching, learning processes, and the development of the curriculum. Universities must ask themselves what kind of professionals are educating and how they can restructure teaching and training in order to educate responsible citizens. Of course, we would also like to highlight the cognitive impacts. So this is all about epistemological and ethical orientations, theoretical approaches, research, production, and diffusion of knowledge. And last but not least, social impacts. So we're talking about, as any organization, universities should participate in the development of local communities and social capital. Universities have a clear impact on the economic, social, and political development of society. So, my dear colleagues, conclusion and recommendations. Higher education institutions are giving more and more relevance today to social responsibility, and of course, innovation, curricular focus on social skills, ICT, and social responsibility are now some of the most important factors that influence universities. So, my dear friends, thanks again for your kind attention. And of course, again, thank you to the organizing committee for this very kind invitation. It was a great honor. It was a great pleasure to be here. And of course, if you have any questions, I would be delighted to answer them. So thanks again. And of course, enjoy this extraordinary conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee, Professor Dr. Lee. I believe that social sensitivity and responsibility, social entrepreneurship and innovation are very important issues, not only for the development of society, but also for the development of economies. Therefore, as mentioned, developing students' social responsibility and awareness by giving place to the issues in all university education is very important. And we opened Turkey's first social entrepreneurship and innovation master program at our Mersin University by this concern. And we have lots of courses about sustainability, waste management, social responsibility issues. And I hope that the number of these and similar undergraduate programs will increase day by day. We have come to the end of keynote speaker session. The International CEO Congress is a platform where academicians, entrepreneurs, public-private NGO managers, artists, and graduate students share information in many useful current fields of like communication, economics, and entrepreneurship areas. Thank you for listening. I wish the Congress be very productive for our participants and academicians as well. And I would like to many special thanks to Kerim Karadal, in particular to the committee, organization committee of this Congress, and for giving the opportunity to moderate the keynote speaker session. And I have now with the floor to him. We will continue with guest speaker session. And the moderator will be Dr. Suvik Dasgupta from India. Hi, again, Dr. Suvik.
Hi, am I audible?
Yeah, you will continue with guest speaker session.
First of all, I'd like to wish a very good morning, good afternoon, and a good evening from India and Calcutta. And I would like to thank all the CEO Congress Committee, and special thanks to Dr. Kerim Karadal to organize such a grand occasion, and also my Indonesian coordinators and coordinators from different parts, and the academics and other participants present here to enlighten this great grand Congress. First of all, I also like to inform that I am present here in the CEO Congress right from the first session of the Congress. And last year we have organized here this Congress here in India. It was a very fun, good occasion at that time in Mohanlal Sukhadi University in Udaipur. And I got a huge experience from there, the Grand Congress being organized for the first time in my home country. And I would like to wish that this Congress will continue again in the next years, and hopefully we can meet somewhere in offline session physically, and there we have a great grand discussion. That's what I have already told Dr. Kerim. So I will not waste much time here, but would try to like to invite the guest speakers of this session. Chronologically, I would first, there are 4 speakers, although I don't know the 4th one will be present or not. There will be speakers of Dr. Baharullah Saifi. Then it will be Madam Amelia Naim Indrajaya from Indonesia. Then it will be Associate Professor Muteja Hasanglu from Azerbaijan. Chronologically, I would first like to invite Dr. Baharullah Saifi, the Vice President of International Acacia University, Arizona, USA. Let me introduce him a little more. He is also associated with various other journals and institutions all across the globe. He's also associated with the All India Radio of India. And he's also associated, Dr. Baharullah Saifi is also an outstanding educator, and he's associated with the Nika University, nearby Nika University, Kandahar, Afghanistan. So I would like to invite Dr. Baharullah Saifi to kindly give some of your valuable opinions and your speech here in the Congress. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Das Gupta. And very good afternoon, good morning, good evening to everybody. And I would like to thank the organizer, the CEO Congress, top management, and the scientists, researchers, fellows, professors, scholars, everybody here. And I'm Dr. Baharullah Saifi, Vice President of Acacia University, State of Arizona, which is a part of Westford Education Group. Shall I share my screen? So please, yeah. Yeah, so am I audible, right?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. So today I will be talking about digital or online learning and the new economy. We have seen that digital learning and the new economic system is something that is everywhere, the topic of discussion, and it is a very, very, important area of research and deliberation. So as we see that, as we see that in last 20 years, the internet has grown from being non-existence into the largest, most accessible database of information. We have seen that internet has changed everything. And today we have been connected from different countries through a single platform. And this is due to the internet and technology, development and progress. So internet has changed a lot, and internet has brought lots of opportunities to the societies, to the economy, to the institutions, organizations, and government. Like, it has changed the way people communicate, the way people, socialize, they do business, and the students, the way they learn. See, the businesses have changed, lots of online platforms for, like when you do shopping, there are biggest, now there are biggest, businesses are the online platforms for shopping purposes and for, businesses. So it has changed everything. It has not changed only the ecosystem of learning, but it has changed the ecosystem of our, societies, interaction, people, institutions, and everything. Like, now we have seen that online learning or digital learning is becoming very popular. Like, there are different types of online learning where students can do online classes, they can do hybrid classes, HyFlex classes, online live classes. They can even attend the web enhanced classes, which are basically all types of online digital learning, which are available for students in this century. And especially we have experienced this in the last 2 years during pandemic. And after this pandemic, it's becoming more popular and most in demand. We have seen that from a young age, students now benefit significantly from online learning strategies. Like, there are researches that says that students are using different mobile apps, different, digital apps like Zoom, Google Meet, and many other platforms, that making students more, giving students more opportunities to learn more, and giving students more, space, and giving students an opportunity to understand their own strengths, weaknesses, and they are, becoming more, good performers in their academics. They are becoming better in their classrooms because these technologies help them a lot, because these technologies give them, lots of support in terms of, if it is a science lab, they can do, for example, an experiment online. There are lots of experiments where you can do through an app. Like you can do an online experiment, or you can watch YouTube. You can see thousands of physics, science, chemistry, experiments that will help students to understand the actual subject. So also the online learning basically improve, as I told earlier, improve not only students' performance, but improve organizational performance, institutional performance. Organizations are becoming much more smarter. Organizations are becoming much more affordable. Institutions are becoming much more accessible. They came up with lots of sources for their students in order to provide better learning platforms to their students, and all this at the end of the day lead to an economic development in a society. Statistics also show that 77% of the US companies have some form of online learning available to their staffs, indicating a remarkable growth in the area. We have seen that institutions started teaching, training their employees through different online platforms. If you join a company in the US, they will do the on-job training and different types of training, indications, everything through online platforms. You do not need to waste more time. You do not need to invest more energy or resources. You can do everything online. 77% is a very good number, where we can see this improvement in the other developing countries, and even in the developing countries, that these organizations are trying to invest on online learning platforms for their employees. We have seen like Wipro is a company, they have a university to teach their employees. So they invested a lot on infrastructures in order to teach their employees. With the online and digital learning, they can minimize their investment, they can minimize their energy, they can minimize their resources, and they can give more opportunities, more resources to their employees to learn and keep learning. And also the statistics shows that the digital learning industry reached a value of $350 billion in this year. And it is expected to be growing by $1.2 trillion by 2027. So one of the biggest industry is now online learning and digital learning. Like we have other biggest industries like automobiles and all that, those industries. So now online learning is becoming the biggest industry. So the market is growing so fast, and it has a very good future if you see the statistics. So these statistics are only the tip of the iceberg. 42% of the workplace where employees are engaged with learning and development also say their employees are highly engaged overall. Similarly, 94% of employees would say the company longer if invested in their learning and development. If you see that companies earlier, they were not willing to invest on learning and development. They were not willing to invest on employees' learning journey. That is why the retention rate was very, very low. Employees used to leave the company. So why, with the digital learning, with the use of internet, with the use of online education, those companies that they had adopted online learning for their employees stay with them. Their employees do not leave them because they find the organization an organization where they can see their growth, because they keep learning, they are engaged with new technologies, they are engaged with new systems, they are engaged with new resources to approve them, to develop themselves, to perform better in the workplace. Moreover, companies with comprehensive training programs have 218% higher revenue per employee and 22% of higher profit margins. Further, 42% of the US organizations that have implemented online learning programs have seen increased profits. The statistics says those organizations and those institutions that they implemented online learning, digital learning in their organizations, they have better margin, they have better profit, they have better revenue, and they have better retention rate. On an individual level, employees with access to online learning are 81% more engaged on an average. See, this is the amazing figure. those companies that they provide digital learning, their employees are 81% more engaged on an average. 81%, if you calculate the proficiency of the work, if you calculate the outcome of the work, if your employees 81% more engaged, I think that would be amazing. And also, these employees also save time and consume information more efficiently. On an average, employees with online learning programs spend 40 to 60% less time learning while still achieving the same outcomes. Those employees that they attend physical classes, those employees that they travel to attend some professional development programs, those employees that they go and attend corporate training, are 40 to 60% less, in terms of their performance, and they take more time, they consume more time. If they attend corporate training, if they attend, online trainings, or if they attend online platforms for their training purposes and development purposes, they can save 40 to 60% of their energy, their time, but the outcome of the board will be same. So this is always this is always accepted to introduce online platforms, online learning for the employees' development and learning activities in the organization. So what is the impact of online education or digital education? It is basically making students more, more tech savvy. For example, now, if you ask a student of 5th class, he knows lots of digital platforms. He has good knowledge about technology. It is why? It is because of last 2 years COVID-19 disruption, last 2 years COVID-19, online classrooms and online schools. Students, without investing money, without attending online, digital technology classes, they have learned a lot of things about technology by attending online classes, by attending digital learning. So that is amazing. And using computer software, navigating the internet, learning by different forms of digital media are always great way for online learners to improve their technological skills. As more people get access to modern technology, society will become more tech savvy. So now everybody knows about technologies. 2 years before, most of the B school teachers, most of the professors, they had very bad time. They had very difficult time using the technologies. They were not able to, log in. They were not able to mute, unmute. Lots of challenges were there. But today they have learned. Today the society is more, aware of technologies. They are more, having that more understanding of technology. They can operate at least at a basic level. The other benefit, the other impact is online learning is an innovation collaboration tool. So online learning uses different way of, activities, like you can watch a video, you can listen to an audio, you can have an Zoom platform, you can have a web-based enhanced platform, you can have online materials just to read. So this all helps students to perform better in their classrooms. The innovative ways of sharing information are the future of communication. So it helps making societies more connected, making students more connected, making schools more connected. That is the outcome of digital learning. Online learning helps making use of downtime and improves motivation. Online learning modules can teach students how to make better use of their downtime, which is very, very important. Utilizing downtime is very important for students in order to be, great performers in their academic. Fostering a society of productive citizens who excel at a time of management may lead to significant improvement in organizational skills and a thirst of knowledge and lead to economic development. So all these things can lead to an economic development. Online learning helps us to build smarter workforce. A recent study by Harvard found that an online learning experiment could retain more information when it was broken into segments rather than forcing the entire lecture, on them in the sitting. So online learning, in terms of like, you have choices to what to learn, what to not to learn. You have choices how much to learn. You have choices what is more important to learn. So these findings are highly insightful, showing that micro learning may play a key role in the future of online learning and new economic development. With students retaining more information than ever, thanks to digital learning, we are ensuring a more intelligent and motivated workforce in the future. So this online learning has given lots of opportunities to students to learn, for staff, for employees, for institutions to have choices and options for their learning and development activities. Online learning gives children basically having access to digital learning modules in classroom is a game changer, allowing young students to access more information than ever before. It's giving unlimited, access to unlimited books, to unlimited journals, to unlimited data people can find. Like where I was learning English like 15 years ago, 20 years ago in my school time, I had very difficult time to find the meaning of a word. But today you can learn English very fast. There are so many apps, there are so many online materials available, you can do it yourself. So the other point which is very important, that is basically the major shifts in education for digital economy. We have seen that funding is one of the biggest problems. There is a government fund, and government is giving that fund to the universities, and some of the universities are not well equipped, and thousands of students, they don't have the opportunities to attending the classes. These students are not having the opportunity to have a seat in the university, and university does not have that capacity. So allocation of funding is very, very important. Government organizations should allocate funds in order to increase the access of education to every child in the country. And that can be possible through digital and online learning. They should allow more fund to those institutions where they are more equipped with online learning, they are more equipped with online digital platforms, because those universities can have more students. Those universities can accommodate n number of students because they don't need classrooms, they don't need so many teachers, they don't need so many resources. So this allocation of funds should be, it's a problem, it's a challenge. This should be done in the right way. So these are some statistics that, like, see in the US, there is a $2.5 trillion debt of the loan of students. So these students can be given online learning. These students should be enrolled in online education classrooms. They do not need to pay huge fees for the physical classes or the big campuses. They can do an online degree themselves. They can do an MBA, they can do a BBA, they can do some other courses online with a very less amount of expenses. Another challenge is that is lifelong learning, upskilling. Digital learning brought lifelong learning to the students. With digital learning, you can learn again, you can unlearn, you can relearning. You can do as many things as you want. So that is one important major parts of the online learning. So I'm trying to finish it faster. Last point, the last slide is that the change in how and what we learn, technology and education. The schools with appropriate funding are making exciting strides in education. While sitting in their classrooms, students can visit like those universities or those institutions with online digital technologies. They enjoy lots of benefits. XR technology, with the help of XR technology, you can have a virtual lab and you can do as many experiments you want. If you are a university, a lab will cost you a lot. The raw materials will cost you a lot. You may not be able to do certain experiment because of cost of those materials, because of the risk while doing the experiment. involved in that experiment, because of the unavailability of experts, there are many other, problems, but you can do everything by having a virtual lab. Develop an app where students can do experiments themselves, and they don't need materials, they don't need even a specific time. They can do that at home, they can do that anywhere. And thousands examples of such apps are available, and you can Google them. So that is how, what I feel is online learning, digital learning, economy, and everything is connected with each other. And by adopting more online technologies, by adopting more digital learning, we will increase the performance of students. When students are more successful, they will be the right candidates for the companies and organizations. And when the companies and organizations will have the right candidates, they will perform better. And when the organizations perform better, that will lead to economic development of the country and society. And thank you so much for your listening. If you have any question, please ask your questions.
If anybody have any question, then we can take that, and else we should move to the next speaker. As far as Dr. Baharullah Saifi's topic is very interesting. In fact, online learning is a good explorative topic right now after the pandemic. In fact, when I am associated with the IIT Guwahati, we are having online learning programs since the beginning of the pandemic, and I can find out how they are basically breaking the communication barriers. Students sitting from distant villages can participate in classes. Since India is a big country, we can perhaps we have a good communication difficulty. 2,000 kilometers apart, the students used to live, and they can take part. And in fact, the greatest proof of this globalization is the CEO Congress itself. That people are from different corners of the world, but we can participate in the same platform at the same time because of this online medium. So thank you to Dr. Baharullah Saifi for this wonderful speech and this relevant. Without wasting time much, we should move on to the next speaker, that is Dr. Amelia Naim Indrajaya. She is born in New York and currently the head of Center for the Sustainability, Mindset and Social Responsibility of the IPMI International Business School, Jakarta, Indonesia. So I would ask Professor Naim Indrajaya to kindly enlighten us in the CEO Congress. You are most welcome. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I would like to greet everyone from all around the world. Yeah, we are really, really happy to have you all here in IPMI International Business School. And we are looking forward to have a great collaboration together. I just want to share in this occasion how we have done collaborative online international learning, which is, we are going to call it COIL, and it becomes our research on how we can use those online learning. And it's going to be between all these different professors around the world. And this is the blessing of COVID. Because of COVID, now we can actually have a virtual learning with everyone around the world. Even our students are in the same group work together, as I have done before with Professor Siham as well from New Zealand. And then the one I'm going to share here is the research on our most recent COIL with university in Canada, in Spain, in Chicago, United States of America, and of course with IPMI International Business School. And so without further ado, I would love to share my findings and share my PPT, if I may. Am I audible?
You are absolutely audible. You can carry on.
Okay, so I will share my PPT. I think I have echo. Can you please check whether my... I think I need to turn off my...
Your screen is still not visible. You can share your screen. As soon as it is visible, I will tell you.
Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yeah, it's coming. Yeah, we can see it now.
Okay. So my presentation would be on this research, how I'm going making this collaborative online international learning. And then by doing this, we are proving that business innovations can actually support the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. So what we are basically doing is having the students from 4 countries, 4 campuses, Canada, Spain, Indonesia, and Chicago, USA. Together, they are trying to find a really special implementation of SDG. This is called the flourishing business. So flourishing business is how the business becomes an agent for world benefit. Okay, so basically I'm going to share about the objective, the learning goals, and the timeline, the project definition, and how we have done this project. All right. Okay, what are the main objectives? It's actually by making this cross-cultural experience, we would like to really develop all of us to become the global citizen. So all of us everywhere in the world, we need to understand that our businesses should support the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. And so we have to find stories of businesses doing well and doing good, yes, by supporting SDG and becoming profitable. And then at the same time, we experience the working in a distributed multicultural team. And so we would like to know all this innovation from around the world. And then the weekly meetings are between teammates from different cultures. So you can imagine you are going to be in the same group with all these people from different cultures around the world. So what we are promoting is having them leaving a legacy, because at the end of this COIL experience, they are going to write a chapter together on the business supporting the SDGs. So basically, we will learn about how to implement the SDGs in business, and then we will explore examples, how businesses can actually support SDGs. And then each of the group is going to do a real interview. And as a group of people, students from around the world, they will choose the best, like a best example of business who is actually implementing this SDG. And at the end, they will critically reflect on differences of these businesses doing innovations, supporting SDG while making profit. So each students, they have to come up with one exemplary business, but then in a group of 5 to 6 students, they will choose one of the best exemplary business. So each group will come up with different company, some from Indonesia, some from Spain, some from Canada, and some from the US. And then they will actually submit the stories to the platform. We call it the Aim to Flourish platform. You can see it from www.aim2, as in number 2, flourish.com. So 117 students came all together, and then they worked together for 6 weeks. And then this 20 groups reflections, at the end of the COIL experience after 6 weeks, they wrote this chapter together. So this is fascinating. Yeah, this is the blessing of the COVID. Without this COVID, probably we have never thought about doing this. Yeah. So what was the actual experience? I'm going to share to you. This is the movie. Can I turn on the movie here? I think so, right? Okay, let me see whether we can have a movie. and have it seen in the, can you see it?
No, it is not visible yet.
Okay, probably this other one, yeah. I will show you the next one. Okay, next. Now this is the one. Okay. Can you see it? Can you see the voice?
Yes. No, the voice is not audible.
Make on the voice on, please. Tolong suaranya. Please, nggak apa-apa. Okay. Can you have the sound?
Dear Amadia, we don't hear your the video sound.
Can I turn on the sound, please?
If you send me the video, I can open it.
Huh? Can you hear the sound?
No, we
No,
don't.
no voice, but only video.
Can you hear the sound?
No, not
No,
yet.
no. Only the video is visible, not the sound.
How about now?
Same move, no sound.
No sound?
It is better that you can explain verbally, because I think there
Oh,
will be
just explain with the sound, right? Okay, now I think we have the sound. Yes, can you have the sound now?
Yeah, now it's
okay. So we have all the students from the world. Last time we was written into this book, the critical reflection on the context. So this is an open source book. I can share to you the link. Everyone can enjoy the book. Later, this has been a very interesting collaboration. Students from 3 continents, IPMI Transformative School, University of Navarra, Spain, University of Guelph, Canada, and Dominican University, USA. So this is very fascinating. They created posters. This is the story of the business supporting SDG. So they are interviewing the company, and they actually made the story and then make it published. So the most interesting part is they're doing exhibition in the metaverse, as you have seen here.
With our work.
These are the presentation done in the metaverse by the students. So we are having a paperless process where we don't.
So how did you manage if there's any conflict in the
so you can see that
cross-cultural
this is the new technology that we are
experience?
doing. Yeah, very interesting. So after the whole experience is done, we asked them to give a word describing how they felt about the coil, and they said they are very inspired, was challenging, and was amazing and fun. Everyone is very happy about the process because they are meeting new students across the globe, and they are being open to learn about different cultures. And the hardest part is about time differences, because we have 12 hours time difference. So these are the words from the students. So amazing. And this is how they see their learning experience. So the most important part is writing the story as a group. So they felt like they are leaving a legacy. Yeah. So the conclusion and recommendations, this is a very good opportunity for all of us around the world to work together and then embrace all the students to work together as well in a cross-cultural setting. But this is also time intensive for professors and students. And the most important thing is to share the weekly video. So they are really meeting, real life meeting through Zoom. And then professors need to have to engage with feedback. And then the students' concern mostly is about the time differences. So thank you very much for listening. I would love to have more collaboration in the future. So you can contact me through these numbers. and then perhaps we can have another collaborative online international learning with your schools. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much to Dr. Amelia Naim Indrajaya for this wonderful speech. We are greatly enriched with your COIL technique. And I hope we can meet again in some platform in the near future with some congress and conference. And for that, we'll be in touch with you from the CO Congress Committee. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And before we go on to the next speaker, I will just likely to inform that please try to be brief so that we can give the due time to the other speakers also. And so its time management is in your own hand. Okay, to next speaker before Dr. Hassan Glu, as I have been told, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ziaur Rahman from the University of Malaya, the University of Malaysia, would likely to have his own speech. So over to Professor Dr. Muhammad Ziaur Rahman. Is he present here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, you can carry out.
Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, you are absolutely audible.
All right. Thank you very much. Good noon, good afternoon, and good evening to all the participants, all the professors, associate professors, the lecturers, and the research scientists. First of all, I would say congratulations to CEO International for arranging such a beautiful Congress and gathering the intellectual capital from 31 countries. And I was just listening and I was thinking that what if we could have gathered like 430 participants and intellectual capital in IPIE there in Indonesia? It would have been a huge gathering of intellectuals. Anyways, I really thank you, and thanks to all the organizers, all the coordinators, all the planners of CEO, especially Dr. Kardal and Madam Amila and all others. I don't remember the names, for giving this opportunity, the trust, the networking, and the platform to me and my almost 24 researchers who are going to participate here and present in the conference, in this Congress. Thanks to all the scholars as well from all 5 countries, all 31 countries. Let me tell you a brief, I'll just take 5-7 minutes, not in detail. The real human world is intellectual capital, and that is intellectual world. My dear participants, listeners, and the professors, it's my opinion, and it is based on reality, that this intellectual world can create, share, and develop a boundaryless world and society. This society is the real world. This society is the real community where we create knowledge, we share knowledge, and we resolve and solve the problems of the society, of the world, regardless of the country, regardless of the nation, regardless of any sect. Okay? So knowledge creation is the basic purpose, where we go for whether ontological, epistemological, or even methodological progression, progress, development, and then further solution to various problems. As I was listening to the presenters who were talking about ICT, some were talking about online learning, some were talking about education, some were talking about, computer system, some were talking about, automatization in Turkey and other places. These all progresses and developments are happening. Why? Because of one thing: creation of knowledge, sharing of knowledge, and then solving problems by intellectually implementing that knowledge. My dear participants and my dear presenters, Let me just tell you that the paper, a sort of paper, conceptual paper, which I'm going to share here is the hostel life. That would be the future generation. I'm focusing on the hostel life and the behavioral ethics of teenagers, where we investigate the underlying perspectives. All of us would be agreeing that the future is in the hand of our generation, our next generation. We, as middle-aged people, or the people who have almost passed our 50% of lives, we have to hand over a legacy which is full of not only just simple technological advancement, but also ethical advancements and behavioral responsibilities and education based on not only the formula and modern scientists. Yes, they are very important, but they must be coupled with ethical perspectives. So my study here focuses on the behavioral aspects of the students, especially those who are in their teenagers. It is one of the essential elements to understand the behavior of teenagers, to fashion them out to be effective and efficient part of the society and humanity in general. Eventually, my dear participants, this is the essence of education for which we are gathered here. The study proposes that there is a great deal of change in the behavior of and the ethics of the teenagers who stay in hostels, specifically away from their home, from their parents, from their community. There are multiple factors that contribute towards their change in behavioral ethics who spend their maximum time in hostels. My focus was on those teenagers who spend their time in university hostels, not the school one, not the college one. And specifically those are on board in the hostel and they spend a lot of time in their hostels and they study in the university, few classes, come back to the hostel. Actually, me and my researchers, we observed the difference in their behavior, in their ethics. So we thought to conduct an investigation in it. And we found the differences. So various factors were taken into consideration, including, friends, societies, and group they join. Overall freedom, or what we call the liberty, environment, the culture, living habits, or even the mess environment, eating mess environment. Other facilities available in the hostel, timing, safety and security, linkages with the parents, guardians, and many others. Remember, we can give them education. We can get education and impart knowledge. But until and unless we have a required ethics, the relevant ethics, we cannot utilize education for positive purpose. The feedback received from the undergrad students living full-time in hostels were equally distributed based on the gender population, so that it shouldn't be any bias. There shouldn't be any bias. So out of 350 were female students, while 410 were found male students. Okay. So the study presents a wide array of eye-opening implications. We collected that data, inputted in SPSS, analyzed based on our hypothesis, and generated the findings, deduced the results, and presented the findings. As I'm presenting orally, so let me share a few important findings which we found here. The study presents a wide array of eye-opening implications which can be considered essential not only for the parents, not only even for the hostel management, but also for the educational institutions, community, and the society overall. Number one, they develop new taste, new style of eating, new eating habits, which were totally different from the household and the home. And they started, feeling disliking towards what the parents used to teach them. Second, it is in detail, but I'm just putting few points briefly. Second, new circles, new community, society or friends that last for around 10 to 15 years of life, creating a permanent impact on them. We found that those people, they even in future, they go and marry, they invite those hostile friends, and they sometimes ignore their parents even. We found that based on that. Third, decrease in the value of family and old friends, especially parents. Fourth, exposing with some negative habits as well, which damage their careers as well as maybe as a healthy person. Fifth, getting exposed to dual personalities, dual personalities, and developing even 2 or 3 personality faces in front of the parents, in front of the teachers, in front of the friends, in front of the hostel fellows. So these type of personalities, they develop. Sixth one, feeling maybe inferiority complex or sometimes superiority complex. Seventh, more motivated or more demotivated. Second last, we found that they start distancing themselves from the cultural values and traditions. And they start questioning those values, traditions, and the cultures which have been taught or they have been groomed upon. And the last one, establishing their own identity if they become successful, or even losing altogether their identity in a bigger community. So the findings can also be used by the hostel managers, university management, and even the guardians of the teenagers like parents or the university management. Here, the study recommends that hostel life needs to be aligned with the university education system, specifically undergrad students who are living in the university hostels. Like some school systems, our Turkish brothers do. Our Turkish brothers and sisters, they do in Turkey. They manage the school system and align the hostel system with the school. I've been experiencing that when I was Turkey 2 to 3 times. So I have a lot of friends there. So they're doing great. I appreciate them because maximum of the time these students, they spend in hostels, not in classes. So generation of the future is in our hand. If we impart knowledge and talk about everything, discuss everything, share knowledge, but if we are not taking care of this generation, this knowledge would be futile and useless. And last point, I recommend that future studies can be carried out on those students who are involved in their graduate or postgraduate studies, and a comparative analysis may show a much better and dynamic, results specifically related to ethical behaviors of the people, of the students who live in hostel. I thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm here to explain or answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Professor Dr. Muhammad Ziaur Rahman for this wonderful speech about the hostel pros and cons of the hostel life. If there is any questions or doubts from anybody, he is welcome to address it. I have one question or query, I can say, that don't you think the last pandemic has a huge impact over this hostel life and the greater philosophies associated with it, or the greater intelligence of the undergrad students? Because previously we are used to hostel life, but suddenly a day we find that this hostel life is coming to an end and we need to study from our home in online medium. So isn't this
yes, Assistant Professor Souvik, I really appreciate your point, and that's very important. I tell you, we observed this and we found that Some of the hostels who were situated in metropolis or metropolitan cities like Islamabad, Peshawar, Quetta, Karachi, Lahore, you know what did they do? They kept the people in the hostel during COVID-19. They said that you are quarantined inside the hostel, and they found it much more close association as compared to their parents. Yes, later on they were released after quarantine. They stayed at home. And one more aspect, which I wish that we could further conduct research on that, when they went back to home or their parents, they started having a concept of languishing. They started feeling that they missed something out in their life. So that COVID-19 has really created an impact on that. But again, this created online social platforms, but actually it distant themselves from actual social life. So yes, you're right, it happened.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Ziaur Rahman.
Thank you.
From Malaysia, to enrich us with a platform.
Thank you very much.
So we'll move to the next speaker, the last speaker of this session. That is Associate Professor Murteza Hasanglu of the Azerbaijan State Administration Academy, Republic of Azerbaijan. Is he present here? Dr. Murteza Hasanglu?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. You are present. Pardon my pronunciation. I think I have pronounced your name correctly or not. Yeah.
Müsaadenizle ben Türkçe konuşacağım.
Hocam ben size Türkçe'de anons edeyim müsaadenizle. Dr. Souvik Dasgupta, I want to present Murteza Hasanoğlu in Turkish too. As you know, the language of the Congress were Turkish and English. All presentations so far have been in English. Our last presentation will be in the Turkish. Then we will move on to the normal sessions. Murteza Hasanoğlu is country coordinator for Azerbaijan for the CEO Congress from beginning of the the Congress. Murteza Hasanoğlu, şimdiye kadarki tüm gerçekleşen konuşmalarımız İngilizce gerçekleşti. Kongremizin dili Türkçe ve İngilizce. Açılış konuşması, keynote konuşmaları ve misafir hocalarımızın, guest speaker hocalarımızın konuşmaları gerçekleşti. Bir tane güzel Türkçemizle, dilimizde konuşma yapmadan geçmemiz doğru olmazdı. O yüzden kongrenin başlangıcından bugüne kadar elini üzerimizden, kongremizin üzerinden eksik etmeyen, her zaman destekleyen Azerbaycan kardeş vatanımız, Azerbaycan ülke koordinatörü Murteza Hasanoğlu hocamıza sözü veriyorum. Buyurun hocam.
Çok teşekkür ederim Kerim hocam. Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Değerli arkadaşlar, uluslararası kuruluşların değerli temsilcileri, akademi ve düşünce dünyasının kıymetli mensupları, sevgili gençler, hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, sizleri en kalbi duygularımla, hürmetle, muhabbetle selamlıyorum. Özellikle bu kongremiz, CEO Kongres'in 5. buluşmasında emeği olan Kerim Karadal hocamıza, kardeşimize çok teşekkür ediyorum. Bana da bu Türkçe sunuşu ortamı yarattığı için ayrıca teşekkür ediyorum ve dediğiniz gibi Kerim hocam, güzel Türkçe, dünyanın en güzel dillerinden biri olan Türkçe'de konuşmaktan gurur ve memnuniyet duyuyorum. Öncelikle bu CEO Kongre'nin 5. buluşmasında yine sizlerle bir araya gelmekten büyük bir memnuniyet duyuyorum. Burada biz bölgemizin ve dünyanın meselelerini konuşmak, tartışmak ve bunlara çözüm yolları üretmek için buradayız. Çünkü geçmişte de bu kongre bunları yaptı. Diplomasi de insanlığın toplu halde yaşamaya başladığı tarihlerden beri var olan, kullanılan, üzerinde kafa yorulan bir alandır. Daha yakın bir tarihte bunun tanımıyla savaş ve barış güçleri arasında dengeyi oluşturan diplomasi, uluslararası ilişkiler, önleyicilik vasfıyla önemini sürekli artırmıştır. Bugün politika aktörleri kadar diplomasinin de icra edildiği dünyadaki platformlarda değişiyor, çeşitleniyor. Artık siyasetçiler ve diplomatlarla birlikte aynı zamanda sivil toplum kuruluşları, iş dünyası, medya ve üniversiteler arasındaki temaslar da dış politikayı şekillendiriyor. Giderek dünyada daha fazla gündemde olan dijital platformlar, dijital diplomasi yine bu dönemin en hızlı kazanımlarından biridir. İletişim teknolojileri, internet, sosyal medya ve artan küreselleşme ile birlikte diplomasinin de dünyada alanı da şüphesiz gelişmiştir ve genişlemiştir. Bugün diplomasi deyince sadece devlet ve hükümet yetkilileri arasında kapalı kapılar ardından yapılan görüşmelerden artık bahsetmiyoruz. Bu kavramla aynı zamanda kamu diplomasisinden, kültür diplomasisine, turizm diplomasisinden, ticaret diplomasisine kadar çok geniş bir yelpazede yürütülen çalışmaları da biz kastediyoruz. Tüm dünyayı etkileyen pandemi krizi de, iklim değişikliği de ve dünya kaynaklarının da hızla tükenmesi, yaşadığımız gezegenimizin ekolojik sınırları konusunda da insanlığı bir yol ayrımına doğru götürmekte olup, mevcut ekonomik sistemin, modern toplumun ihtiyaçlarını daha fazla karşılamayacağı da açıktır. Biz yaşadığımız küresel pandemi sürecinde de artık Ukrayna-Rusya savaşı sürecinde de artık dünyada doğusal ekonomiden de döngüsel ekonomiye doğru bir geçmenin seçenek değil, artık bir zorunluluk olduğunu daha iyi anlaşılıyor. Artık yeşil ekonomi, dijital devrim gibi kavramlarla bu kavramların öncülüğünde iş ve sürdürülebilir kalkınma modeli de çok hızlı bir şekilde değişmektedir. Aynı zamanda küresel yeni standartlar demek olur ki bu dönüşüm rekabet endekslerini de kökten değiştirme potansiyeline maliktir. Dünya nüfusunun giderek artması çevreyi de doğrudan etkiliyor. Buna bağlı olarak büyük ölçekli sanayi tesislerinin inşa edilmesi, ürünlerini üretirken az maliyetli üretim planlaması, zaman içerisinde insanın çevresini pervasızca tüketmesi ve tahrip etmesi dünyada yaşamı tehdit eder hale getirmektedir. Günümüzde yaşam formu doğrusal ekonomi üzerinden ilerlemektedir. Kaynaklar çıkarılır, üretilir, ürünler üretilir. Ürünleri atık olarak atılana kadar kullanılır. Üretilen ve satılan ürünlerin miktarını maksime ederek değer oluşturur. Kısacası doğrusal ekonomi kaynak çıkartma, üretim, tüketim ve artık bertaraf planına göre çalışır. Dünyanın son 3 yıldır salgınla başlayan, ardından da sıcak çatışmalar ve bölgesel gerilimlerle dolu, çetrefilleşen sancılı bir süreçten geçtiğini görüyoruz. Son yılların en yüksek rakamlarına ulaşan enerji, gıda ve ham madde fiyatlarıyla ve buna bağlı olarak ortaya çıkan enflasyon sorununda hiçbir ayrım gözetmeden tüm ekonomileri zorladığını görüyoruz. Modern çağın gereklerinden biri olan da inovasyon olgusu da özellikle son 10 yıldır birçok alanda etkisini göstermektedir. Küreselleşme ile birlikte birçok alanda etkisini gösteren yenilik, değişim veya değişim düşüncesi, yani inovasyon çağımızın en trend uygulamalarından biri haline gelmiştir. İktisat biliminin tanımında da söylendiği gibi sınırlı kaynaklarla sınırsız insan ihtiyaçlarını karşılayabilme düşüncesi ve kapitalist ekonominin de meydana getirdiği yüksek karlı kazanç edinme fikirlerinin birleşmesi sonucu bireylerin taleplerine mümkün olduğunca etkili, kaliteli, etkin seçeneklerle cevap verebilme arzusu sonucu inovatif hareketler hız kazanmaktadır. Bilginin bu denli önemli olduğu günümüzde teknolojinin de gelişmesiyle yeni ürünler piyasaya sürülmekte ve müşterilerin de beklentilerin de artmasına sebebiyet vermektedir. 21. yüzyıl ve 20. yüzyıl iki büyük dünya savaşı görmüştür. Bunun için de tek kutuplu dünyadan artık çok kutuplu dünyaya doğru hızla gidiyoruz. Sovyetler Birliği'nin 1980'lerin sonunda çöküşüyle birlikte dünya bir yeni düzene veya düzensizliğe girmiş olmuştadır. 20. yüzyılın son önemli tarihinin ve 20. yüzyılın son önemli günleri önemli dönüşümlerle de tanıklık etmiştir. 1945 sonrası oluşan dünya dengesi soğuk savaş dönemi adlandırılmaktaydı. Artık dünyada uluslararası ekonomide, uluslararası politikada büyük bir dönüşüm, transformasyon geçirmektedir. Bu transformasyada yeni dünya düzeni artık jeopolitik düzen değil, jeoteknolojiye doğru ilerlemektedir. Bunun için de devlet idareciliğinde de devletin rolü da sadece bizim ülkemizde değil, bütün dünyada devletin rolü tartışmaktadır. Bu tartışma konusu da kamu otoritesinin en azından 5 sorumluluk alanda etkin görev görmesi gereğini ortaya koyuyor. Yani devlet bugün şu şekilde olmalı. Hukukun üstünlüğünün geçerli kılınması, piyasa ekonomisinin herhangi bir oyuncuya çıkar sağlayıcı şekilde bozulmasına neden olabilecek müdahalelerden kaçınılması ve ülkelerde makroekonomik istikrarın korunması, temel altyapı ve eğitim, sağlık ve sosyal güvenlik programlarına yatırım yapılmasının sağlanması, toplumun da aynı zamanda çocuklar, yaşlılar, özürler gibi zayıf kesimlerin de yaşamsal haklarının korunması, çevre gibi konularda gelecek nesillerin de inkülüzif inkişaf, gelişim, çevre gibi konularda da gelecek nesillerin de haklarının korunması, insanların bir toplum olarak yaşamlarını bir arada sürdürebilmeleri ve refah düzeylerini geliştirecek fırsatlara sahip olabilmeleri için etkin bir Covid sonrası biz bunu anladık, kamu otoritesine gerek var. Dünyamızın çeşitli ülkelerine baktığımızda her ne kadar küçülmesi gündemdeyse kamu sektörünün ekonominin en az %30'unu oluşturmakta olduğunu görüyoruz. Geri kalanın üzerinde de düzenleyici rolü nedeniyle devletin önemli etkisi vardır. Böylesine belirleyici bir rolü olan bir yapının verimli, etkili işleyişi toplum yaşamı açısından büyük önem taşıyor. Dolayısıyla hedef minimal değil, minimal devlet değil, etkin bir devlet kurmaktır. Yani kamu yönetiminde bu anlamda reforma ihtiyacı vardı, ıslahatlara ihtiyacı vardı. Kamunun etkinliğini artırmak için devletin düzenleme ve denetleme faaliyetlerinde katılımcı bir anlayış benimsemesi, hizmet sunduğu alanlarda da, sahalarda da rekabetçi piyasa yapısından faydalanması ve önceliklerinin tespitinde vatandaşın, müşterinin sesini dinleyici mekanizmalar oluşturulması mutlak gerekiyor. Öncelikle sistemimiz sonuç üretmek üzere değil, kontrol etmek üzerine kurulmuştur. Oysa toplam kalite anlayışına göre kalitenin de kontrol edilmesi gerektiren sistemin kendisi hatalıdır. Şu reformlar yapılmalıdır. Yönetim kendi içinde ve topluma karşı saydam olmalıdır. Kendisine emanet edilen yetki ve kaynakların nasıl kullanıldığının hesabını verebilmeli. Politikaların kamu yararını da gözetecek şekilde oluşturulması sağlanmalı. Aynı zamanda kamu kaynakları mali disiplinini bozmayacak şekilde de verimli kullanılmalı. Verimliliği ve şeffaflığı artıran toplam kalite yönetimi felsefesi ve
Excuse me, Professor Murtaza, it is better if you can conclude and wrap up because we had to start a new session. Okay, so 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ben o zaman burada önemli olan da günümüzde dediğim gibi bilgi üretmek, teknoloji, inovasyon, dijitalleşme, yapay zeka, girişimcilik, 21. yüzyıl yetkinlikleri, sürdürülebilirlik gündemdeki konularımız olmalı. Sosyal sorumluluk gündemdeki konularımız olmalıdır. Kısa vadeli planlamalar, basit ve anlaşılır modeller, hızlı çözümler, zaman baskısı, akıllı sistemlerle duyulan ihtiyaç, disiplinler arası yaklaşım olmalıdır. Bildiğimiz gibi Dünya Ekonomi Forumu'na göre 2022 sonrası küresel olarak 133 milyon yeni iş fırsatı doğacak. Düşük teknolojili işler ortadan kalktığında 75 milyon da iş kaybı yaşanacak. Önümüzdeki 10 yılda da bugün olmayan %70 yeni iş çıkacak. Bunun için de yeni nesil üniversiteler ortaya çıktı. Bildiğiniz gibi birinci nesil üniversiteler 19. yüzyıldaydı. Bunlara eğitim, Bologna, Oxford'un örnek vermek olan 20. yüzyıl araştırma geliştirme üniversitesi makaleler oldu buna Harvard'ın. 21. yüzyıl üniversiteleri ise girişimcilik ve inovasyon merkezli. Yani faydalı model, patent, buna da örnek MIT'ni vermek olar. Yani tarihte ilk kez global politika ve çok kutuplu, çok medeniyetli oldu. Medeniyetler arasında güç dengesi değişmektedir. Sağımızda da milletleri ancak bilim, teknoloji güçlendirsin. Yer kürede yeni bir küresel değerler ağı oluşuyor. Yani bunun için de artık sistem ne kadar mükemmel olursa olsun her şeyden önce sistemin başarısını da belirleyecek dünyada temel faktör insandır. Onun için de insanı dikkate alalım. İnsanı dikkate almayan hiçbir sistem başarılı olamaz. İnsanı motive etmeyen hiçbir model hedeflerine ulaşamaz. Bunun için de en değerli varlık olan insandır. İnsana yatırım yapmak lazımdır. Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Professor Murtaza for concluding within the time limit. Now I will hand over to Dr. Karim Karadal because he is the last speaker. And I am very grateful to give me this platform. I'm associated right now with the IIT Guwahati and Presidency University as well as Netaji Subhash Open University. And by virtue, I will say that this is one of the greatest platforms that I've been associated and I've been greatly honored. Special thanks to Karim, and over to you, Mr. Karadal, so that we can start the next session as soon as possible.
Thank you very much for all speakers, and also thank you very much, Dr. Savik Dasgupta, who is our India country coordinator. He is also with us from the beginning of the CEO Congress, from the first CEO Congress. Thank you very much, Savik Dasgupta.
Thank you very much, and namaste to all of the participants here.
We will go through the next session, but before it, I want to share a video because we have time, 5 minutes.
Hi. Hello.
Hi.
My name is Anastasia Pradita. I'm Cynthia Rusli.
I'm Doni Arsa.
Case studies creates the learning experience as the real-life experience. The case study that we are using in the class are very much relevant and develop a better understanding of the dynamics of business. We constantly feel that we are the decision maker.
Now, every time I face the problem,
I always reminded by the case study that I studied in a class, and it has developed me in making fast and sharp decisions.
My campus evening
Consider is very fast in adapting to these changes. The hybrid methods is the mix of online and offline learning experience, as it provides flexibility and yet still delivers the high quality of learning.
Yes, that's true.
My learning journey at IBMI helps me to be fast,
sharp,
relevant.
Here we are, a place for you to learn, find solutions, and develop knowledge and skills in business and management. We provide you with the methodology of case study prevalent in the academic and business world. So if you want to be fast, sharp, and relevant in business management, believe in yourself, believe in us, because now is your time.
Yulita, dear Yulita, Dr. Yulita, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. You are the moderator of the new session. Session 1 is the first session of normal presentations. You have 7 presentations in your session. I am giving you the session.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Karim. Yes, I'm Yulita Susanti. I'm from IPMI International School, Jakarta. So today, from 12:30 to 14:00 some, I will be the moderator for this session. So we'll have 7 presenters for this session 1. And then for each presenter, we'll give 15 minutes, including question and answer. So, but well, it's better that you have 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A. I will give you the reminder, yes, like after 10 minutes of presentation. So after that, you need to stop, and then we follow by the question and answer. If you finish in 15 minutes, it means there is no question and answer. Okay, we have the first presenter for session 1. So the presenter is Desiree Magdalena Roring, and then the second author is Associate Professor Dr. Leonard Ong and Jesus Jaime. The title of the presentation is The Effect of Resources to Digital Culture through Digital Leadership as a Mediator. So Desiree, are you here, right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Yes. Are you ready for the presentation? So
Yes.
yeah, I'm setting my time as a timekeeper. So make sure everyone
Okay, ma'am.
take the 15
sure.
minutes. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so let me share my screen first. So good afternoon, everyone from Jakarta. It is an honor for me to be here. It is an honor for me to be part of this 5th CEO Congress with any incredible participants, of course. And greetings to the wonderful moderator. So I am Desiree Roring here with the Associate Professor Leonard Ong and Sir Hasnolso Jaime from Sekolah Tinggi Manajemen IPMI, Jakarta, Indonesia, will present about the article that with the title of The Effect of Resources to Digital Culture Through Digital Leadership as a Mediator. Sorry. Okay. So for this presentation, I will cover about the introduction, literature review that will include the variables that I'm talking in this article, theoretical framework and hypothesis development, methodology, the findings, and conclusion. So basically, environmental demands after the digital transformation require people to be able to adapt and utilize the technology, included the organization that involve lots of people, for example, the university or higher education institution. So this demand might influence by the development of IT. Therefore, for higher education institution itself, the challenge will come from how to combine the industrial world with the world of education in order to create a super smart society. And however, it is hampered by some infrastructure, resources, access to information, personal characteristic, policies, and also the culture itself. And when it comes to the university in implementing the e-learning itself, and this might become the problem from this article as well. Therefore, by this phenomenon, this article aimed to analyze the effect of the resources to digital leadership, to analyze the positive effect of digital leadership to digital culture, to analyze the positive effect of resources to digital culture, and to investigate the positive digital leadership mediates the effect of resources to digital culture, and all are from the 5 big universities in Java Island. So basically, this research is adopted by the previous research done by Professor Suhono regarding Smart Campus. However, this research will focus only to the resources, digital leadership, and digital culture. There are actually several definitions of these variables. However, for the resources itself, I quoted from the Boone and Kalsofen. They stated that resources means object, character, and conditions or energy that are valued by the individual. For example, social, personal, or energetic resources. Meanwhile, for the digital leadership by Larjo Fori means that the ability of leaders to create a clear and meaningful vision for the digitization process and the capability to execute strategies to actualize it. Meanwhile, according to Arpatrap, I quoted from him, he stated that digital culture is a sum of all cultural objects that exist on a digital platform, whether they have been created digitally or digitalized. Therefore, by this definition, the theoretical framework is as what you guys see in the screen, as what it shows in the screen. And the hypothesis will be first, resources has positive effect to digital leadership. Digital leadership has positive effect to digital culture. Resources has positive effect to digital culture. And fourth, digital leadership mediates the positive effect of resources to digital culture. Next, for the methodology itself, basically, this is a quantitative research that use survey for gathering data. Then the source of data for primary data will be through questionnaire, while secondary data will be based on the articles, journals, news documents from the previous one. And due to the huge size of population, which is 4,555 lecturers and leaders that come from the lecturers and leaders in from Institut Pertanian Bogor, Diponegoro University, Gadjah Mada University, Pajajaran University, and Telkom University. Maybe some of you has familiar with these universities. Yet the author has some limits, of course, so the sampling technique will be through probability simple random sampling. And for the amount of sample, this research used the method 10 times rule by Hare et al. And it shows that the sample will be at least 90 respondents. And this research will use both PLSM and SPSS for the evaluation in order to complete the needs of the data for this research. And of course, the result for this article is reliable and valid after doing a pilot test for the 30 respondents from the population. In this screen, there is a result. Basically, the respondents come from 5 big universities in Java Island, with each university has different amount of respondents due to the limitation from the author. With the high amount of respondents come from the male, and mostly the respondents is lecturers with 64 in total, followed by head of study program, dean, and directors. So in this screen, there is a results of the construct reliability and validity, that the result of this data process for the convergent validity, most of the results of each items are all accepted and met their requirement. And for the Cronbach alpha here and the composite reliability here shows that the reliability of this research is also acceptable. Therefore, for the first hypothesis, due to the result is fulfill the requirement from the standard of the t-value and p-value, also the PET coefficient. Therefore, for the first hypothesis, it is accepted. So the resources has a positive, significant, and medium effect to digital leadership. Sorry. And for the second hypothesis, digital leadership has a positive, significant, and medium effect to digital culture. It's because the t-value, p-value, and the PET coefficient also fulfill the requirement, the standard. For the third hypothesis, resources has a positive, significant, and strong medium effect to digital culture. And lastly, for the fourth hypothesis, digital leadership digital leadership has a positive, significant yet weak effect to the effect of resources to digital culture. Therefore, in conclusion, by having a stable financial and strong policy towards the digitalization within the university, it impacts to the existence of a good digital. And also by having a leaders who have a digital mindset, have a vision and digitalization, able to create a collaboration within or outside the university and be flexible, it impacts to the existence of digital culture within the employees or members in the universities. And the awareness of the university towards the importance of the availability resources give impact to the transformation of digital culture within the university. And of course, by having a good digital leadership, it impacted to the effect of resources toward digital culture. So based on the analysis and the findings that I get from this research, the recommendation will be first, leaders in higher education institution should put attention to the financial condition or stability within the university. And the higher education institution should strengthen their policy for digitalization and make it as a part of their clear strategic business in order to be superior or better than other universities. Third, do a collaboration across divisions, units, faculties, or external parties in solving problems. Yet this collaboration has to involve the employee or members in the universities equally. And lastly, leaders have to prepare all the members in the universities, for example, the lecturers, head of faculties, directors, and dean in facing the digital transformation within the institution. Therefore, that is all from me. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Desiree Roaring. A very good presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
You still have like 4 minutes for the question and answer. Any question from the floor? Anyone? Just raise your hand or make a raising hand mark. Okay. Let me see, maybe I can see for the next, okay. I did not see any question here. Okay, one more time. Okay, any other question? Okay, no. Okay, thank you so much, Desiree. Then give a big applause
so
to
much,
Desiree
ma'am.
Roaring. Okay, big applause.
so much, ma'am.
Yay. Okay. All right. Okay, thank you so much. So next, we have the presenter called Yoon Jo Lee and Dr. Insinyur Amelia Naim Indrajaya from IPMI International Business School, Indonesia. And the title of the presentation is The Impact of COVID-19 Pandemic on the Competitiveness of Footwear Industry between Indonesia and Vietnam, and how to improve Indonesia's competitiveness in footwear industry for export with human capital management strategy and innovation. So Mr. Yoon Jo Lee, time is yours. Yeah, I'll give you 15 minutes for presentation and Q&A. Yeah, all together. All right, so now I'm keeping the time for 15 minutes as well. Okay, no, please set up your presentation. Okay, Dia, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Nice to meet you. I'm Hyun Jo Lee. English name is Joseph from IPMI Business Graduate School in Jakarta. I'm very pleased to present to all of you. And actually, I'm a little nervous, but I try to enjoy. This is not a competition. This is a time for learning. Thank you. The title is the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the competitiveness of footwear industry. and between Indonesia and Vietnam. My
Slideshow, please, Joseph.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah. Can you click slideshow?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
too
sorry,
small.
sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Right. Okay. Good.
Okay, thank you. My present consists of abstract, introduction, literary review, research question, framework, hypothesis, methodology, and conclusion. Here is my abstract. I would like highlight the
So sorry,
object.
Lee, again, Jude, again, can you make it full screen because we cannot see that? Yeah, full screen, yes, again, all right. Okay, go ahead, yes, that's it.
Okay, thank you. I would like to highlight the object of the research is to find what kind of effort Indonesia should make to further enhance the competitiveness of the footwear manufacturing and exporting in the scope of human capital management. The keyword is my abstract is sustainable competitive advantage, human capital management, footwear industry, and COVID-19. I'm going to explain about introduction. Do you like footwear Nike, Adidas, or New Balance? All of those brands are sourcing their product in the way of global outsourcing from China, Vietnam, Indonesia, and other countries. You may know that China is #1 and Vietnam is #2 as global supply chain of footwear. Indonesia is struggling to overcome the big difference between China, Vietnam, and Indonesia. But in 2021, last year, export of footwear from Indonesia grew up 28% compared with the previous year. It was a big surprise because Indonesia has been regarded as less competitive countries as global supply chain. This is done even in the middle of COVID-19 pandemic. What happened last year? Vietnam had a big COVID-19 infection wave, and Vietnam government imposed strict measures that resulted in disrupting production and export in industries. And also there was bad relation between China and US, as you know, because of US-China trade war. It made a lot of factories move to Southeast Asia to avoid high tariff. In Indonesia, fortunately, government took action against COVID-19 well and released the government instruction which can let industry operate their factories even partially and export product. So a lot of footwear orders moved to Indonesia from Vietnam and China. If the political situation become normal in Vietnam and COVID-19 pandemic is finished, what is going to happen in footwear industry in Indonesia? Can Indonesia keep the export growth continuously? Considering that Vietnam is a member of TPP, Trans-Pacific, the economic agreement, worldwide brand like Nike, Adidas, and New Balance may be likely to orders to Vietnam, or keep increased orders in Indonesia in order that they have a sustainable and strong global supply chain. Political and global economy situation is not easy to expect or anticipate. If the political and economic conditions is the same to Indonesia and other countries, what is important in creating sustainable competitive advantage in footwear industry? At this point, I would like to focus on human capital development and management. Through the literature review, I'm digging into comparison of competitive between Indonesia and other countries as global supply chain and human capital development role in SCA. I will review human capital development practice also. Here is my research questions, 5 questions. How is the effect of human capital development to performance in footwear industry? How is the effect technical training to increase performance in footwear industry? How is the effect of behavior training to increase performance in footwear industry? How is the effect competency training to increase performance in footwear industry? How is the effect of human capital development to a sustainable competitiveness? And here I have 5 research hypotheses. The one, human capital development has a significant effect to performance. Technical training has significant effect to performance also. Behavior training has a significant effect to performance. Competency training has a significant effect to increase performance. Human capital development has also a significant effect in creating sustainable competitiveness. I would like to explain my methodology. Sure, I will use literature review, and questionnaire will be conducted in order to prove that 5 hypotheses are right. I'm going to spread questionnaires to several sports shoe manufacturers producing global brands like Nike and Adidas in Indonesia. I'm developing structural equation modeling, and I will use smart PLS to analyze the collected data from questionnaires. Finally, I will finish with the conclusion and suggestion. This is estimate conclusion. If the hypothesis could be proved to be correct, my estimate conclusion is just like this. Footwear industry in Indonesia is facing some challenges in the dynamic and complex competitive business environment. To keep the internal competitiveness and to improve it, human resource development is crucial in footwear industry as a labor-intensive industry. Competitive advantages through HR development related with behavioral, technical, and competency training has a significant effect to the performance in footwear industry, especially for the production efficiency. Okay, that's all. I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Joseph Lee, for the presentation. We still have 5 minutes, for question. Anyone would raise the question? The topic is very interesting, about the competitiveness of the manufacturing of the footwear industry between Indonesia, China, and Vietnam. Okay. All right. If there's no question, I would like to raise one question. Okay. So, Joseph, you mentioned about the HR side, right? To the performance of the footwear industry. How about other factor that also influence, right, the footwear industry in Indonesia? For example, is the wage rate. Yeah, the wage rate. Which does the labor union in Indonesia is quite aggressive for that. Quite aggressive, asking for the increasing of the wage rate. So what do you think that factor could also affect the footwear industry in Indonesia, manufacturing industry? So what do you think about that? Yes.
When it comes to labor union, that point is a strong weakness in footwear industry in Indonesia.
Yeah.
If compared with the Vietnam, because the Vietnam, there is a communist party, so activities from labor union is illegal, it's impossible. So Vietnam have the sustainable strength in that point. But if you ask me about the chance for Indonesia move to the next stage as a global supply chain of footwear industry, my answer is positive, because the Vietnam is attractive production basis countries, but the several countries, I mean Nike and Adidas doing supply chain management. So they learned that through this time, the COVID-19 Vietnam situation. So they want to several supply chain for the safe and the sustainable supply chain management. So I think the situation is positive for the future of the footwear industry in Indonesia. Okay, my answer is done.
Thank you so much. Very clear to me. We'll have 2 more minutes, if there's any.
Yeah.
No? All right. If there is no question, we'll continue for the next one.
Thank you.
For the first, yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much,
Joseph.
everybody. Enjoy.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the very great presentation, and we give big applause. Thank you. Okay. Well, for the presenter number 3, the next one, the title is the mediating role of digital readiness on the effect of behavioral intention to use an actual system. You said an evidence at PTXYZ's toll road maintenance project. This presentation will be presented by Diah Indra Arianti, and the co-author are Yulita Fairina Susanti, Firdaus Basbet, and Dr. Rinaldi Firmansyah. Diah, are you ready for the presentation?
Yes, Bu Yulita, I'm ready.
Okay. All right. So we'll give you 15 minutes, yeah, including Q&A. Okay? Okay, screen and time is yours.
Ibu Yulita, can you see my presentation? Yes. Okay. Thank you, Ibu Yulita Susanti and Mr. Karim Karada. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor for me to present in this 5th CEO Congress. And let me start the presentation. The title of the research is The Mediating Role of Digital Readiness and the Effect of Behavioral Intention to Use on Actual System Usage, an evidence at PTXYZ's toll road maintenance project. I specialize in data method in the use of construction IT in toll road at PTXYZ, a state-owned subsidiary engaged in toll road maintenance construction in Indonesia. The agenda first is introduction, and then literature review consists of technology acceptance model, and then digital readiness, and then methodology, finding and discussion, and conclusion and recommendation. PT XYZ as a service provider that specializes in toll road maintenance will be affected by the increasing length of toll road in Indonesia. The use of information technology will increase productivity in carrying out maintenance work. However, the company has not implemented information technology optimally, even though many software related to the construction industry have been released. The implementation of construction IT also considers the readiness of its employees, which is still dominated by senior employees who tend to take longer to learn construction IT. As on in the graph, in 2023, the target of toll road length is about 650 kilometers, and by 2024 it will increase by 1,100 kilometers in Indonesia. This means every year the length of toll road that need to be maintained is increased in length along with the completion of national strategic project. With this condition, in the revenue of PT XYZ will increase too, and PT XYZ has bigger market opportunity. This can be seen from the graph of the company's revenue until 2022 that continues to increase significantly. However, this company, including its vendor, has not used construction IT optimally. This can be seen from the length of the processing of project-related documents. This is due to the large number of company employees, especially senior, that still hasn't mastered the use of IT properly. For the literature review, this chapter will explore underpinning theories and previous research which are related to the objective of this study. This will include review of relevant research and literature on technology acceptance model. Technology acceptance model is an information system theory that models how users come to accept and use a technology. The actual system used in the endpoint where people use the technology. Time used to main variables, perceived ease of use and perceived of usefulness, determine one's behavioral intention to use, and that the effect of contextual factor on technology usage behavior is mediated by the two perception construct. Park and Park define the most important aspect of information system study and execution is IT acceptance and actual usage. Although companies have made significant investment in the progressive growth of hardware, software, and IT, a productivity paradox is occurring because of the limited understanding of IT usage, which requires urgent improvement. Digital readiness is defined as inclination and willingness to switch to and adopt digital technology and the readiness to create innovative opportunities by using this technology in order to bring an individual, organization, industry, and country to achieve their goal faster and with good result. The digital media readiness framework organizes relevant indicators into three main categories. First is environmental, consists of legal, business, education, and culture. Second is capacity, consists of infrastructure, accessibility, affordability, and skill. And then usage is government and private sector. World Economic Forum separates attitude and action into different dimensions. Attitude is classified in culture dimension, while the action is classified in skill dimension. This concept can also be discovered in the time. Perceived usefulness in time can be seen as perception of technology as an independent object, while perceived ease of use can be seen as an object that interact and integrate within one's work system. Ugi and Sekaran define a research design is a blueprint or plan for the collection, measurement, and analysis of data created to answer your research empirical question. The flowchart of this research methodology starts with introduction and the research design, type and source of data, and then data collection method, population and sample, measurement of variable, development of questionnaire, reliability and validity of questionnaire, and then data analysis technique. The philosophy is positivism because it uses literature review and use data, and the researcher will use deductive method from technology acceptance model theory and hypothesis testing, and the research is quantitative research, it will use survey to get quantitative data. And then using cross-sectional methods in the data collected will be start in early August and finish in end of August 2022. The data analysis consists of the descriptive analysis, represent the general view of survey response by showing the main measure of variables such as mean, standard deviation, variance, kurtosis, and skewness, and then verificative analysis using PLSM, partial least-square structural equation model. It is method for building a predictive model when the factors are many and highly correlated. This gives a value of R square and indicates the significance of the relationship between constructs. And for the hypothesis testing, will be tested by assessing a significant level of t-value and p-value. To test hypothesis 1 until 7, the path coefficient significance will be assessed by bootstrapping computation of PLSM. The bootstrapping sample decided to be 5,000. The one-tailed t-test will be used with significant level of t-value 1.65 and p-value 0.05. This is the research framework and hypothesis. Hypothesis 1, perceived usefulness has a positive effect on behavioral intention to use. Hypothesis 2, perceived ease of use has positive effect on behavioral intention to use. Hypothesis 3, perceived ease of use has positive effect on perceived usefulness. And hypothesis 4, behavioral intention to use has positive effect on actual system usage. Hypothesis 5, behavioral intention to use has positive effect on digital readiness. Hypothesis 6, digital readiness has positive effect on actual system usage. And hypothesis 7, digital readiness will have positive effect as mediating variable between behavioral intention to use and actual system usage. This is the conceptual model, the structural model, inner model, and the measurement model or outer model. The finding and discussion consists of data treatment, descriptive and differential statistic result, evaluating on its measurement and structural model, result of the hypothesis testing. The flow diagram for data analysis start with validity and reliability test of questionnaire. If the data valid and reliable, then I continue to collect the data, then doing data screening, analyze the respondent profile, and then descriptive statistic, and then model evaluation, hypothesis testing, and survey. This is the measurement model evaluation result. It can be seen that all outer value is more than 0.7, so the data is valid. And then the R square for perceived usefulness 0.2, behavioral intention to use 0.559, and then for digital readiness 0.161. The actual system usage is 0.568. This is the result for the relationship between perceived usefulness to behavioral intention to use. The result, hypothesis 1 supported. It means that perceived usefulness has significant effect on behavioral intention to use. And for the second hypothesis, supported, perceived ease of use usefulness has a significant effect on behavioral intention to use. And then hypothesis 3, perceived ease of use has significant effect on perceived usefulness. And for hypothesis 4 supported, behavioral intention to use has a moderate effect on actual system usage. And for hypothesis 5 supported, behavioral intention to use has moderate effect on digital readiness. For hypothesis 6, digital readiness has significant effect on actual system usage. And for hypothesis 7, the indirect relationship between behavioral intention to use to digital readiness to actual system usage is not as high as the direct relationship between behavioral intention to use to actual system usage. It can be seen from the path coefficient. The digital readiness direct to actual system usage is higher than indirect relationship. this is the important performance map analysis. The two variables have high importance but lower performance. That is digital readiness and perceived ease of use. To improve actual system usage, and the manager of the company needs to improve digital readiness significantly, because it has a significant total effect, but the performance is still under expectation. For example, by providing the necessary application facilities, such as project management information system for the road maintenance project, providing sufficient training so that employees can master the use of application and establish application usage regulation standard company procedure. The conclusion and recommendation. First, the result negate all the 7 hypotheses accepted, and the indirect relationship between behavioral intention to use the digital readiness to our system usage is not as high as the direct relationship between behavioral intention to use to actual system usage. So it can be concluded that the role of digital readiness is a partial mediating variable. The important performance map analysis revealed the indicator DR1, DR2, and DR3 have the great cumulative effect. Therefore, managers should prioritize the digital readiness factor in order to increase the indicator's cumulative effect on actual application usage. Entry in the sample may be more representative if it includes other contractor company in Indonesia to produce a more generalizable result. That's all from me. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, Bu Yulita.
Okay, thank you so much, Dia. It's very good presentation regarding the theory of technology acceptance model. Yes, then you plot that one for the toll road, yeah, in Indonesia. So, any question? Dia still have like 2 minutes. Okay, I did not see any hand raised here. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Any question? All right. Okay. First, give the big applause to Dia. Well, okay, Dia. Very good presentation. Big applause to you. Okay, good. Well, I have okay, most welcome. So I have to make an announcement. So because next we'll go to the presenter number 4, but since presenter number 5 and 6 will not join us for this session 1, will join later. So after the presenter number 4 will be directly, yeah, sequence to presenter number 7, yeah, which is Della Aprilia. Okay, next presenter will be Mr. Zohaib Ahmed, Dr. Muhammad Ziaur Rahman, and Muhammad Fahim Mangi. You guys, who's going to be the presenter? The title is The Hostel Life and Behavioral Ethics of Teenager, Investigating the Underlying Perspective.
Hello.
So hi.
Hello. Yeah, it has been already presented in the keynote speech by me already.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
thank you.
Okay, all right, Dr. Zia, thank you so much. Right, I'm really
Thank
sorry because
Thank
I'm
you. No
Oh.
reading this one based on the list that I'm getting
Yeah,
from
yeah,
the
no
book
problem,
program.
no problem.
Dr. Zia, thank you so much for your explanation. All right. So, and then next will be given to Della Aprilia. Della, are you here? Della? Well, she's not here. So Della should be our last presenter for today. But I didn't see. Yes.
He's trying to enter the Zoom. Now he's maybe now she entered the Zoom.
Okay, all right. So we're waiting a little bit for Della. Okay. So Della Aprilia is the author, and then the second author is Yulita Susanti. Her presentation title is The Effect of Fashion Brand CSR Program and Legitimacy Toward Purchasing Decision a case study of Uniqlo Indonesia. So we're waiting for Dia to set up her presentation. Dia, are you with us? Okay. Any news?
It's ongoing, Bu. She just update us in chat.
Okay. All right.
Hi, Bu. I'm here.
Okay.
I will help Della to share screen, Bu.
No worries, but I can share my screen now.
Okay, good.
Okay. All right. Good. Go ahead. Yeah, you can take your time. Yeah, take your time. Okay, Dia. Oh, not Dia. Della. Yeah, Della. All right.
Okay. My screen are okay, Bu?
Okay.
Right?
Good.
All right. Okay, good afternoon, I guess, everyone. So I'm Della from IPME batch, MBA batch September 2021. So I'm going to present my thesis proposal. It's called the EVAC of Marketing Mix and CSR Programs toward the purchase intention of Uniqlo among millennials generations, especially in Jabodetabek area or Jakarta area. So maybe before I start, I would like to give a very brief outline of what I'm going to present today. So it's basically divided into 3 chapters. The first one is the introduction of the thesis proposal that I propose, and then the literature review, and the third one is the methodology or steps that I would like to use for my thesis. Okay, so the first one, the introductions. So as we see the graph over here, in conclusion, it's actually conclude the year-over-year growth in fashion retail sales, especially in China, Europe, and US. Overall, in 2023, we can conclude that customers will be very unpredictable and fickle, meaning that we can see here the growth is not very high compared to the year before. So it means that brands will need to consider carefully the factor that actually evaluate their customer shopping behavior and how they could respond accordingly. So that will be the main focus of the fashion retails on the very next future. Okay, and then why is it so wide it drives that climax? Because of course we has experienced 18 months of robust growth. The fashion industry is then transforming from online to offline, so it making a very challenging climate. And another factors like hyperinflation and depressed customer sentiments have already resulting in actually declining growth rates in the second half of 2022, or we can say even until now, online retails are decreasing. So that means before the fashion market forecasts a very high growth, but now the fashion forecast projects relatively slow in growth for the next year, which is actually only between 2 until 7%, especially in Asia region. So to execute this change and respond better to forthcoming regulations around all the phenomena, basically, including the sustainability marketing, the fashion industry should actually rethink how it allocates talent, promotes, and also establish their roles and their themes reflecting the key challenging facing the industry in the years ahead. So basically all the challenge that I've mentioned before. Okay, right. So again, when we talk about fashion industry, meaning that especially in Indonesia, there's a lot of fashion player. But here I'm showing the top tier fashion players in Indonesia, which is H&M, Zara, Bershka, Stradivarius, Gap, Uniqlo, which is included, and Old Navy, Forever 21. So, on this thesis, I would like to focus on Uniqlo. Why? Because first, it's one of the top fashion player, and their marketing strategy and how they communicate to customers are very engaging. And also another things that their fashion items are very classic, meaning that there's a lot room to explore in there. So maybe before going on, I would like to introduce first about the brand. So basically Uniqlo is a brand, but they also do manufacture of themselves and a retailer of casual wear coming from Japan. And it was founded by their founder in 1949 by Tadashi Yanai. And actually Uniqlo called itself as a unique clothing warehouse. So they are not only selling casual wear, but such a casual that are very fashionable. That's why their target audience are not only middle age, but also millennials, especially because also millennials is the one that shops the most, and then also the teenagers. And in Indonesia, their holding company is Fast Retailing Co. Yep. So here we can see, right, the market capitalization in Uniqlo are very high, the top two after the biggest one in the Inditex group, which is considered Zara. Yeah. Okay. And this is also another phenomenon. So aside of the climate and also the challenges that I mentioned in fashion industry in the upcoming years, actually Uniqlo project a very huge growth within 5 years, which is around 300 billion, which is a very huge amount for the fashion industry. So which means that I believe that the company itself is very aggressive and very looking forward for another growth inside of the challenges that they face. So this is the problem statement. So again, aside from the global risk and uncertainties, of course, a leader in fashion industry will need to pay careful attention to both macroeconomic and also political issue in the regions where they produce and sell their products in the year ahead. So meaning that 2023 will be very uncertain for fashion industry especially, and then that's why the industry decision makers will need to prepare more strategic sacrifice while investing in agility and also creativity to success when the market eventually recovers. That is why I will put marketing mix and also the CSR program as their marketing incentive for this thesis proposal. So then the research question will be questioning 6 main questions. The first one is first question will be around the marketing mix. Does the product or price or place and promotion have significant effect on customer purchase intention of Uniqlo? And then the fifth one is that does the CSR program, so basically Uniqlo did a lot of CSR program as their marketing incentive, and they actually contribute to it and they're making sales from it. So I would like to also testing, does this CSR program have significant effect on customer purchase intention of Uniqlo? And the last one is that does the brand image that they made from all their incentive has a significant effect on customer purchase intention of their customer as well or not? Right. So moving on, the research objective will be to indicate the causal effect between the independent variable of marketing mix and also CSR program towards the dependent variable of purchase intention among millennials in Jabodetabek area. So actually, this research has previous research that conduct quite the similar research from different country as well. So basically their variables is kind of the same: marketing mix, consumer buying behavior, and I also put this one from Ahmad Fauzi in 2018. So they talk more about marketing mix, CSR program, brand image, and how it actually affects the consumer buying intentions. So and then this is some of the theories that I will use for the research. So the first one, of course, the product mix. So the product mix is actually a set of controllable tactical marketing tools, which consists of first product, price, place, and promotion. So product itself will be more into what the Uniqlo will sell, right? The product or services. The price is the barter value of in exchange for product from the customer point of view, and then the place, the distribution, the promotion will be more into the communication channel to promote its product itself and its is unique value proposition. Yeah. And then the next one, the brand image and CSR itself. Brand image actually is not only formed for the purpose of purchasing products, but brand image is also related how the customer actually interpret the brand message and actually how they feel for the brands, because somehow for millennials it's very effective of what they're going to buy. And then CSR program also, so it is the interpretation of company responsibility for the environment that may actually differ for per customer. So it's not only about sustainability, but how they can actually contribute to the community and to align to the society expectations and also to organization activities itself. And then the last one, I believe, is the purchase intention theory, which is the possibility of a customer to buy a product, how they actually willing to buy the product, right? And then the purchase intention actually divided by 4. First one has transactional intention, where the customer are intended to buy a product. Preferential intention, where someone preference the product or recommended a certain product to others. And then we have explorative intention, where they share positive information. And then the preferential intention, which is based on their preference itself. So this will be my framework for the thesis. So the independent variable will be the 4 marketing mix: product, price, promotion, and place. And then plus the CSR program and also brand image towards the dependent variable, which is the purchase intention. So there will be 6 hypotheses in general, whether this independent variable has a significant effect on customer purchase intention to Uniqlo. Yep. So the last chapter, I guess, is the methodology. So the first one for the data collection method will be projecting a quantitative research. So there will be 2 options. The first one is the primary data. So we'll conduct an online survey with multiple choice question. And then the second one is the secondary data through online journal, website, and also ebooks. So the population or sampling will be first of people who love to shop at Uniqlo and those who just shop Uniqlo recently. Second one is people at the age range between 18 to 37 years old, because here I would like to test the millennials one. And then also to make it easier and make the data more accurate. So this will be for those who live in Jakarta or Jabodetabek area. So heterogeneity test will be the data analysis method, and I would like to use PLS for the data analyzing tools. So this will be my research framework, as I mentioned before too. So here I'm in the process of identifying problems. I'll also do the review, and we'll be conducting the questionnaires and collecting data and all the things here, so that all the data analysis and interpretation will be made in the upcoming months, hopefully. Right, so I think that's all from my side.
I'm sorry, Bu. I think you're still mute.
Yeah, Bu. I think you're still mute, Bu.
Sorry, I'm sorry for that. Yes, okay. Moderator shouldn't be like close the mute, yeah, mute of the audio. Okay, thank you so much, Della, for a great presentation. Okay, so it's very millennial topic, yeah. So it's very interesting about the Uniqlo, which is very popular brand, yeah, in Asia, yeah, mostly. Okay, well, we have like 3 more minutes for this. So any question? Okay, if no question, all right. Thank you so much, Della. Yeah, very good presentation. Okay, big applause. All right. Okay, so we supposed to finish this one by what time best by 2 p.m. Turkish time or 6 p.m. Indonesia time. So Kerry, what should we do? And then we close the session because all the presenters already did their presentation.
Thank you very much, Yulita.
Yes.
You moderate great again as
Thank you.
previous
Yes.
congresses. Thank you very much, and thank you very much to all presenters. We can start to new session. I will pronounce very hard. If you help me, Yulita, I will be.
Okay. All right.
Devi
Dewi Puspa Ningtyas Faini.
Yes, we will go on this session from here, and we will divide a new session for Firdaus Baset and Mohammed Ziaur Rahman. We can start here with Devi's session 2. We can start with Devi session 2 if she is here.
Yeah, I'm here. Yes.
No, it's Dr. Zia.
Yeah, I'm here.
Actually, yes, you can
Yes,
go
Dr.
on
Dardal,
here. Firdaus, is she here? Firdaus? Firdaus Basvet?
Excuse me, I am one of the representative of Miss Firda. My name is Reza.
Okay, Reza, you're welcome. Mohammed Zia, you can start, if Devi is not here, you can start moderating this session. You can start.
All right. I'll do that, no problem. All right, so thank you very much for this chance. This is meeting channel 1 and session 2. So I'm the moderator for this session, and the session would start from 2 o'clock and end by 3:30. So we have 1.5 hours. In this session, we would be covering 7 important research articles, and they would be presented by different authors. So every author, every presenter would be given 10 to 15 minutes for the presentation, 10 minutes for the presentation, and 5 minutes for question answer session. So let's start with the first first topic of the article, that is utilizing business intelligence for decision making in winning market competition. Alex Sandarso, Sri Vahono, and Devi, are you there? Who is presenting?
Yes, we are.
Yes, please.
We are here.
Yes, please. Go ahead. Now you can.
Let
start
me arrange
presenting
with
your
the
paper.
first author first. Thank you very much.
Yes, please. Yes, please. You can go on, share your screen, and then start your presentation. Actually, this first topic is really interesting. It's about business intelligence, which
We have
is the
internet
need of the
problem
hour.
here.
Okay, manage it, no problem.
Yes, would you please
Yeah,
kindly
you can take your
patient?
time. You can take your time. No
Thank
problem.
you.
So this topic is really interesting. What I was saying, that it is about business intelligence and the utilization of business intelligence for decision making. And specifically what they're focusing on is making in winning market competition. So this would be going to be a very interesting presentation, and we are looking for good understanding and findings from this presentation. As market is focusing on business intelligence as a new discipline, as a new area, and in academia, business intelligence is also now being in, and as a course they have started teaching. And now let's see what new we are going to learn. Hope Devi, I hope so. You are managed with the internet.
Yes, we are still struggling. Would you please be
All right.
patient?
Okay,
I would like
no
to
problem.
ask for my students to join because they are still struggling with the internet.
No problem.
problem.
We can do this. Let me check out if the next presenter is available. We can go for the next presentation.
Yes, please.
Dr. Kardal, can we do that?
Of course you can, Dr. Zia, but we have started this session 30 minutes earlier. If he or she is here, you can go through it.
Okay, let's see. So the other presenters over here are Ika Putri Primavatani. The title is Benefits and Constraints in Business Intelligence. Are you here?
I'm trying to call them first. Would you please?
Okay. Take your time. We are waiting. We can give you a couple of minutes. No problem. Meanwhile, let me brief you about the 7 papers which are going to be presented here in this session. First, as I mentioned, they are focusing on business intelligence. Second, they are also focusing on business intelligence, but what are the benefits of business intelligence and some constraints? They would be discussing about that. The third paper is also focused on business intelligence benefits and specifically development at the higher education institutions, what we call universities. The fourth paper is about attitudes of aviation vocational school students towards English classes. It's a case study of civil aviation cabin services. So here they are focusing on the attitudes. Then the fifth topic or the paper they are presenting here in this session is the Facebook. And we would be learning, you and me are really looking for to learn about new friends, philosopher and guide of a woman. So Professor Paya would be presenting this article here. And the second last article presented would be presented here in this session talks about social interactivity of brand loyalty. So what sort of brand loyalty is existing and the customer's perspective about brand loyalty, that would be presented by Mohammad Tehsin Bahu. And the last presentation would be on emotional intelligence. That is again a real need of the hour, and social media networks. It's a narrative analysis. It's again presented by Mohammad Tehsin Bahu. So very interesting articles and research papers are going to be presented in this session, and we are looking for learning from them. I hope so. The first presenter is ready.
Yes, Mr. Alec is ready, and he would
All
like
right.
to. Yes, thank
All
you.
right. Share your screen, and please let's start with the first presenter, Mr. Alex.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Let me present
Yeah,
it
please
with
share your
bahasa.
screen. Yeah.
Saya sudah merekam dalam video karena dengan takut jaringannya ini lagi, Pak. Izin.
Sir, he would like to convey this presentation in Bahasa Indonesia or Indonesian
Okay.
because he has
Okay.
taped. He
No
has
problem. No
his
problem.
presentation
Go ahead.
taped.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead. No problem. You can help us out, and at the end of his presentation, you can give a brief 1 to 2 minutes summary of what the findings he presented.
Will do. Thank you.
Apa
Yes,
sudah
please. Go ahead. Yeah, please.
terlihat?
Yes.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, nama saya Alex Sudarso. Saya dari Universitas Bayangkara. Saya akan mempresentasikan literatur review kami yang berjudul Utilizing Business Intelligence for Decision Making in Winning Market Competition. Memanfaatkan bisnis intelijen untuk pengambilan keputusan dalam memenangkan kompetisi pasar. Bisnis intelijen dapat digunakan untuk mendukung sejumlah besar keputusan bisnis mulai dari operasi hingga strategis. Keputusan operasi termasuk penempatan dan harga produk. Keputusan strategis termasuk prioritas, tujuan, dan arah tingkat yang lebih luas. Hingga saat ini, bisnis intelijen telah menyebar luas dalam praktek bisnis dan digunakan secara luas di banyak perusahaan. Bisnis intelijen lebih efektif bila digabungkan dengan data yang didapat dari pasar, tempat perusahaan beroperasi, yaitu data eksternal, dengan data dari sumber internal bisnis perusahaan seperti data operasi dan finansial. Yang bila digabungkan antara data eksternal dan internal tersebut, dapat menyediakan gambaran yang lebih lengkap yang efeknya dapat memberikan solusi dan menciptakan intelijensi bagi perusahaan tersebut. Menurut Klepik, bisnis intelijen didefinisikan sebagai kegiatan pencapaian berkelanjutan dari sekelompok tindakan terkoordinasi yang terukur dan kegiatan mengidentifikasi kebutuhan kecerdasan yang dibutuhkan. Etika dan hukum dari data bisnis dan informasi mengenai lingkungan eksternal, evaluasi, penyimpanan dan analisis data bisnis dan informasi. Menurut Wixon dan Watson, intelijen bisnis sebagai proses analitis yang didukung teknologi untuk mengumpulkan dan mengubah data perusahaan dan pasar yang terfragmentasi menjadi informasi data pengetahuan tentang tujuan, peluang, dan posisi organisasi. Langkah pengembangan bisnis intelijen menurut Moss dan Atre adalah dibagi menjadi 6 tahap, antara lain tahap pertama yaitu justification, yang membahas tentang gambaran besar bagaimana bisnis intelijen akan dibangun dan berfokus dalam melakukan evaluasi dan asesmen terhadap kebutuhan bisnis yang memberi dorongan terhadap pengembangan awal bagi proyek bisnis intelijen. Selanjutnya, tahap kedua adalah planning, melakukan perencanaan terhadap pembangunan infrastruktur bisnis intelijen dan berfokus dalam mengembangkan rencana strategis dan taktis yang menghasilkan bagaimana proyek bisnis intelijen akan dikerjakan dan diselesaikan. Dalam tahap ketiga, terdapat langkah yaitu bisnis analisis yang berfokus dalam melakukan analisis yang mendetail dari masalah dan peluang bisnis untuk mendapatkan pemahaman yang mendalam dari kebutuhan bisnis terhadap solusi produk dengan melakukan analisis dari bisnis yang berjalan mengenai apa saja yang harus didukung oleh bisnis intelijen yang akan dibuat dan membuat rancangannya. Yang keempat adalah desain, yaitu tahap merancang database, repository metadata, dan proses integrasi data. Tahap kelima yaitu construction, merupakan tahap pembangunan bisnis intelijen berdasarkan desain yang telah dibuat sebelumnya. Dan yang terakhir, tahap keenam adalah deployment, merupakan tahap implementasi dan evaluasi pada bisnis intelijen. Dalam pembahasan kami, terdapat dua pembahasan yaitu bisnis intelijen yang digunakan sebagai pengambil keputusan, yang kedua adalah bisnis intelijen untuk memenangkan pasar. Bisnis intelijen untuk pengambilan keputusan terdiri dari serangkaian strategi, proses, aplikasi, data, teknologi, dan arsitektur teknis yang digunakan oleh perusahaan untuk mendukung pengumpulan analisis data, presentasi, dan penyebaran informasi bisnis. Bisnis intelijen sangat dibutuhkan dalam organisasi dikarenakan hampir semua organisasi mengolah data yang masuk dan menghasilkan informasi bagi perusahaan tersebut. Bisnis intelijen mempermudah pengambilan keputusan yang bertujuan untuk meningkatkan profit, menurunkan biaya, dan meningkatkan pemasaran. Dalam hal meningkatkan profit, bisnis intelijen dapat membantu pengambilan keputusan yang bersifat strategis, di mana keputusan yang tepat tentunya akan mempengaruhi pendapatan perusahaan yang akan berdampak pada keuntungan perusahaan tersebut. Dalam hal penurunan biaya, dengan diterapkannya bisnis intelijen pada perusahaan dapat mengurangi biaya operasional perusahaan tersebut. Bisnis intelijen untuk memenangkan pasar. Untuk meningkatkan pasar, bisnis intelijen dapat membantu memberikan informasi terkait penjualan yang mana informasi mengenai penjualan tersebut diolah dan untuk membantu strategi pemasaran. Informasi yang diberikan oleh bisnis intelijen tentunya dapat mempermudah pengambilan keputusan karena informasi yang disajikan dalam bisnis intelijen lebih efektif dan lebih mudah dipahami. Dengan demikian, bisnis intelijen telah menjadi dasar yang diperlukan dalam memenangkan pasar. Penerapan bisnis intelijen tentu saja bertujuan untuk memenangkan pasar. Dan banyak perusahaan menggunakan bisnis intelijen berdasarkan jenis industrinya. Antara lain adalah industri perhotelan yang memanfaatkan bisnis intelijen untuk melakukan analisis terkait rata-rata hunian dan tarif kamar. Industri retail yang digunakan untuk mengetahui seberapa banyak para pengguna jasa mereka. Selanjutnya adalah industri perbankan, memanfaatkan bisnis intelijen untuk memudahkan proses pembuatan laporan analitik. Dan yang keempat adalah industri teknologi dan informasi yang memanfaatkan sebagai bisnis intelijen sebagai meningkatkan proses internal dan meningkatkan efisiensi prosedural. Yang kelima, industri transportasi. Industri transportasi menggunakan bisnis intelijen untuk meningkatkan solusi atas berbagai permasalahan yang terjadi dalam dunia transportasi. Selanjutnya adalah platform media sosial. Kegagalan implementasi bisnis intelijen antara lain adalah yang pertama, pemahaman konsep bisnis intelijen yang salah. Yang kedua adalah perencanaan dan persiapan yang tidak memadai. Yang ketiga, kualitas data yang rendah. Yang keempat, kurangnya sumber daya manusia yang berkualitas. Dan yang kelima, rendahnya intensitas komunikasi antara pengguna dan pengembang bisnis intelijen. Maka kesimpulannya dari kami adalah bisnis intelijen menjadi solusi untuk manajemen agar dapat berhasil. Bisnis intelijen mampu mengubah jumlah data yang terus meningkat dari masing-masing sistem operasi menjadi informasi yang dapat dimanfaatkan secara optimal. Bisnis intelijen menjadi analisis dan evaluasi database mendukung pekerjaan sehari-hari para eksekutif dalam rangka untuk pengambilan keputusan perusahaan yang strategis. Bisnis intelijen menyajikan kondisi analisis secara real time. Dalam berbagai industri, bisnis intelijen digunakan sebagai alat untuk meningkatkan hubungan pelanggan dan mitra, mengurangi biaya, meminimalkan risiko, mempersingkat proses, dan mendapatkan keunggulan yang kompetitif. Sehingga melalui bisnis intelijen, perusahaan dapat memenangkan dan bertahan selama mungkin dalam kompetisi pasar. Demikian presentasi dari saya. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Demikian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much.
The
Thank you very
honors-
much for your presentation. Yes.
Dr.
And,
Honorable Dr. Zia, I would
yes,
like to
please.
translate a bit of the conclusion.
Yes.
So business intelligence
Yeah,
strategy is a way of winning market competition and a better decision making because it will somehow enhance efficiency and effectivity of how to approach business model in perfect conditions. So it can be diversified into 6 processes, which are: first, we see there are justifications. After we justified, we plan, and then we have a business analysis by collecting the important data. Then we will make a business model as designs. Then we construct all by using all the analysis, applications development, data base and such. And then lastly, we have the 6th stage, which is deployment. After all, business intelligence is a way of a better decision making, and at last it will indeed obtain the ultimate corporate goal to higher or enhance profitability and sustainability. Those are the summary. Thank you, Dr. Zia.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dr.
Thank you very much.
Alex.
That was a great presentation. I really appreciate the presenter, as business intelligence is the need of the hour, as she explained and interpreted in English the findings, the stages as mentioned. Little bit I understand the language, and they mentioned about the data sourcing, data engineering, analysis, situation awareness, decision making, and decision support. So business intelligence is the need of the hour. If there is any question, please raise your hand or ask the question, and do not worry that you won't be getting the answer in English. I would get it translated from Madam. So no worries. If you have any question related to business intelligence, please ask. Now the session is open for question answer.
Thank you, Dr. Zia.
Yes. No question.
Yes,
Short
no
question from my side. Yes, a short question from my side if there is no question. Yes, you have the question, please.
Dr. Zia, I'm listening.
Yeah, do you have, is there any participant who has the question? No, all right. So my question, a short question. Business intelligence is very important, and it's the need of the hour for businesses and for organizations as well. Specifically, my simple question is that how business intelligence helps an organization or a business to predict future where to focus on, because it is one of the major focus of business intelligence. Can you help me out? Because it is really good research. I want to learn how business intelligence can be utilized to focus on where to invest. A sort of forecasting.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Zia. Mr. Alec, can you please explain?
Terima kasih.
What are the benefits of business intelligence for forecasting? Thank you very much.
Ya, akan saya sampaikan dengan bahasa Indonesia. Business intelligence sangat sangat penting bagi sebuah perusahaan untuk bisa bertahan, karena dengan apalagi di zaman saat ini di mana era digital sangat berkembang, dan semua data-data semua perusahaan semuanya mempunyai big data, semuanya mengumpulkan data, dan data-data tersebut diolah untuk mengetahui tidak hanya sekedar persaingan dengan perusahaan yang sejenis, kompetitor yang sejenis, tapi juga dapat melakukan prediksi. Dengan adanya business intelligence, diharapkan perusahaan lebih mengetahui apa yang akan selanjutnya perusahaan itu lakukan, gitu. Jadi artinya dengan adanya business intelligence dan dengan adanya data-data yang telah dikumpulkan, big data ini, akhirnya business intelligence ini menjadi solusi bagi perusahaan yang tidak hanya sekedar berpikir bagaimana saat ini mencapai sebuah keuntungan, tapi bisa memprediksi ke depan apa yang harus dilakukan dan apa yang harus dimanfaatkan agar perusahaan tidak hanya lebih berkembang tapi bertahan di masa-masa yang akan datang. Apalagi di 2023 dan di tahun-tahun berikutnya ada beberapa kabar mengenai resesi ekonomi, gitu, dan itu memang dibutuhkan oleh perusahaan business intelligence itu agar bisa menghadapi itu semua. Itu, Dr. Zia.
Thank you,
Right.
Mr. Alex.
Right.
Dr. Zia, business intelligence
Yes,
can be the base empirically, and it can be forecasted. So based on forecasting, benchmarking, and empirical database using the big data, all projection can be evaluated and analyzed and can be built in a design or model, a business model to forecast the future. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I asked this question to facilitate the participants. That is the real essence of business intelligence. All right, thank you very much. Let's have a big applause for the candidate, for the presenter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go for the second presenter. The second presenter, and the title is Benefits and Constraints of Business Intelligence by Eka Putri Prismawatni. I'm sorry if there is some problem in pronunciation. So are you ready? Yes, please. The second presenter.
Ms. Eka?
Adhyani and Devi. Yes, are you there? Yes, please.
Ms. Eka? Ibu Iin, would you be next?
Yes, this is
Would you like to
benefits
be
and
next?
constraints in business
Yes.
intelligence. Eka Putri. Eka Putri and Tatin.
Next me, Bu Dewi.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Yes, please. Yes,
Yes,
please.
please.
Kindly share your
Yeah.
screen.
Yeah, share your screen and go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the time given. introduced me to Indrawati, Bayangkara University. I'm from Indonesia. I currently want to present development of business intelligence benefit at university. Delivery using Indonesian. Agenda yang pertama yang dibahas dalam hal ini yaitu mengenai introduction, yaitu pendahuluan. Yang kedua, literature review. Yang ketiga, benefit development method. Yang keempat, studi. Yang kelima, conclusion and suggestion. Next. Introduction, dalam hal ini pendahuluan, business intelligence. Business intelligence atau BI merupakan elemen penting dalam pengelolaan modal intelektual dan proses pengambilan keputusan untuk membantu para pimpinan dan manajer untuk meningkatkan kinerja di perguruan tinggi. Saat ini, sebuah perguruan tinggi harus dapat memanfaatkan data yang dimilikinya untuk bisa mendapatkan informasi atau pengetahuan yang dapat digunakan untuk meningkatkan kinerja di perguruan tinggi. Next. Literature review. Hal ini yang tidak mampu dilakukan oleh sistem komputer lainnya, yaitu business intelligence mengambil peran agar bisnis beradaptasi oleh sistem komputer lainnya, yaitu terhadap segala perubahan. Pengumpulan informasi dari beragam sumber lebih terjamin sebagai antisipasi perubahan, baik di dalam maupun di luar organisasi, dalam hal ini perguruan tinggi, menurut T.N. Manjunath dan S. Hegadi Ravindra tahun 2011. Sistem bisnis intelijen pada umumnya dimulai dari sebuah proses pengembangan perangkat lunak dan teknik pembuatannya. Pengembangan perangkat lunak diawali dengan pengambilan data dari sebuah sumber data hingga sampai pada mengirimkan data dan informasi nilai bisnis kepada pengguna atau user. Ini menurut Raja Guguk tahun 2008. Next, benefit development. Dalam hal ini, benefit development yang akan didapat, yaitu metode ini menggunakan metodologi penelitian Software Development Life Cycle atau SDLC, yaitu metodologi pengembangan sistem yang menggarisbawahi pada kemajuan usaha analisis, yaitu metodologi pengembangan sistem menggarisbawahi pada kemajuan usaha analisis dan desain. SDLC meliputi 6 fase, yaitu identifikasi, seleksi proyek, inisiasi, perencanaan proyek, analisis, desain, implementasi, dan pemeliharaan. Ini menurut Hanif Al-Fatah. Rincian setiap langkah dari sistematika model metodologi dalam pemecahan masalah digunakan sebagai berikut. Yang pertama yaitu research. Penelitian langkah awal penelitian yang dilakukan untuk memahami proses yang ada. Penelitian dilakukan dengan cara melakukan observasi atau pengamatan secara langsung mengenai aktivitas-aktivitas yang terjadi pada pihak-pihak yang diteliti atau pihak terkait. Yang kedua, problem identification and formulation, yaitu identifikasi dan perumusan masalah. Setelah mengumpulkan informasi dari penelitian awal, maka akan dapat diketahui permasalahan apa saja yang ditemukan. Selanjutnya, masalah-masalah tersebut akan dianalisa dan dirumuskan penyebab terjadinya masalah tersebut, serta solusi yang mungkin untuk bisa dikembangkan. Yang keempat, yaitu literature review. Studi pustaka sangat penting untuk dilakukan karena akan menambah wawasan dan pengetahuan mengenai permasalahan yang dibahas, dan kemudian akan menentukan metode yang paling sesuai untuk memecahkan masalah yang timbul. Studi pustaka juga dilakukan dengan cara melakukan penelusuran melalui literatur, jurnal, hasil penelitian, tesis, skripsi, informasi yang lain melalui internet. Sistem planning. Analisis sistem dan proses bisnis, tahap selanjutnya adalah melakukan analisis terhadap semua permasalahan dan proses bisnis yang ada. Analisis ini bertujuan untuk menganalisis sistem yang sedang berjalan dan kemudian memberikan usulan-usulan tentang perbaikan sistem berdasarkan kebutuhan yang ada. Sistem planning, perancangan sistem. Pada tahap ini akan dirancang sebuah sistem informasi yang sesuai dengan kebutuhan dan kegunaan perancangan dan pembuatan sistem menggunakan SQL Server dan Visual Studio. Testing. Sistem pengujian dilakukan untuk mengetahui apakah sistem informasi yang dibuat telah sesuai dengan user requirement yang telah ditentukan. Jika tidak dapat memenuhi kebutuhan para penggunanya, maka harus dilakukan analisa ulang. Conclusion and suggestion. Di sini dalam hal ini apabila fungsi untuk mendukung operasional dan membuat keputusan bagi berbagai pemangku kepentingan bisnis dengan akses yang mudah, cepat, tepat, dan informasi yang diperlukan. Informasi meliputi gudang data, data mart, penyimpanan data operasional, dan data warehouse real-time. Manajemen perguruan tinggi membutuhkan data warehouse sebagai informasi terpusat bagi semua sumber daya perguruan tinggi yang diperlukan untuk operasional manajerial, untuk pelaporan, analisis, dan pengembangan rencana strategis perguruan tinggi, dan mendukung kegiatan analisis mengenai program bisnis akademik utama, yaitu pendidikan, penelitian, pengabdian kepada masyarakat, dan manajemen perguruan tinggi. Next slide. Yang keempat, studi. Dalam hal ini, pembahasan dalam pelaksanaan penelitian ini akan difokuskan pada beberapa bagian saja, yaitu bagian pemasaran, bagian akademik, bagian perpustakaan, bagian kemahasiswaan, khususnya poin kegiatan dan bagian keuangan. Pada masing-masing bagian akan dilakukan beberapa tahap pengerjaan. Tiap tahap merupakan kelanjutan dari tahap sebelumnya. Apabila tahap awal gagal, maka pelaksanaan penelitian tidak akan bisa dilanjutkan ke tahap berikutnya. Tahap-tahap tersebut akan meliputi beberapa tahap, diantaranya Entity Relationship Diagram, ERD. Yang dimaksud dalam hal ini, tahapan ini adalah tahap pembuatan relasi antara tabel yang dipakai sebagai dasar pembuatan skema data warehouse. Perancangan relasi antar tabel tersebut harus benar-benar valid dan tidak dimungkinkan terjadinya reduksi data. Yang selanjutnya, data warehouse systematic development. Tahap pembuatan skema dan warehouse. Tahap ini adalah tahap pembuatan skema dan warehouse dari masing-masing bagian, dan bagian data warehouse adalah salah satu tipe sistem manajemen data yang dirancang untuk menghimpun data-data yang dihasilkan atau dikumpulkan dalam sebuah organisasi untuk membantu aktivitas bisnis intelijen. Dan data transaksi pada operasional atau online transaksi processing atau OLTV hanya dapat disimpan sementara, biasanya 7 hari sampai dengan 1 bulan. Karena itu data warehouse dibutuhkan agar data-data transaksi OLTV dapat dipindahkan dan disimpan ke dalam data warehouse. Dalam data warehouse digunakan untuk analisis atau online analytical processing atau disebut dengan OLAP. Proses pemindahan data dari OLTV ke dalam data warehouse adalah extract, transform, dan load atau ETL. Pembuatan skema tidak bergantung kepada skema tertentu, tetapi melihat kebutuhan dari relasi antar tabel itu sendiri. Skema yang terbentuk meliputi skema start dan skema snowflake. Selanjutnya, tahap perancangan ETL, extract, transform, load. Tahap ini akan dilakukan proses pembersihan data dan proses pengelompokan data. Selanjutnya, data yang sudah diseleksi akan dimasukkan ke tabel skema yang sudah dirancang. ETL atau extract, transform, load adalah proses integrasi data yang menggabungkan data dari berbagai sumber ke dalam satu penyimpanan yang konsisten dan dibuat ke dalam gudang data atau sistem lain. Singkatnya, sistem ETL adalah dasar dari pengolahan data, khususnya big data. Next, tahap pembuatan kub dan dimensi. Dalam tahap ini, setelah data selesai diseleksi dan dimasukkan ke dalam kub dan dimensi yang sudah dibuat bersamaan dengan pembuatan tabel skema. Tabel pembuatan laporan bisnis intelijen tahap ini adalah tahap menampilkan data yang sudah dimasukkan ke dalam skema kub dan dimensi. Data yang akan ditampilkan berbentuk grafik dan tabel yang dapat di real down sampai kepada data yang paling atas. Tahap pengujian yang terakhir, tahap selanjutnya adalah melakukan pengujian terhadap laporan yang sudah ditampilkan. Apakah pelaporan yang ada sudah dibuat tersebut sesuai dengan kebutuhan atau belum? Apabila belum sesuai, maka akan dilakukan perubahan dan pelaporan sesuai dengan yang diperlukan. Tahap terakhir, kesimpulan dan pelaporan, tahapan di atas untuk lebih diperhatikan guna penunjang keberhasilan dan bermanfaat dalam mengambil kebijakan, manajerial dalam mengambil keputusan di perguruan tinggi. Conclusion and suggestion, dalam hal ini, kesimpulan pengembangan manfaat bisnis intelijen pada perguruan tinggi adalah untuk mengetahui statistik perkembangan dan kinerja dari pihak-pihak fakultas, jurusan program, studi, dosen, staf, mahasiswa, penelitian, pengabdian masyarakat, dan sebagainya. Selain itu juga bisnis intelijen juga dapat digunakan sebagai bahan pertimbangan untuk proses pengambilan keputusan. Saran aplikasi ini masih membutuhkan penyempurnaan terutama pelaporan dalam bentuk grafis dengan adanya pengembangan pelaporan tersebut. Maka diharapkan aplikasi ini dapat dipakai oleh perguruan tinggi yang berminat untuk menggunakan aplikasi ini.
Try to conclude, please.
Okay. Thank you.
It's concluded. Thank you.
Bu Dewi.
The development
All right,
of this
all right,
business intelligence is a tertiary education and in the institution of the high education. It is to determine the development and performance statistic from facilities, departments, study program, lecturers, staff, students, researchers, and community services, and etc. Apart from this, business intelligence can also be used as materials to assist the decision-making processes at all universities. And the solutions from all business intelligence will provide complete information from A to Z that is designed in such a way as to display data according to occurred business process that can be used by universities to measure performance and assist executive to make proper decision making promptly, precisely, and strategically. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Devi, and thank you very much, Indrawati, for your nice presentation. We really appreciate. Now the session is open for question answer session. If anybody is having any question, please. Session is open. It seems there is no question. So anyways, thank you very much. So let's have a good clap for her presentation. Thank you very much. So the next presenter, Dr. Devi, you had your student for second presentation or what?
Yes, yes, I would like to present Ms. Mega. Ms. Mega Asbi Putri. For Ms. Mega, please kindly proceed with your screen share and presentation.
Yes, please.
Ibu Mega.
Are you there? If you're there, please share your screen and over to you. We can wait a minute. If she is not there, we'll shift to next presenter and we'll come back for the, yes, please. Are you there?
She's preparing in about
all right.
2-3 seconds. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Take your time. We can give you 1 minute. No problem. The next presenter is also talking about business intelligence. And you know, this is the need of the hour, business intelligence. This is not only utilized by the business organizations, but also at the university level. There was a study conducted something like 4 or 5 years ago that how business intelligence can be used to select and recruit the right kind of students or attract the right kind of students in universities. So it is also very, very interesting subject at university level. Now, universities are offering business intelligence degrees, a degree program in business intelligence in England, in US, and also they started in Pakistan. The Shaheed Zulfikar Ali Bhutto Institute started business intelligence degree program, and many other universities are offering. This is really need of the hour. It tells you to combine or converge all the resources to specific point where it can give you return on investment, and also you can serve the community as well as the humanity. Hope so our next presenter is ready.
Ibu Mega, Miss Mega, are you there? She said that she needs about a minute or two to prepare her screen. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Let's give her time, no problem. I hope so. She's preparing not very lengthy slides. Now we need to manage time accordingly. All right. So we are done with the 2 presentations. We are left with 5 more actually. So it seems that these 2 are your own students, Dr. Devi.
Yes, sir. They are very intelligent, but our university is a non-English speaking university. So
No problem.
belongs to the police foundation. So they're actually non-English speakers. But they're very intelligent. All the researchers are very thorough and an eye-opener because they develop with new grand theory. Some of them have been implemented in the police department and yeah, something like that. I'm very proud of our students.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Except that they're not speaking English, that's all.
No, that doesn't make a big difference. You know, actually I've seen, I myself did, you know, double masters in linguistics. You know what, I understand that those people who speak 2 or 3 languages, they are poor researchers. I'm sorry, don't take my word. This is my personal opinion.
You know, I envy all those nations who are being colonized by the English, right? And they become very fluent in English and very advanced in educations. Whereas Indonesia has been colonized by the Dutch, and they have a strategy not to make the nation to be ahead in technology or education. That's why we are falling behind.
I believe, Dr. Devi, Dr. Devi, that language plays a very vital role. And if you speak your own language, mother tongue, and I really appreciate, the Turkish people and Indonesian people and other people, they speak in their own language. Yes, if we are not using the technology to translate the ideas in other languages, I tell you, then what's the use of this technology? So if you're coming up with, touching business intelligence is not an easy task. It tells that how creative they are. So that's really important. Let's see whether they are ready.
Ibu Mega, I'm calling Ibu Mega. Are you there?
If you're there, we have already given 2 minutes. If not, we'll move to the next presenter and we'll revert back.
Yes, thank you. Who will be the next, Dr. Zia?
Okay, let's see. Let's move to the next presenter. The next presenter over here is the title. 4th presenter is not presenting due to some, he excused. We'll go to the 5th presenter, that is Facebook, new friend, philosopher, and guide of a woman. So Associate Professor Pia Sinha, are you there? Dr. Sinha.
If she's not ready, Mega is ready.
Okay,
With
okay.
whichever.
Then let's give
Whoever
her.
is.
Let's give her. No. Yeah, whoever comes first, no problem. Let's see.
Because she's now on the train at Indonesian time is 6:30 a.m.
I
p.m.
see.
Sorry. So we
I
are
see.
conducting prayer, Maghrib. So
Ah,
maybe she's
okay.
not ready
Yeah,
yet.
same. In Malaysia, it's almost same time. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Sorry
In Malaysia, we have same time.
to
No
inform
problem.
you this.
Yeah, it goes,
It
no
will
problem.
take-
So Mega is ready. Mega is ready or not? Come
Bu
on,
Mega?
Mega. Let's. Yeah. If even these two are not ready, we'll move to the next one.
Ya, ini.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Okay,
I
Ibu
can hear
Mega,
your
you're
voice
ready.
now.
Thank you.
Okay, share your
Yeah.
Thank you,
slide,
Dr.
please.
Zia,
Yes.
for your patience.
problem.
Thank you very much, the audience.
My pleasure. Always welcome. No problem. Always welcome. Please share your slides and unmute yourself, and please, your time starts.
Time is money, Bu Mega. Let's please proceed.
Yeah, sorry.
On the right hand side at the top, there's a icon. You click that and share slides. Please share your screen. That's what I can do for you. Yes, Mega is coming here. All right. Come on, share your slides.
Goodness, takes 6 years.
Hmm.
If she cannot proceed, we'll just
Mohon izin
ask
Bu
another
Dewi.
author.
Saya
Yes, Bu
bantu
Alec.
Mbak Mega untuk share screen. Beliau
Okay.
minta tolong.
Ask
Ya.
her
Okay, so
last
Mr.
time.
Alec
If not, then
will
keep
try to help the screen share. Okay, thank you, Pak Alec.
All right. Because yeah, it's coming. Let's start. All right. Yes, please. Okay.
Please proceed.
Yes, please. Time is up. Please start.
Okay, good afternoon, all ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the time given to me to explain about designing a business intelligence system with the online analytical processing method to win market competition, a literature review study. First of all, introduce my name is Wayan Gede Endra Brata. I also represent my friends, Miss Mega Aswi Putri, and my lecturer, Mrs. Dewi Puspaningtyas Faini, who participated in preparing this presentation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, to short the time, I have divided this exposure into several parts, including number 1, introduction, and number 2, literature review, number 3, methodology, and number 4, finding and discussion, number 5, conclusion and recommendation.
Okay, Alex, let me interrupt
According
you
to
for
the
a minute.
Minister of Industry,
Alex,
Mr. Airlangga Hartarto.
Can you hear me, Alex? Just you need to just quickly go through the introduction, skip the literature review, then go to the methodology, then framework and findings, so we can save time.
Pak Alex, minta skip aja,
in
langsung ke
and accurate data management as a management which is useful as a possible views of the data. Online analytical processing allows the user to view corporate data in such a way that is it a better model of the true dimensionality of the enterprise. And then this is a step-by-step of online analytical processing method. Start from data collection and then storing data. Next, analyze data, and then organizing data, reshaping data, and the last one is providing information. About the methodology, this is literature review is a method of solving problems by grouping similar data, then collecting and summarizing it. The summary of the journal is then carried out by analyzing the contents contained in the research objectives and research result or findings. Finding and discussions. Number one, the research result have been obtained, namely the formation of a business intelligence system in the form of a web portal so that user, in this case for example companies, can use the report available on the web portal as decision support in determining the company strategy going forward. Number two, based on the existence of the business intelligence portal website, company or agency manager can monitor the performance of several sections so that productivity can be increased and can generate profit or satisfactory result for the company or agency. Number three, the ability of business intelligence in the decision-making process is sourced from quality data, one of which is due to the application of online analytical process and the creation of web portal application by applying business intelligence to creation of reporting system. Next, okay, conclusion and recommendation. Based on the discussion analysis that has been described previously, it can be concluded regarding the discussion of business intelligence system design with the online analytical processing method to win market competition as followed by using website intelligence problem in data process can be overcome because it is easy to use and can run more optimally. Number two, by using web business intelligence, data can be processed quickly and make it easier to make decisions to improve business process. Number three, this research produce business intelligence selling goods using the web that displays information in graphical form. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Eric, for your presentation. It was really good to hear and listen to you, your presentation, business intelligence, and how it can be used for winning at work or business, for efficient and effective processing, creativity, innovation, and winning. Now the session is open for any question and answer. If there is any question, please, session is open for question and answer session. It seems that there is no question. So we have heard enough about business intelligence, and thank you very much for all these three presenters on business intelligence. We appreciate you. Now let's move to the next presenter, that is Facebook. The next presenter is Assistant Professor Pia Sindha, Facebook new friend, philosopher, and guide of a woman. Yes, please. If you're there, please start. Dr. Pia Sindha, are you there? If you are still traveling, if you're not there, then we'll move towards the next presenter and we'll come back to you. We'll give you another chance. All right, so it seems that she is still not available. Let's move to the next presenter. The next title is Social Interactivity of Brand Loyalty. A customer's perceptive or perception by Muhammad Tehseen Bahu. So, Mr. Tehseen Bahu, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm
All right.
here and I am
Yes,
ready to
please.
start.
Thank God
Thank you so much.
some presenter has come just directly. I really appreciate. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be part of 5th International CEO Social Congress, and I would like to introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Tehseen Bahu, and the title of my presentation is Social Interactivity of Brand Loyalty, Customer's Perspective. So let's start with the agenda of this presentation. I'll be introducing about this topic and then moving on to a brief about literature review, then methodology, and then we will be discussing the findings of this study. And finally, I'll conclude this presentation with the findings of the paper. So let's start with the introduction. Basically, we all know that customers are more drawn to the brands that produce enjoyable consumer experiences and are more close to the customers and have special customer services, and they relate themselves to the customer. So basically, customers also enjoy that kind of brand relationship. The advantages of having loyal customers are well documented in the marketing literature. We all know that it is a notion that brands which are loyal, customers which are loyal, they are basically because of their association with a particular brand. Loyal consumers are more likely to make large purchases on a frequent basis. This is because they prefer their brand among the competitors, and they attract the loyal brands attract potential customers for the organization through word of the mouth communication. For a few decades, it has been noted that a new shift emerged from transactional to relationship marketing. Basically, marketing has now focused on to making longer relationship with the customers through customer interactions and social relationships. So basically, in this research, we are going to see what is the benefit of social interactivity to a brand. Considering the concept of customer engagement, consumer act as a co-creator for brands and companies as they assist other consumers by providing them insights about the brand and the product. We all know that we tell our friends and our family members about the favorite products and services we see from different brands. We basically do the word of mouth marketing for them. So this is one of the benefits that the marketing companies can acquire through their relationship with the customers. Social interactivity is connected through different factors, which include the influence of family, TV advertisements, influence of peers and society. So these factors are critical in developing consumer engagement. The findings of the study identified TV advertisement as a significant factor in influencing consumer engagement behavior, leading toward the development of the brand loyalty. So basically, these are different marketing tactics that the marketing companies use to reach out to the customers. This research basically finds the impact of social interactivity, how close a brand is with its customers or consumers, and its impact on the brand loyalty. We'll quickly go through the literature review that we found out through different peer-reviewed journals and significant articles. Basically, it says that building and maintaining brand loyalty are one of the central themes of research for marketers for a long time. Brands have more than just a practical product value. Brands also offer symbolic value as they create a form of identity for a consumer and they have self-expressive goals. Brands are a marketing tool to create experiences through relationships and attachments for consumers, be it private or social. When consumers integrate a brand into their concept, a self-brand connection is formed, which constructs self-consumer concepts. So basically, given the importance of given this importance of the brand loyalty, it is not different knowing that it has received considerable attention in the marketing literature. And the term brand loyalty is used here to indicate the constancy or preference over a period of years in the life of the individual. Like, it is not for the one time or two times. It is basically a preference over a longer period of time that a particular consumer prefers a particular brand throughout a significant time period. So brand loyalty can be conceptualized as a final dimension of consumer brand resonance, symbolizing the consumer's ultimate relationship with the brand. A brand gains exclusive, positive, and prominent meanings in the minds of a large number of consumers. They become irresistible and irreplaceable and win the loyalty of the consumers. Brand loyalty in return brings sale revenue, market share, profitability, and basically it maintains a long-term relationship with the consumers. Another factor that we found out through research is that brand loyalty is a construct that has both attitudinal and behavioral elements when defined as the biased behavioral response. It expressed over time by some decision-making units with respect to one or more alternate brands out of such brands, which is a functional or psychological process. So basically, based on this literature review, we collected the data and we'll quickly look at the methodology. Basically, this study is quantitative in nature, and data was collected through a survey distributed among customers using a snowball sampling technique. We distributed around 1,500 questionnaires, and 1,320 questionnaires were received back. Out of them, it was found that 80 questionnaires were not properly filled, or like they were not filled with the proper attention towards the question. So we discarded those questionnaires, and the remaining 1,250 were basically added in the SPSS version 22 for the analysis. And we run the regression and correlation techniques to see the relationship between the social interactivity and the brand loyalty. So what we found out is that the regression analysis showed that there is a positive and significant impact of the social interactivity on brand loyalty. And this also correlated with our literature that showed that we cannot ignore the importance of the relationship between a brand and its social interaction with the consumer. It was also deduced that formal advertisements and marketing strategies may work on their own, but in nowadays, actual social interaction relationship is more influential and effective tool for brand loyalty. So this was basically the finding that that showed that the importance of social interactivity cannot be ignored at any cost.
Mr. Babu, you are left with 3 minutes more. 3 more minutes.
Sure, sir. I'll just conclude it. And basically, this was the main finding. And what we draw, conclusion that we can draw is that social interactivity has a positive impact on brand loyalty. Brands need to engage their customers for a long-term relationship. It's not like that sale for one time or two times. It should be for a longer period. And social interactivity has found a good pace using digital communication technologies. These can be explored further to seek avenues of company-customer relationship. That's all from my side for this topic. Thank you so much for giving me the time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Bahu. Social interactivity and brand loyalty, a customer's perspective. That was really interesting topic, and I hope so the listeners and the participants got information or some knowledge about it. Now the session is open for question answer. If there is any question, please. Now it's open for the session. For question answer session, that it's open, please. If not, then I have one small question, Mr. Bahu, that when you talk about social interactivity and brand loyalty, and you are talking about customers' perspective, where you put the customer's reaction to some product and how you differentiate that whether a customer who is purchaser of the product is also the consumer of the product, why you are using that customer's perspective and not the consumer perspective. What do you say about it?
Yes. That's very important question, and we must all know the difference between a consumer and a customer. Basically, a customer may be someone who just purchases the product, or he or she may not be the end user of the product. So basically, a consumer is actually the person who is consuming the product. Basically, in general terms, we use these both terms interchangeably. Like for some time we use it consumer, and sometimes we use it as a customer. For some brands, they know that who is the ultimate user of their product, and some brands actually don't know who is going to be the ultimate user of the product. And sometimes it happens that consumer may not be the actual purchaser of the product. Another person is making the purchase on behalf of another person. So basically, what brands must need to know is need to find out that what is the ultimate reaction of their consumer.
Okay,
Like,
so it's important. It's important. You're making the point you're making is really important, that the brand doesn't care who is the consumer, but the brand cares who is the purchaser. As soon as the things or the products are purchased, then the business is running. Very good.
Running.
So let's see. Thank you very much. Let's give him a good hand. It was really good presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now let's see whether Professor Pia Sinda is present or not. Dr. Pia Sinda, are you present? Yes, are you there? Dr. Pia Sinda. Facebook, new friends, philosopher, and guide of women. Dr. Pia Sinda, are you present?
I connected to Pia Sinda. She has some internet connection problem. Actually, I think he is have some internet connection problem. We can go through
the next.
With Mohammed Tahsin.
Yeah, the last one. Thank
Yes.
you very much. Thank you very much for informing about this. So no problem. Maybe let's move to the next presenter, and the next presenter is again none other but Mohammed Tahsin Bahu. And the topic is really very, very interesting topic in the whole session, that is called emotional intelligence and social media network. And it is a narrative analysis by Mohammed Tahsin Bahu. And I'm before giving the control to Mohammed Tahsin Bahu, we'll wait after this presentation for Dr. Pia. If he comes, then we'll go for the presentation. If not, then we'll conclude the presentation, this session. So Mohammed Tahsin Bahu, emotional intelligence and social media network. What do you say? What's your research? Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Dr. Zia, for giving me an opportunity to present my second paper. It is basically emotional intelligence and social media networks, a narrative analysis. We'll look into it. Just like the earlier presentation, the agenda comprises of the introduction, literature review, methodology, findings, and conclusion. So basically, social media networks were in infancy stage during early 20th century. However, today they have emerged as a must-have phenomenon. We all have Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn accounts, and we can see that we cannot even progress in the contemporary world without these tools. These are a must-haves for all of us. So basically, what we need to see is the impact of these social networks on the people of the different age groups. Teenagers are today most profuse users of social networking sites. Contemporary youth are growing up in a cultural setting in which many aspects of their lives will be mediated by social media, and many of their experiences and opportunities are shaped by their engagement with the social networking sites. They obtain information from the social networking sites, they exchange their views, their thoughts, they learn about other people through social networking sites. So basically, the importance of social networking sites cannot be ignored at this time, and the times to come, it will have more, it will have a more critical place in our lives. So in this paper, we just went through different earlier researches conducted, and we saw that within few years of its inception, social media have emerged as a widely known phenomenon among all people all around the world. The trend of using social networking sites is high among college and university students. This growing popularity of social media has a number of implications for the younger generation. So before looking into this concept, let me just briefly describe what exactly is social media. We'll see at the definition provided by the PEW Research Center. It was in the 2014. Social media technology is defined as web-based and mobile applications that allow individuals to create, engage, and share new generated content digital environment through multi-way communication. So basically, they have covered all aspects of the digital communications that are through web-based or mobile applications that people use to engage with the other people. On a social media site, an individual is permitted to create personal profiles and have connections with other users such as friends, family members, and other acquaintances. We all know that we use Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, Snapchat, and we add people who are known to us, who we personally know and have some kind of relationship with them. So basically, the trend of increased use of social media is due to the ease of access to the internet by the masses. Furthermore, the rapid advancement in the mobile technology has facilitated consumers to stay connected with each other through the internet on their mobile devices. So basically, the physical distances have now collapsed, and people can virtually connect with each other. This conference is an amazing example of this thing. Like, people from 32 countries are on board in this conference and are presenting their ideas and papers. So basically, this is by the virtue of the social networking sites. Companies and some schools of thought have been standing in favor of social networking sites and their use of them in the life, while others feel not only reluctant but also criticize the use of social networking sites with exemplification and narrations of life stories. So, like, there are two perspectives. One school of thought says that it's good, and other says that it's not good, it's harmful and dangerous. Basically, they talk about this through by looking at the increased use among the teenagers. Teenagers are among the social networking sites most frequent users. According to recent surveys, young people communicate on social media for a sizable chunk of their everyday life. So basically, what we see is the signaling theory. It says that is one framework to understand how individuals disclose information in their social networking profiles. Signaling theory and warranting theory also propose that people assess other generated statements as more credible compared to self-generated information. So, like, one thing I read from a Facebook page or a LinkedIn account, I will consider it more authentic. So basically, teenagers can create their own social and personal identities on social networking sites, and SNS identity development is very similar to the offline context identity development. So for the analysis of these variables, we conducted the survey. The basically study focuses on the emotional involvement of people, especially the youth in the social networking sites. A cluster of analytical methods for conceptualizing and then interpreting the visual feedback and text in the form of stories and exemplifications have been gathered, analyzed, and interpreted. So basically, we conducted a qualitative research in this particular paper, and the conceptual linkages of the stories from the lives of the people were extracted through surveys, case studies, and direct observation of different profiles. So we sought to investigate different aspects of the usage of social networking sites on the youth. So cutting it short, let's coming to the findings. We found that when participants were asked their reasons for having a profile on social networking site, the majority noted that social motives such as to stay in touch with the friends is often than to stay in touch with the relatives. So basically their priority is to stay in touch with the friends. To assess perceptions regarding the effect of SNS use on the relationships, we asked participants whether their SNS use had influenced in their relationships in any way and whether they had ever needed to delete or block a friend from their SNS profile. Participants provided open-ended responses about the types of problems and solutions, and these answers were codified by different teams. So basically, some of the participants reported that their usage of social media had made no difference to their relationships, whereas other felt, like about 43%, that it made their friendships closer. It made them feel close to their friends and family. So what we conclude here is basically that social media, social networking sites have a close linkage and has integrated in our lives. The youth has a strong linkage with it, and the youth consider it as a very special thing, and they integrate themselves with their social networking sites. And in the future, what we see is that social networking sites will have a more important role in our lives. So that was basically the finding of this research. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you very much, Muhammad Tahseen Bahu. He was Muhammad Tahseen Bahu presenting his research on a narrative analysis of social media networks and emotional intelligence. It was really interesting to listen to you and your research. Now the session is open for question answer, please. If you have any questions, please ask.
Yes, I have a question, sir.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Tahseen
Dr.
sir.
Arshad, please. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, basically I am calling from Jammu and Kashmir of India. So I have heard.
Wow, welcome, welcome. I really appreciate. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. I have heard the whole lecture of Tahseen sir, very nice, very beautiful. And is in the modern era, the use of the social networking sites is at fluent way. But being the teacher and teaching at the college level, and before I have taught some of the students at the lower classes, I have found in the modern day of using the social networking sites, though they are very useful for a student, but in my own research, I have found some number of students that they have been completely distracted from the motherhood relation, or we can say the other blood relation. And in the classes throughout the night, they using the mobile phones. They lost the concentration in the four walls of the classroom. They don't focus on their books. Whenever any teacher delivers a lecture in the class, their mind is quite distracted from their the topic which is discussed by the teacher. And the use of social networking sites, it has come in the books that in the modern way, it has a great use, but it has a quite side effect on the age of 13, 14, 15, or whatever. In right now era, we have seen number of students who are at the age of below 10. They are also using the social mobile phone and using the apps like Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, and so forth and so on. But it has a huge impact on this. So I mean to say, finally, I want.
What is your question, Dr. Arshad? What is your question? Kindly just ask the question, please.
I mean to say, does it have any kind of impact that can be derailed the future of the young generation to their
all right.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Tahseen Bahu, Dr. Arshad's question is very interesting. Let me rephrase in simplistic terms. He actually wants to say that social media networking sites, including whatever the sites are there, they are used through mobile. And
Right.
for younger generations, it definitely is having a negative impact, and it is obvious. So do you have any answer to manage that, please?
Yes, thank you. It was really an interesting question from Dr. Sheikh Arshad. And basically, this is the real problem that we have also identified in this research, that we have seen it's the impact of social networking sites on the youth. So basically, the issue is that although the elderly people consider that a medium as a way of communication to the others, but the younger generation see it like something else. If you consider that why, like just like we asked the question from the people, like why do they use social networking site? Most of them said that they use to connect with their friends and not the family members. So basically, one of the biggest issue is that the priority is not the friends. Basically, it's the layer activity that you spend time with the friends or make new friends or interact with the new people. So I can understand the pain that is like why our youth is so much involved in this and they are not as productive as the elders. So basically, there are two factors.
So Mr. Tassin, you have one variable that is social media networking sites. What is your
Right, sir.
second variable? I believe your second variable is the solution, is the answer.
Yes,
What do you
exactly.
say?
Basically, what we did in this research is a narrative analysis, like what is actually happening on the ground. So the solution is by looking at the trends, we can see that how these networking sites can be more productive to the students, particularly like uploading of the lectures by the teachers on the social networking sites, or by offering an opportunity to interact with the teacher. So basically, if we want to see how we can make use of our classroom environment in the social networking site, there are so many ways. But what the real problem is that how youth can be youth can be made to make use of the social networking site for productive purposes and not for the layer activities. So basically,
True.
we see
Agree. Agree.
exactly.
Agree,
It is
Mr. Tassin. Mr. Tassin, due to shortage of time, let me conclude your point. And
Yes.
Dr. Sheikh Arshad has, asked very pertinent question. As I've gone through your paper, as I've read, being the session chair, I've read your article. So in your article, there is the solution. You are presenting the solution that wrong use of social media networking sites can be managed with the variable which you are using as emotional intelligence. And emotional
Exactly.
intelligence says what actually emotional intelligence is. You have mentioned that it is self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship management. If a person, if a kid, if an adult, if a teenager is self-managed, socially aware, relationship management oriented, and self-aware, he or she would be able to understand the difference between negative use, negative impact, and positive use of the social media network. I thank you very much. And let's have a good applause for Mr. Tassin Bahu. Let's move towards the last presenter. If he is there, I hope so. Dr. Kadal, can you update me about whether his internet is now resolved?
Dr. Zia, he's not here, not yet. Internet
Okay.
connection problem is going on for Assistant Professor Dr. Pia Sinha. We can go through with session 3. You and Firdaus Baset can manage together. Is Firdaus here?
Yes, I'm here.
Dr.
I'm ready.
Okay.
All right.
Then Dr. Zia, thank you very much for your moderation. You added value again to our Congress. All presenters, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now, Dr. Firdaus, please, you take the lead. I would just give my throat some rest. Okay. Thank you very much.
But still need your help on the list of presenters since some changes here been because some of the presenters were not appear on the last session, session 2, or is that a form that session 3 will consist of 7? If yes, then I will leave this.
Thank you, Dr. Firdaus.
Yeah.
He's in leave.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Dr. Yeah, maybe you have to give me guidance who is on the session 3 because I have 7. Is that still firm or there is on this session 3? Because number 1 in session 3 has been presented by Wayan Gede with business intelligence strategy. I think he moved to the session 2. Is that correct?
Yes,
has
he
done his
presented in
presentation.
session.
Okay.
Yes, he has done his presentation. So we are left with 6 presenters here in session 3.
All right. So thank you very much, Dr. Zia. So good morning, participant. Good morning, good evening. My name is Firda, and I'll be the moderator of the session 3. Okay, so let's get started. Number 1 presenter will be Amor Marunda and Dewi Puspaning Tiasveni. The topic is CEO Overconfidence, Profitability, and Corporate Social Responsibility on Tax Avoidance. So,
Dr. Firda,
yes.
Dr. Amor Marunda is having his visitation for accreditation of the program study accountancy. So he asked me to apologize for not be able to presenting today. So he's asking for some time because he's now accompanying the assessors. Thank you, Dr. Firda.
So you will be representing him because Dewi Puspaning Tiasveni is second author?
Yes, but he would like to present it himself. Thank you.
Okay, then we move to presenter number 3, Limbus of Sikkim, Miss Rindima Gurung. Are you here, Miss Rindima? Hello, Miss Rindima Gurung. If not, then I will be moving to presenter number 4. Is Khalid Mahmud and Dr. Muhammad Ziaur Rahman and Maria Zia, Dynamics of Ambidexterity and its Role toward Firm Performance. So time and screen is yours. Khalid Mahmud, Dr. Khalid.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
I just need to share my presentation, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
And can you see my slides?
It's too small, I think, but it's okay.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Khalid, and I am going to present my paper on dynamics of ambidexterity and its role towards firm performance. Ambidexterity is basically, literally it means that if you work with your both hands, it is known as ambidexterity. But if we define it, it is defined as pursuing conflicting activities of exploitation and exploration simultaneously. Exploitation reflects firms' capacity to refine, implement, and execute current tasks better, whereas exploration reflects the firm's capacity to search, discover, and take risks to enhance flexibility and variability. Ambidexterity scholars argue that firm must strive to achieve complementarity and execute both activities simultaneously in order to stay competitive. Few studies investigating organizational ambidexterity in relation to market and external forces. So this research paper investigates the underpinning and dynamic contribution of organization, ambidexterity, the critical perception and conceptual framework, which could be horrendous in nature. Coming over towards the literature review, researchers in business-to-business marketing adopted concept to examine benefits from firms derived from pursuing conflicting activities of exploitation and exploration. Now the ambidexterity scholars argue that firm must strive to achieve complementary and execute both activities simultaneously in order to stay competitive. Another study is carried out in 2014, in which researcher says that adopting this concept to examine benefits from firms derived from pursuing conflicting activities of exploitation and exploration. Whereas in 1993, ambidexterity scholars argue that firm must strive to achieve complementarity and execute both activities simultaneously in order to stay competitive. While prior studies support view that ambidexterity enhances firm performance, conflicting demands and competition from limited resources make ambidexterity difficult.
Yeah, you are muted. We cannot hear you, Dr. Khalid.
Structural, contextual, sequential, and realized perspectives propose ways to manage tensions in conflicting tasks. According to the structural ambidexterity perspective, a firm has structural mechanism to deviate the tension and that arise from their conflicting goals by developing different specialist business units. Firm with low ambidexterities do not achieve performance stability. That was studied in 2021. The methodology I followed according to the structural ambidexterity perspective, balancing the customer-driven and customer-driving strategies influence new product performance more than either alone. The focal construct significantly affect knowledge accumulation on the department level as well as its performance. The positive link between high performance work system and organizational ambidexterity was found. Based on the content analysis technique and recommendation by the researcher in the field, the study proves an insight of organizational ambidexterity towards firm performance. Now, the finding studies on ambidexterity performance relationship are also mostly quantitative, and even most meta-analyses have been built on quantitative message. Whereas this study focused on methodological issues associated with ambidexterity and performance studies published in leading journals. Some studies assume a positive correlation. Some show non-significant negative correlations. Few proved dependence on inter-organizational or market competitive and other environmental conditions. Nevertheless, if facts do not conform to the theory, they must be disposed of. They must not be disposed of. For nearly 3 decades, numerous scholars search for a robust relationship between firm performance and organizational ambidexterity, so far with questionable results. The study is of conceptual nature and provides recommendation for future researchers to pick up theoretical framework for their qualitative research. Who are interested in conducting quantitative research, this conceptual study can also serve as foundation stone. Furthermore, the study also provides ample ground for theorists, researchers, and those who yearn to embark upon ambidexterity in the context of organizational performance. Thank you very much.
Dr. Firdaus, just unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, Dr. Firdaus.
Oh,
Your
okay.
mic.
Sorry.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Okay.
Please, no problem. No
Yeah,
problem.
thank you very
Let me confess, Dr. Firdaus. Let me confess about this presenter. Actually, he informed me in the morning that he has his family hospitalized. So he was presenting from his mobile from the hospital. So anyways, I really appreciate Mr. Khalid. Yes, please.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Everything, yeah, we hope that everything will be okay and get well soon. Okay, all right. So time for a question and answer. If the participant want to ask question to Dr. Khalid, please. If not, then I think I will ask an academic perspective to your paper about the ambidexterity. Do you think that every company or every organization should go for ambidexterity for better performance? Or only the option is only one? Or what is your finding or your recommendation for organization to go for ambidexterity for better performance? Dr. Khalid.
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, the question is whether the organization should go for the ambidexterity, whether or only one for a better company performance.
Ambidexterity is basically a contemporary concept. It means that you have to capture the present market, but you also have to work to explore for the future.
Yeah.
You have an example of Nokia, which they only followed the present market and they did not foresee the future. So they left behind. So a company, they want to be stable, they want to be competitive. They have to work for the both exploitation also, the present market, and exploration also for the future. So the present and future should go by side. If you want to remain competitive, you want to remain stable, and you want to remain relevant. So this concept is very much the future.
Okay, you said that it is a must for the organization to have both exploration and exploitation, right?
G, exactly. You have to have the both if you want to remain competitive.
Okay, all right. So thank you very much for the presenter, Dr. Khalid. So let's give applause to Dr. Khalid for the presentation.
Thank you, Khalid. Thank you, Khalid. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Then we move now to the next presenter, which is Integrating Islamic Tradition in Modern Psychology by Muhammad Irshad. Time and screen is yours, Irshad.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. Let me share my yeah, okay. Is it right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And good evening to you all. My topic is about integrating Islamic traditions in modern psychology. That I think that researchers from around the world have conducted numerous studies in the last few decades, exploring the unique cultural and religious nuances of the application of clinical psychology to Muslim clients as a response to the traditional Eurocentric narratives of psychology. Then I think this study is a review of the last 5 to 7 years of research within the domain, a thematic analysis that was conducted to identify research topical trends in the literature related to the subject. That I think that there are 5 themes emerged in this study that one of that is unification of Western psychological models with Islamic beliefs and practices. And the second one is research on historical accounts of Islamic psychology and its rebirth in the modern era. And third one is development of theoretical models of frameworks within Islamic psychology. And fourth is the development of interventions and techniques with Islamic psychology. And fifth one is development of assessment tools and scales normal for us with Muslims. Yeah. Then the agenda is there are introduction and these 5 methods, and also literature review and methodology, and findings and discussions and conclusions. Yeah. Then as an introduction, that as I said that there are contemporary mental health related challenges to Muslim face, that many opt not to seek psychotherapy services due to concerns that mainstream therapists do not provide treatment within a religious or spiritual context. Yeah, and Muslims who seek treatment in secular psychotherapy trying to have difficulty connecting to and trusting their therapist's formulation of treatment goals. And on the other hand, the role of religion and the spirituality in clinical practice has been studied extensively in the last few decades, with the significant research indicating substantial progress in successful integration of spirituality and religion into clinical practice. Then, as a literature review, there are many studies that some of that assessment of intrinsic religiosity with a single item measure in a sample of Arab Muslims, like that. It's an article of Abdul Khalik that published in Journal of Muslim Mental Health. And also there are integration of religion and spirituality into trauma psychotherapy, and example of in Sufism, that also published in Journal of EMDR Practice and Research. That here these studies focusing some kinds of trends and also traditions, and they have done these studies as their field work in their research time. Yeah. Then in this I just going speedily. Yeah. Then as I said that there are some kind of two type of some kinds of progress can be summarized in this type. That's one is the demonstration of the importance of religious and spiritual lifestyles that as being therapeutic and a source of treatment and healing. And second one is a recognition of the presence of an ethical obligation for mental health providers to become competent and acknowledgeable in religious and spiritual aspects related to providing treatment. And this I think is an essential component of any major ethical code, including the ones followed by American psychologists and psychiatrists also. And another is that due to the availability that of research providing insight into integration of spiritual and religious perspectives and interventions into clinical practice, spiritually healing practices and traditions from the Eastern and Western philosophies have been described and made available. Available. That is some have found it easy to integrate these practices into mainstream psychological theories such as cognitive behavioral, humanistic, and psychoanalysis. Yeah, and there. And I came through this literature review that published from 2006 to 2015, that there are 5 themes emerged that I said the unification of Western psychological models of Islamic beliefs and practices, and research on historical accounts of Islamic psychology and its rebirth in the modern era, and development of theoretical models and frameworks within Islamic psychology, and development of interventions and techniques within Islamic psychology, and development of assessment tools and scales normed for use so for us with the Muslims. And I think and these themes are outlined and critically discussed below with the studies found within the research area, as well as corresponding tables for each theme and their constant studies also. I just included in my paper also this type of some tables also. And and
would you like to
in
put
this,
it on the presentation mode because it's very small, I cannot read it. Bigger and make it a presentation mode.
Okay. I think.
Oh, that is okay. Okay, Dr.
Okay.
Mohammed.
Then I think the in this type as in type of unification of Western psychological model with Islamic beliefs and practice, I think that in a Christian history, the term psychology originally referred to a branch of pneumatology. And the science of spiritual beings and substance. Therefore, a natural connection between the material mind and spiritual self in reference to the world's history may follow. But both religion and psychological science describe the inherent nature of human behavior, thinking, and functioning, emotional distress, and coping. Then the albeit capitalized differently. Thus, it is not unusual to see the trend of the incorporation of spirituality religion into mainstream psychology by many Muslim theorists and philosophers. And however, due to the remnant effects of colonialism and the recent word of scientific inquiries into human behavior as a science in the Muslim world, at times many such theories are prone to degrading the incompatible underlying the theological perceptions between Eurocentric perspectives on human nature and the Islamic religion and Muslim philosophies. For example, where the Freudian concept of ID or ego and super ego have been compared with the Quranic concepts related to the nafs, the conflict between Freud's beliefs in the inherent evil nature of human beings and Islamic belief of the primordial goodness of human has often been ignored. Additionally, more explicitly incompatible concepts such as Freud's primacy of human motivation resting on sexual drives and Oedipus complex have been deleted. Then there are also some kinds of acceptance of Western psychological models as Islamic also. I think if I came to talk about it, I think it will take more time. Then lastly, as in conclusion, that the theoretical models that are grounded in the philosophy of Islamic thought and within the Islamic tradition need to be expanded. Then, as I mentioned, there are a few models of psychotherapeutic care that are authentic to the Islamic tradition that does not begin with a priori Eurocentric assumptions or reflect such notions of human psychology. Then these models require the sophistication to answer the questions of defining psychopathology and laying out a coherent framework of interventions that naturally emerges out of an understanding of human psychology in Islamic terms. These models must be robust enough to permit accommodation of empirical literature on human psychology in the field and best practices. Lastly, the several models may be required to accommodate different religious affiliations and levels of religiosity among the Muslim populations. Then also there can always be more in this area. There is sufficiently demonstrated culturally sensitivity models that can be adapted to Muslims in the present literature, but very little on perspective Islamic methodologies. Then, as a so the conclusion, this study reveals a consistent growth in research across 6 major areas of integration between Islamic tradition and modern psychology. A rapid development is seen in the realm of religious-based assessment scales for Muslims, but there are some attempts to addressing theoretical models and Islamic-based interventions also. But this need to be developed further to give clinicians solid tools to work with the Muslim clients, and more expensive research is suggested, including works in Muslim countries published in local language also. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Irshad, with the topic Islamic tradition in modern psychology. So now you participant, you are welcome to ask question for Dr. Muhammad Irshad. Any question for the topic? If not, then maybe I will ask one question. It's about Islamic tradition. Would you like to give me any other example of what is an Islamic tradition? A simple practice, maybe a simple concept?
Sorry, for what?
Yeah, the example of Islamic tradition that would be integrating in modern psychology. You mentioned it before. Any other example of the model of the concept of Islamic tradition? Muhammad Irshad, Dr. Irshad.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
this one.
Sorry, I was muted. Sorry. That I think that there had a study in Malaysia, UAM, that the product referring back to the traditional Islamic teachings that we can see in Malik Badri's translation of Al-Balkhis, Masalihul Abdan wal Anfus. That in that book, this was the first of such that entire traits demonstrating the sophistication of early understandings of clinical psychology dating back to the 9th century. That earlier in 1979, Malik Badri wrote an influential book critiquing the use of Eurocentric theories with the Muslims and encouraging Muslim psychologists to tap into their own indigenous concepts and traditions. And there are also the Haq, named Haq. He also published a review of the works of many early Muslim scholars.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Irshad, for your explanation. So let's give us an applause for the answer and explanation or presentation by Dr. Muhammad Irshad. Thank you very much. Now we are moving to the next presenter is perceived connectedness in between intention to use and actual usage of marketplace by Fernanda Chiandra. Okay, time and screen is yours, Fernanda.
Okay, so let me share my presentation first. Okay, so everyone can see my screen?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, thank you, Bu Firda, for the time given for my presentation. My name is Fernanda Chiandra. I'm an MBA program student from IPMI International Business School. And now I would like to present this, the mediating role of perceived connectedness between intention to use and the actual marketplace usage in fashion online shopping in Jakarta. And we use the theory extended thumb approach. So for the content of this presentation, first is the study background, second statement of the problem, and then research question and objective, and then research framework and methodology, and then findings, the discussion, and also the contribution of the study, and the last is limitation and future research. So based on this study background, we found the data of e-commerce business percentage by sales media from BPS Indonesia in 2021. So this is the comparison from 2019 to 2020. In here, we see that the use of social media and instant messaging for online shopping in Indonesia is as high as 55% and 94%. Meanwhile, the percentage of Indonesia people use e-marketplace for fashion online shopping is only 20% in 2020. And also, according to the report by Indonesian Police in September 2020, online fraud has 28.7%. That is the most widely reported cybercrime. And most of the fraud are occurred in instant messaging and also social media platform, because there is no guarantee that the product will be sent after we pay. So actually, this online buying and selling fraud case can be overcome by using a third party, or we can say online shopping application like e-marketplace, such as Shopee, Tokopedia, Lazada, and many more. And the use of an application as a third party will ensure security in buying and selling online. This is because the application already has the digital security or to detect and avoid any fraud. So e-commerce will give the money from the buyer to the seller after the transaction is successful. So it's not possible to commit fraud. This is the study background for the people in Indonesia. This is the reason why they prefer to use social media rather than use e-commerce platform to do online transaction. So it states that social commerce has a built-in system, which is ease of use and perceived connectedness that is perceived by the consumer. For the problem statement, the growth in the value of e-commerce in Indonesia reached 78%. This is the highest in the world. And also, meanwhile, online fraud also was the most widely reported cybercrime in Indonesia. And this online transaction fraud case can be overcome by using a third party called e-commerce or e-marketplace. Therefore, perceived connectedness is proposed as a mediating variable in extended thumb theory that can give a stronger effect to actual e-marketplace usage. For the underpinning theory, perceived connectedness is found to be favorably associated to attitudes regarding social media usage. And the theory related to perceived usefulness and perceived ease of use of technology is called thumb theory, developed by Davis in 1989. For the research gap and novelty, many researchers have been conducted on the intention to use the social media to shop online using thumb. However, the perceived connectedness of fashion online shopping in marketplace has not been much elaborated as a mediating variable that can support the actual usage. So this study contributed to the body of knowledge using modified thumb theory and introduced mediating variable perceived connectedness as a novelty in the study, and examines the effect on the actual marketplace usage in fashion online shopping. So the research question, is how is the effect of the perceived ease of use on intention to use marketplace, and how is the effect of perceived usefulness on intention to use, how is the effect of intention to use and the actual usage, and last is, does perceived connectedness mediate the relationship between intention to use and the actual usage. For the objectives is to determine the influence of perceived ease of use on intention to use, and also to determine the influence on perceived usefulness on intention to use, and to determine also the influence on intention to use and the actual usage. And last is to determine the influence of intention to use on perceived connectedness. And lastly, to determine the influence on perceived connectedness to the actual usage. This is the research framework. So basically we use a time theory, but we also add mediating role perceived connectedness as the novelty in the study. For the research hypothesis, first hypothesis is perceived ease of use has a positive effect on intention to use. The second hypothesis is perceived usefulness has positive effect on intention to use. The third hypothesis, intention to use marketplace has a positive effect on actual usage. And fourth hypothesis is intention to use has a positive effect on perceived connectedness. The last hypothesis is perceived connectedness has a positive effect on the actual usage. For the research methods, we used quantitative, deductive, survey, and also cross-sectional in April 2020, 2022. And the population is 1.4 million people. The sampling technique we use purposive with criteria fashion online shopper and also people who live in Jakarta. The sample size we calculate by Cohen table and also G-power analysis, and it resulted in 250 sample size. And we also use survey questionnaire as a tool, and also SPSS and Smart PLS 3.0. The reliability, we use Cronbach alpha. The validity, we use Pearson correlation. This is basically the respondent profile. And this is the research model after we calculate based on the respondent. So for the findings, all the hypothesis is being supported. So the discussion as the first objective is to determine the influence of perceived ease of use on intention to use marketplace. The easier a marketplace application being assessed, the more often the application.
Maybe you can make it fast.
Okay. Yeah, basically, so the more often the application is being used by customer, the situation might lead them to purchase something even though they didn't plan to purchase it before. So if the application is easy to use, people tend to use the application more often. And the second objective is to determine the influence of perceived usefulness into intention to use. So as shown from the framework, from outer loading of PU, the highest of the outer loading is PU3, which have statement using the marketplace application to shop increase the effectiveness of online fashion shopping. The third objective is to determine the influence on intention to use to the actual usage. So when someone starts wanting to use the technology, then he will intensively apply it in his daily life, and it will lead them to actual usage of the Shopee e-marketplace. And the more intensive this cycle happen, it will drive them to do actual purchase, from moving them to shopping back at first and then purchase it when they feel the items are needed. The fourth objective is to determine on intention to use to perceive connectedness. So the highest value of the auto loading is they have statement, I feel good because I can access service anytime via e-marketplace. So it must be improved with high quality of application without any lagging or error, where users don't have the problem interact with other users at any time. And then last objective is to determine the influence of perceived connectedness to actual usage. So based on the results of the data processing that has been done by using PLS SEM, it's found that perceived connectedness has positive effect of 38% in mediating the relationship between intention to use and the actual marketplace usage. So for the theoretical implication, this study improved the body of knowledge of the modified TAM by extending the model using mediating variable perceived connectedness. And with the introduction of perceived connectedness has a stronger mediating effect on actual usage, the current finding enriched the literature that includes the marketplace usage of millennial women in Jakarta by providing further support. It also encouraged quantitative method using PLS SEM in TAM. For the conclusion, this study aimed to determine the influence on perceived connectedness as a mediating variable effect in the relationship between intention to use and the actual usage. And based on the test result, there is a stronger influence of perceived connectedness mediating variable on the relationship between intention and actual marketplace usage for Jakarta millennial women. For the practical implication, perceived connectedness is an important value to be added in the marketplace platform. And the findings would be beneficial to all stakeholders in the e-marketplace industry by developing the right strategy based on the user needs and wants. And also formulating the redesigning shopping methods would assure proper and fun transaction between sellers and buyers. And also to secure online transaction in Indonesia and minimize the fraud. For the limitation, the sample data set is only female under 35 and also Jakarta only. The sample size is only 243, specifically for fashion industry. And also the data collected in concise period of April 2022. The suggestion for the future research is to include big cities in various islands in Indonesia, and also to gather larger number of participants, and also to explore other industry to provide more comprehensive picture of the marketplace shopping of millennials, and also research at a different period instead of cross-sectional time period. Yeah, that's all from me. Thank you.
All right. So thank you very much, Fernanda Chandra, the beautiful one. So if you have a question for Fernanda, so time for question and answer. Any question for the participant? You are welcome to ask any question to Fernanda. No? So if not, then maybe I will ask the simple question. So why in fashion industry? Why your research is dedicated to fashion industry?
Oh, why fashion industry?
Yeah, why the research is on the fashion industry? Any specific issue in fashion or?
Because usually in fashion, there's a lot of fake products, and also my surroundings, my friends, they usually get fraud in the online transaction in social media, because a lot of people selling fashion products in social media nowadays.
Okay,
Yeah,
so yeah, all right. So fashion industry is an important industry today. So thank you very much, Fernanda Chandra, for the presentation. Let's give a big applause to Fernanda.
Thank you.
And now we are moving to the last presenter, the effect of employer branding on millennials job hopping behavior by Muhammad Reza Safika. Interesting topic, especially on the millennials and the behavior of job hopping. Okay, times and place is yours, Reza.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Pleased to meet you
Put it
all.
on the presentation mode,
Oh.
please.
Ready? Is it not?
Yeah, but ada dua.
Let me share the screen one more time.
Okay.
Okay.
Masih sama.
Masih sama.
Okay, it's okay. So you can continue.
Okay, how about now?
Yes. Put
Is
it on the
it still?
presentation mode, please.
Okay, already?
Yes.
I already put it. Okay. Okay, can everyone see the slide?
Yes, clearly, Reza.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Pleased to meet you. I have a journal and a thesis presentation that I will present right now to everyone. It's about investigating the effect of perceived employer branding in the relationship between job hopping intention and behavior. It's an evidence of in Jakarta millennial employees. So I focus on the generation part and in the Jakarta employee part to assess their intention. So this is more of a human resource topic. So the presentation will consist on study background, statement of the problem, research methodology, data analysis, and hypothesis testing, and conclusion. So let's get straight to the topic, and then I will be brief in each slide because I have a lot of slides. So in Indonesia, millennials are the one who is becoming the major workforce right now. They are dominating the productive age, and then their growth is slowly becoming and overcoming Generation X. So the hands of the economic perspective, millennials' performance will be very influential on increasing the economics of Indonesia, especially in Jakarta, in the center of the economics of Indonesia. Unfortunately, most of the employees in Jakarta are not happy with their work because they have shifted the work ethics, and then they make the employer very confused on how to retain them because they only happy on around 6 months to 1 year. And then after that, after 6 months, they become slowly bored with their work, and then quietly they are planning on moving to another company. So the job hopping behavior has become a serious challenge because it causes demoralizations, and then millennials also one of the most studied generations in history because of our unique and influential aspect right now. And then it is also said by IDN, one of the top researchers in Indonesia, that managing and retaining millennials are becoming more difficult. And then the job hopping itself has become a bad reputation in for the employers. So this is the organization said that because of them that are not really engaged with their employers, it increased the cost of recruiting new employees, and the company reduced knowledge capital and reduced the company reputation. So I made my research. So I found out that the theory of planned behavior is one of the fittest aspect that I can put to determine why is the job hopping exists, what is their main drive, and then is the employer branding strategy can manage to retain them, to make them like stay in their company or not. So so I put theory of planned behavior model as well as the moderating factor employer branding, because theory of planned behaviors are consists of attitude toward behavior, subjective norm, and perceived behavior control. I will explain further. And then the theory of planned behavior also allow for us to add an additional more predictors, because the theory of planned behavior itself are mainly based on the theory of reason action. So based on the statement above, I put employer branding as employer's action in respect of valid retention factors is reinforce employees' intention to stay or leave. So this is the employer branding strategy that I put. So Embler and Barrow consists of interest value, social value, developmental value, and application value. So basically, employer branding strategy is a strategy that can attract and also retain millennials. It is said like that. I want to prove that do employer branding strategy manage to attract only or only retain, or is the attraction is good but the retainment is bad, or is the attraction is bad and the retainment is good? But I only focus on the retainment because it's also been proven that in the recruitment strategy, employer branding is a really good strategy for attracting millennials to join the company. So my research question is, how is the effect of behavior attitude toward behavior on the job hopping intention millennial, and the subjective norm? Subjective norm is the influence by people around you, your family, your friends. Attitude is how we perceive those attitudes itself. How do we see the job hopping itself? And then perceived behavior control is the our ability to control the job hopping intention. And then how is the effect of the forum employer branding to reduce the employee on their job hopping intention, and how is the job hopping intention on job hopping behavior? So this is my framework, basically the theory of planned behavior affecting the intention on job hopping, but on the intention to the behavior, it's all moderated by the perceived employer branding, because from the intention there is a gap that can maybe put a stop to their urge to move to another company by employer branding strategy. So this is my hypothesis. They consist of the 5 hypotheses: perceived behavior control, behavior attitude toward behavior, subjective norm, perceived employer branding, and then the effect of job hopping intention that have positive effect on the job hopping behavior. The research methodology flowchart is non-probability purposive sampling. There is 2.83 million. That's why I put coin table 70. So I temp it by 2 to 140. And then I got 214 respondents. Data collection tool by survey questionnaire, data analysis tool using SPSS and Smart PLS 3.0, reliability by using CrowdBatch Alpha, and then validity by Pearson correlation. So this is my based on questionnaire. Okay, I'm just gonna skip this. Maybe if you have questions later, I can go back to the slide. Okay, this is my questionnaire. Okay. Okay, so I already put the research question, and then I got 214 respondents. So I from the data.
Maybe you can make it fast.
Okay. So most of my respondents are male, and then second one is female. Most of them are millennials. The middle age of millennials, and they're 45%.
So your findings, please.
Yes. Okay. Most of them are work at the startup and the retail sector. And then this is their one of the reason of resign. They put salary and wages are their most determining factors of moving to another company. And then the second one is the relationship between workers and management. And then based on my hypothesis, most of them agree about the behavior and then employer branding. And then this is my SMPLS results. Unfortunately, the perceived employer branding doesn't really affect the employees' intention to quit their job to do job hopping. It may be good to attract, but it's not really good to retain them. So based on the result, the effect of the employer branding strategy is low to retain the millennials from their job hopping intention. So the perceived behavior control is the most people are mostly affected by the perceived behavior control. So when they open LinkedIn and when they open JobStreet and they connect with other people, they have this kind of urge they cannot control that oh, maybe I can work somewhere, or maybe I can go somewhere from my previous company. This is perceived behavior control. Yes.
1 minute to go. So would you
Okay.
like to?
Okay. Also the subjective norm is the lowest one. The has the weakest effect. So millennials in Jakarta are probably not really affected by their families or their friends. So if they made their decisions, and it's my decision. So and then the attitude or behavior also have the medium effect. So they feel that job hopping is necessary, but also not all of them are answering that is necessary. So it's on the medium effect. Well, the employer branding itself has the weakest effect also. It may delay them from their job hopping plan, but it's also it's not really making them want to stay in the company. So employers maybe can reconsider for not spending too much money on the employer branding, maybe focus on the salary. I don't know what happened in Turkey, but in Jakarta it's strongly recommending for employers to focus on giving salary and compensation, because one of the variables that strongly hold the millennial employee from job hopping behavior is salary oriented millennials. Well, the intention has a strong effect. And then this is my hypothesis. Everything is also positively affected, but unfortunately, the perceived employer branding has a negative and significant effect. So the theoretical implication that there is evidence that perceived behavior control reinforces the job hopping intention of millennial generation. The practical implication is it's to give insight to Jakarta employers on planning the employee retention strategy through employer branding, and also to give insight to how to bridge millennial generation in the job market so they can work together with their supervisor, other generation, and each other, and lastly to further contribute millennials generation to study and help the generation preserve their work while enhance their potential. The practical implications also changing the mindset in evaluating jobs millennials can help reduce turnover intentions, especially if made them more confident, but not too confident at the same time, because millennials prefer focus on the future objective and how their interests and abilities might aid the process of self-development, whereas managers often focus on previous mistakes and seek answers from present outcomes. And there's limitations because it's only based on Jakarta, maybe, and also use non-purposive non-probability sampling. I cannot be able to represent the whole population, and also the limited that I only study the Jakarta, and there is also data statistics that may be the reason employer branding is not positively correlated. Therefore, the study results can be generalized in the area of Jakarta only. The second limitation, the data collected concise period from February, April 2020. Okay, and the recommendation for the future, Generation Z is also quite complicated like millennials. Okay, thank you so much. Any questions?
Okay, so thank you very much for Reza. Let's give a big applause to Reza. And time now open for question and answer. You are welcome to ask any question to Reza. So Reza is my son's friend, and you remind my son is keeping job hopping from one to another company. Okay, so if not, then maybe I will ask you one simple question. So,
yes.
So can you explain maybe the relation of your research with the new phenomena of quiet quitting?
Yes, that is also quite relatable, because after I after I present my journal, quiet quitting has become viral. It has similar essence actually, the job hopping and quiet quitting. So if we look back at the perceived behavior control, subjective norm, and attitude toward behavior, quiet quitting is also determined by can also be determined by their TPB. So actually, quiet quitting is they are planning to quit and resign, and then they move to another company. And then a lot of quiet quitting will lead to job hopping, actually.
Okay, so thank you very much,
Yes.
Reza, for the explanation of the presentation. So beautiful and excellent presentation. You look good as well, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so again, give a big applause to session number 3. Now I hand over back to Dr. Zia. Go back
Thank you
to
very
you.
much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Everyone.
It was nice session. Session is completed with the 7 presenters, and I really appreciate Dr. Firdaus for your moderation, and I really appreciate all of the presenters. Dr. Karda, so what we have to do? Should we move to the next session?
Yes, thank you very much, Firdaus. Thank you very much, Dr. Zia, and all presenters. Thank you very much. We will pass through to session 4. As I see Lisa, Agustina, Mario, and Nella, you are here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, we can start your session. As I see Tiaku Yusuf is also here, we can start with it.
Okay. So, good evening from Indonesia. My name is Lisa Agustina Mauranello. I am the head of BBA program, as well as the faculty of BBA program of IPMI International Business School. I'd be honored to be the moderator for the session for today, and we will start the presentation from Mr. Teuku Yusuf and Dr. Amelia Naim Indrajaya to present the influence of delegation authority and transformational leadership on individual performance by the existence of individual adaptability as mediating variable. Wow, there's a lot of words for this, the title. So Mr. Teuku Yusuf and Ibu Amelia Naim, are you there? All right. So you will present, Mr. Yusuf, will you present the, okay. So your time is maximum to 10 minutes and it will be followed by question and answer. The screen and time are yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bu Liza. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, everyone.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good evening, Dr. Zia, Bu Liza, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm very proud to be part of the CEO Congress. My name is Teuku Yusuf. I'm a student in IPMI MBA program. My supervisor, Ibu Dr. Insinyur Amelia Naim. Our research title is The Influence of Delegation Authority and Transformational Leadership on Individual Performance by Existence of the Individual Adaptability as Mediating Variables, as seen evidence in PLN Indonesia Power. Okay, this is our agenda: introduction, literature review, methodology, and finding and discussion. And the last is expected conclusion and recommendation. Okay, the first one I will to brief explain about the electricity process business in Indonesia. The first one, electricity be produced in the power plant there is the PLN Indonesia Power as the one of the company in Indonesia, and the second one, the electricity will distribute to the customer through the transmission business unit, and the last one is to be sold to the end customer by the distribution business unit. The transmission and distribution business unit run and owned by PLN, state-owned company, owned by government, Indonesia government, and PLN Indonesia Power is the subsidiaries of PT PLN, with core business is electricity power plant. So we can see the PLN Indonesia Power and another power plant is currently facing various challenges, and maybe for the old company, it's common knowledge that today business environment is changing very fast, and characteristics are getting more volatile, more uncertain, and more complex, complicated and disruptive. The external challenge for this company is global target for the PLN group to accelerate the achievement of the large portion in the short time. As we know, the whole world is committed to the reducing emission and targeted 0% in 2060. And the second one is the supplier structure due to the entry of the private sector and the public is in the public electricity. So we can see that everyone can install solar PV to produce electricity for their home. And the last one is in terms of the new technology development is very fast. The problem statement in this slide, we can see the overall target regarding the previous slide. The overall trend of power generation growth is increasing, and the direct competitor market share is also increased. This is the independent power producer, and however, the PLN Indonesia Power market share has decreased significantly from 48% in 2003 to be 19% in 2021. This is based on the annual report of PLN Indonesia Power. Okay, this paper is conceptual paper developing a research framework based on the result of previous studies. However, research that investigates the influence of delegating authority and transformational leadership towards individual performance and integrated in one research model is still very rare. It is argued that in order to accelerate company objective, there is the mediating effect of individual adaptability. Okay, the second part is literature review. Here are its literature review based on the previous journal. The first one is individual adaptability. You can see in terms of the work organization, technology change, and the dramatic rise of globalization and organization, and in terms of the adaptability. We also provide the individual adaptability model based on the Bloyhart and Blisey theory. The second one is individual adaptability and performance literature. The third one is the delegation authority literature based on the previous research. And the next is the relationship between delegation authority and individual performance. And the next one is the relationship between delegation authority and individual adaptability. And then the transformational leadership literature. The next one is transformational leadership and individual performance literature. And the last one is transformational leadership and individual adaptability literature. Okay, the third part is talking about the methodology. This section explains the methods for completing the investigation. Also, there will be the hypothesis as well as the analysis indicator used in this study. Here's 5 hypotheses. The first one, delegation authority have a positive and significant effect on individual performance based on the previous journal. The second one, delegation authority, have a positive and significant effect on individual adaptability. The third one, transformational leadership, have a positive and significant effect on individual performance. The next one is transformational leadership has a positive and significant effect on individual adaptability. The last one is individual adaptability have a positive and significant effect on individual performance. Hypothesis development, we analyzed based on the previous journal and their result. The following hypothesis formulation can be developed, like delegation authority have a positive and significant effect on the individual performance. And then hypothesis development number 2 is the following hypothesis formulation in terms of the individual performance, individual adaptability, and individual performance. This is the third hypothesis development. This is the next one, the number 4, and the last one, hypothesis development in terms of the individual adaptability and individual performance. Okay, in the fourth part is finding and discussion. I developed example of a framework to investigate delegation authority and transformational leadership with individual performance and mediating effect of the individual adaptability. There has been limited research on how individual adaptability mediate delegation authority and transformational leadership for the individual performance in power generation company, especially in Indonesia. This is the variable and variable and dimension of the framework. So every in this study, there is one dependent variable, individual performance, and independent variable, delegation authority and transformational leadership and mediating effect on individual adaptability. Each variable has several dimensions, and then this research will use questionnaire as a data collection techniques. Okay, the last one is expected conclusion and recommendation. The first one is this research is expected to be useful for the companies to be able to understand the influence of delegating authority and transformational leadership toward individual performance, especially in state-owned company, because our business development very determined from the government, so there is limited freedom to act and freedom to make the business development from the internal management. The second one, it's argued that in order to accelerate company objective, there is the mediating effect of individual adaptability. Then the third one, the company will have a framework as a consideration that will be used in employee adaptability and leadership program developments to improve their performance and their employees also. Okay, thank you. This is our presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Yusuf, for your presentation today. Then we will open for Q&A session for question and answer from the participants. Do you have any questions or comments? All right. If not, maybe I can give you several comments. Okay. I can see your model. Yeah, you can return your slide to, yeah, I don't know, like the model with the indicators there.
Now, this one is delegation authority consists of job performance effectiveness. Then what would be the difference between this observed variable of job performance with the like the variable of individual performance? Are there any differences between them? Because I think it will be like similar to each other, and statistically in the future, even though right now your paper is conceptual paper, hopefully that in the future you will develop into like the real statistical test to confirm this theory. Then how to differentiate between this observed variable and with the variable of individual performance. Yeah, hopefully that you can answer my question. Thank you.
Okay, Bu Liza, thank you for your question. The answer is the mediation between delegation authority and individual performance is different, Bu. Actually, the job performance efficiency is the impact of delegation authority to job performance efficiency. And the second one, the impact or the influence delegation authority to job performance effectiveness. And the last one is how to the relationship between delegation authority to job empowerment. And I have to collect the questionnaire based on the previous research or journal. There is a difference between two variables.
Okay, so we would like to make sure that the model derives from the previous journal that stated job performance effectiveness and individual performance are different, because if it is similar, then it will be appear on the statistical results in the future.
Yes.
All right, I think that's it from this session. Are there any comments, Dr.
All
Zia?
right, just a short comment, no question, just a comment. First of all, I really appreciate the presenter, because I was thinking that this research has been perhaps conducted by a PhD scholar, but it has been conducted by a master's or MBA level scholar. So I really appreciate you and Dr. Mila as well. It's really good research. Specifically, you are tapping on transformational leadership. And when you're talking about transformational leadership, definitely you're taking the other variables as individual, individual adaptability, individual performance. And I would be thinking then that when you would be talking about delegation of authority, that would be also taken as individual variable. So if it is so, I really appreciate. Keep it up. That was just my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Zia, for your comment.
Thank you, Dr. Zia. And thank you again to the first presenter, Mr. Yusuf and Dr. Amelia Naim, for a very good topic of research about job performance. Thank you so much. And we do really appreciate about your presentation. Give applause, like the virtual applause of reaction to the first presenter. Okay, now we can move our presentation to the second one of Mr. Afan Rizky Indrajaya, along with Professor Insinyur Roy Sembel, and again with Ibu Amelia Naim Indrajaya, with the title of The Implication of Business Intelligence Toward Organizational Performance with Moderating Variable of Culture and Capability, a case study of XYZ Company. Wow, what is XYZ Company? So who will present, Mr. Avan or Prof.
Yes.
Roy? Or
It's me. I'm gonna present.
okay, hello, how are you today, Mr.
Yeah,
Avan?
fine. How are you too? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So your maximum time of presentation will be only 10 minutes. Yeah, hopefully
Okay.
that you will be on time by presenting your paper today. Your
Okay.
time and the time and screen are yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, you can continue.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity of being here. Today, I will be presenting about the implication of business intelligence toward organizational performance with the moderating variable of culture and capability, case study of XYZ company. Okay, this is the agenda, like the previous all of us already done, and then let's move on. So for the introduction, this intelligence is already have been proven to grasp many opportunities based on the historical and current data. Especially the top level management also tend to make decision making intuitively in the past, while the impact might seem not effective for the company. So the presence of this business intelligence has solved this issue toward the factual and data-based driven for its decision. And it's been since the late 90s that many companies have support this in many functions and many levels to support the business growth. And it also works as a conceptualized historical data that transform it into a structured layout to facilitate the decision making. And then for a little bit overview, here is the trend of the business intelligence so far. So you can see it has been used in many industry ranging from education to financial service. And so also from many level in the organization, from the line managers, executive and partners, and also by many size in the organization, from the small and to the big one. And then for the trend and phenomenon, this is also interesting because the function that drive the business intelligence, as you can see, the lower one is consisting of R&D, competency center, HR, and manufacturing. But however, the change in function that drive the BI is the bottom part of in the left chart. So the one that the most utilized the business intelligence comes from the manufacturing, R&D, and human resource. So it explains how the BI has benefit greatly, even it only used not that many times in the area. And this is also the critical point that in the business intelligence there is this obstacle to success, where the culture that doesn't fully understand, and then the lack of support from the top level or senior management, and the poor communication being those obstacles. But it in the same time, it can be meaning the anomaly. It also contributes to success because all the support from senior management, the culture that understand, and the good communication become the contributor to success of BI. So for the research problem, I believe that the effect of culture can promote or maybe hinder the BI implementation. So it as proven by the survey from the Dresner Advisory that said the top level management, communication, and culture play the most influential factors on bringing a better business intelligence application. But some companies still reluctant to apply this. And there's also the lack of knowledge and competencies and understand BI that plays a significant role. So based on the previous research, especially the IT staff and senior member in the organization have not yet grasped the essence of BI and applied fully in the company. So sometimes the miscommunication will occur due to this matter. So this is just an overview of my research question and objective. So I just want to see how is the effect of business intelligence in the organizational performance, and also does organizational culture moderate the relation effect of BI and organizational performance. And the last one, does organizational capability moderate the relationship effect of BI and organizational performance, and followed by the objective. So I believe this research will bring a benefit, especially for the leader to formulate strategy and increase the awareness of the benefit of the BI itself. And also it will give an identification of culture and capability constraint that will impact the business intelligence implementation. And also company might gain the competitive advantage due to the unique value proposition, the utilizing BI. And last, I believe company will also adapt better with the implementation of BI, especially with all the turbulence in the external, such as the COVID and war that happen right now. Sorry. And the novelty, recent novelty here, I use the BSC card as the performance measurement. And I also use a single case study company that assess the impact of business intelligence. And I also put the moderating effect of culture and capability to analyze the research. And the last one, I also see based on the previous discussion that several people assess the impact of BI in Indonesia. So I hope especially the culture will bring a significant conclusion toward the impact of business intelligence. And literature review. This is the three main article or journal that I found that is really correlated with my research, especially for the second and the third one. The second is understanding BI and analytics system from the various business sector in Indonesia. So, but in here, like I said, with the moderating effect, the lack of knowledge and technical competencies influence the guaranteed satisfaction of implementing BI. So that's why I put orientation capability. And the third journal is the effect of clarity of business vision and top management support to quality of business intelligence system. In here, it also stated that the clarity of business vision, it also affect the quality of BI. And also, but the top management support works contrary and opposite. So, but the limitation of this study may be consisting of the financial institution in Medan. So again, in here, I want to see the effect of organization culture that influence the top management support to see the correlation to the BI implementation. And this is just a little bit general theory. Yeah, as you can see, the BI culture, capability, and the scorecard. I'm just gonna skip this. And here, the most important thing about the theory, specific theory, is the second one, is the Lone and McLean Information System Success Model. In here, it is the most cited literature. So it discusses the implementation of the information system consisting, for example, BI. So the 6 important factors in here that is gonna assess the system quality, information quality, service quality, system use, user satisfaction, and net benefits. Okay, and next for the methodology, for the population, of course, it's all companies in Indonesia who utilize BI. And for the sample itself, I will assess a single case study company as XYZ and already proposed. Hopefully, it's going to be from the pharmaceutical industry who already utilize business intelligence. For the empirical model, I'm going to use the TLS-EM approach and using the Cohen table to obtain minimum data. And here, just for the variable measurement, it's going to be used with the ordinal and interval scale to assess all the organizational culture and capability and the relationship with the business intelligence implementation and organizational performance.
Dear Afan, can you conclude it?
Okay.
You
Maybe
have two
a
minutes.
little bit. Yeah. BI, this is my hypothesis. The BI has positive effect on organizational performance. The agriculture moderate the relationship with BI, and the capability also moderate the relationship with BI. This is the data, so I'm going to combine the quantitative and qualitative research. And this is my proposed framework. So I believe hopefully the business intelligence, I can see the analysis that impact the organizational performance with the monetary effect of culture and capability. And for the dimension itself, I'm going to assess it toward the BI with the system quality and framework quality and until decision making. That is correlated with the DLON information system model. And for organization culture, I'm going to use the OCHA instrument, the analytical decision-making culture, top management support and BI culture. For the capability, I'm going to use this, the ENDO and EXO capability, upgrading capability and decision-making capability. Then for the organizational performance, the BSC, as you know, the business process, growth, customer, and finance. And then for just to conclude, so the study, like I explained before, tries to explain the impact of BI application toward organizational performance. The culture and capabilities stand as the moderating variable that will affect the relationship between both variables. However, there is a limitation due to the single case study company that is observed in a company from the pharmaceutical industry. So due to the model that has not been validated yet, a combination between qualitative and quantitative research will be applied to support the analysis. And that's all from me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Afan, to do the presentation. about the organizational performance based on some of antecedents and also the moderators. All right, from the participants, do you have any comments or questions or maybe suggestions?
Just a small suggestion. Actually, the title is really very good. Like, this implications of business intelligence towards organization performance. And then you're talking about the culture and capability. But why you're just mentioning this, a case study of XYZ company? You have come up with a full-fledged model and things like that. I feel like that it should be a complete full-fledged research instead of just, mentioning a case study. Maybe Dr. Mila or other people, they know better. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your input. Yeah, that's also what I've been wondering, whether I'm gonna use a single case or just give the sample for like a cluster industry, maybe like manufacturing or banking who already utilize BI. But in this case, what I already realized is the business intelligence implementation, some sort of the data is not that it's not open to case study, especially in several companies. So I already approached some companies. They said that the BI correlated really strongly with the strategy of the company. So they said that it is not that easy to get out the available data information to support my case study. But with the help with my link, the pharmaceutical industry, even though only one company, when I proposed my proposal, they happily agreed to become my case study. That's my first consideration, Dr. Rubia.
Well, anyway, that's fine. I'm not asking this question. There's no question actually. This is just
I just responding
that,
to that.
no, just listen. Just, you're tapping up very good variables like culture and capability, and you are measuring culture, you are measuring capability, and you are gauging business intelligence, and you're gauging organization performance. It's a full-fledged research. So I'm just pushing you and motivating you to go ahead for that instead of just using, case study, because wherever you mention a case study, your supervisor knows better. It is considered that it is very narrow and towards some specific, organization only. So just make it, it's an academic research and basic research and generalizable, no problem. Okay.
Thank you, Pak. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I think I'd like to ask question, but has already delivered by Dr. Zia. All right. Is there any other questions? Okay, if not, then maybe like this. For your theoretical concept, you have stated endogenous and exogenous capabilities for the indicators. Maybe for using SEM, it is called like the observed variable, right? So observed variable is not abstract or latent anymore. So you need to be more specific on that. So exogenous and endogenous capabilities. So you need to be detailed on that because it should be like in the form of observed variables. Maybe that would be my my suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We do really appreciate about your presentation. Congratulations, Mr. Afan and other authors. Give applause to the presenters, like the virtual applause. Then now we can move to the third presentation for today, with the title of The Moderating Effect of Social Support and Transfer Design on the Relationship Between Knowledge Acquired and Transfer of Training by Endah Nur Aini, Wendra, and Roni Kontur. So, are the presenters here?
Ibu Endah Nuraini, are you there? Or Wendra? Or Mr. Roni?
Seems
Okay,
nobody is
so
here. Nurani, Counter, nobody's here. Anybody
nobody's here.
representing this paper to present? If available, please come up and take your turn.
Yeah.
If not,
If
then
yes,
we'll move towards
maybe
next.
yes. Okay, doctor, shall we move to the next presenter?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. If not, then we'll move towards the next presenter. If they join, we'll give them turn. No problem.
All right. So the next presenter would be from the research scholar Tariq Abu Bakar Ali and Dr. Ramesh Kumar with the title of Effect of Violence Against Children in Tanzania, an analytical study on social issues.
Yes.
So,
Tariq Abu Bakar and
Mr.
Ramesh,
Tariq.
if you are there. Mr. Tariq Abu Bakar, are you there?
Yeah.
Or Mr. Ramesh? Yes, please. Come on, take
Yes,
your
sir.
turn. It's your turn, please. Over to you,
Sir.
please. Yeah.
Yes, I'm trying
Go
to
ahead,
share
please.
my screen.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Your time is limited to 10 minutes, and then you have to finish by the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, my PPT visible? My presentation, is it visible?
You're visible
Hello?
and audible. You may proceed.
Okay,
You're
okay,
visible and audible, then you can proceed. Thank you.
okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Tariq Ali. So I have very few PPT, so I'll try to go as fast as possible. So this is actually a literature review which has been done on effects of violence against children in Tanzania. So as I'm about to present a literature review, so my PPT will not have many words. So yeah, I'm a PhD scholar from Laval Professional University in India. And I would like to start by this, the first slide here, which is background. So the violence against children is actually a very major problem, not only in Tanzania, but in many countries across the world. And it has been having a devastating effect for many children across the world. No country, whether rich or poor, can actually avoid this issue of violence against children, or is immune against this issue of violence against children. So the gender inequality is one of the biggest contributors to violence against children. And sadly, most of these cases that has been reported, that have been reported by these children against their own parents, siblings, or sometimes even teachers. So, you know, we cannot create the society that is expected to develop unless our children feel safe, whether they're at home or at school, whatever. So in Tanzania, to be more specifically, according to some research which has been titled The Violence Against School Children in the Mainland of Tanzania, says that more than 46% of these children, female children actually, who are studied in Tanzania, they reported to have been sexually abused at school itself. And more than 36.3% of these children, they have reported to experience this kind of violence periodically. So there are several forms of violence actually these children experience. They can be rape, which has been reported, non-consensual sexual contact, and even non-contact sexual abuse. However, Tanzania is actually the first country in Africa to have this kind of study to measure nationwide the nature and magnitude of this violence, what this kind of violence are, of which nature, and to what magnitude they actually have occur in the society. So, as I said earlier, there are many contributions to this kind of violence which occur in Tanzania. And many of these, according to study, that have been shown, like most of them happen from close sibling of these children. So, yeah, these children who have been physically or sexually abused. So the study shows that these children who have been sexually abused, they're more likely to grow up being very unhealthy psychologically. So if children is sexually abused at a very young age, they grow up being very insecure, psychologically very much affected. And in the society that we expect the younger generation to grow up and bring development in the society, the children who have been abused psychologically, mentally, or emotionally, or even physically, they grow up to be not assets for the country, but liabilities, because then they grow up being very insecure adults with very less creativity toward the production of the nation. So I would like to conclude this presentation on literature review of violence against female children by saying that most of these violation which occurs in many countries of the world, including Tanzania, as I said, they occur from the close siblings or teachers or even parents. So this is actually a psychological thing, we can say in one way, but in another way, we can say it has been there for a long time in our societies, especially African societies, normalizing this kind of acts or actions. So if the government itself or people in our society don't change our mindset toward our children or female children, because the major victims of this kind of violence are female. So people in this society, we take these children as the object of pleasure. So unless the society itself changes the mindset toward the female children in our society, I think it will be very difficult for our society to prevent this kind of acts, this kind of violence, and implementation of the rules that has been approved by the government toward the people who conduct this kind of acts is very important for the betterment of our society and prevent this kind of acts against our female children. So I've tried to make it very shortly, and I would like to welcome any question or any contribution or any comments on the topic addressed about. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. Very interesting about the violence and how to against them. All right. For the participants, do you have any questions? I've seen the clap over there. Do you have any considerations or questions, or maybe like the thoughts about this research? All right, then maybe I can give like the several, not the conclusion, but maybe like the opinion, yeah, about the violence against the children. Do you think that this research will be a benefit for some particular organizations in your country or maybe in the world? because this is really interesting on how we can prevent the violence for the children. So maybe like what will be the significant organization that could be benefit to read about your research?
Okay.
Like maybe government
Yeah,
or maybe, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Actually, this research is mainly focused on the government and the society at large, because we believe the government has got a power and a very big influence on its people. I mean, if the government puts campaigns that would change the mindset, because the word violence itself is a state of mind. So it all starts up here. So this research will mainly be focused to the government, providing them with solutions and causes of this kind of violence at home and at schools. Because the violence against children, as I said, is a mental thing. Like, I mean, a normal mental health person cannot just go and do this kind of act. So we have to change the mindset of the people, and we highly depend on the governments and NGOs in our country to put on front these campaigns to help and educate our people. You know, it's especially against women, the violence and discrimination, all this kind of mental or emotional violence should not be there. Because I mean, as just a normal scenario, like it's happening around the world, it's strange that people believe a woman or a female can raise a president, but a female or a woman cannot be a president. So you see, it's just a state of mindset. So this research is going to help the government with the, first of all, the source of this kind of violence and how to come up with kind of solution to help our society succeed to tackle this kind of violence for our children, whether it's at home or at schools. Because these children face violence at home, they face violence at school, even on their way from home to schools, depending on the location they are. They don't feel safe, and if they cannot feel safe, it means we cannot expect the better society or development of the country.
That's very interesting and very thoughtful of you, Mr. Tariq. Thank you so much for your kind presentation to describe about how to against the violence among children. Okay, for the participants, we can give applause to the presenter from Dr. Ali and then other authors. Again, thank you very much. Then we can move to the next presenter. Yeah. Wow, this is about marketing. Okay, yeah. So the next presenter will be presenting about marketing, which is entitled The Effect of Marketing Myopia on the Streaming and Entertainment Industry by Venkata Nagasaikiran Kolakaluri and Professor Dr. Emin Sivi. I'm really sorry if I pronounce it wrong. Then who will do the presentation?
So I'll be doing myself, like Venkata Nagasaikiran Kolakaluri. You can call me SK in short. Like, I know it's a big name, but you can call me SK.
Okay, so I can call you SK.
Yeah.
All right, SK, then your 10 minutes, yeah, will start from now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa, and thank you, Dr. Zia. And first of all, I would like to thank CEO Congress for giving me an opportunity to present my paper on this platform. So today I'll be sharing you my screen as well right now, right away. Just a second. I hope you all can see my screen.
Yes, it's visible. Maybe you can turn into the presentation mode, like the full screen.
It's in the presentation mode right now.
Not yet. So maybe you can go to the full screen.
Oh, just a
or
second.
maybe press the F5.
I'll try to, yeah. So I'll try to reshare the thing. Sorry for the interruptions.
No worries.
So are you able to see right now? Is it on full screen?
Now it's full screen.
No, it's full screen?
Then
Okay.
you can start from the first slide of your presentation. Yeah.
Yeah. So I hope the time would be considered from now on.
Yeah. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you.
That.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank
Time
you.
and screen are yours.
Yeah, so actually I'm like basically I'm from India and I'm presenting you right now from Canada. So I completed my master's MBA in University of New Brunswick, and my professor Dr. Amin CV, he's my supervisor in the research like of my MBA thing. So let me take to your topic like without any time waste. So I'll be presenting on the effect of marketing myopia on the streaming and entertainment industry. So my agenda would be like I'll brief about a history of myopia and something related to entertainment industry, and more specifically I'll talk about two companies. One is Blockbuster, the other one is Netflix, and I'll talk how myopic affected these companies and are affecting these companies right now. And I'll also talk about the new modern marketing myopia, which is a findings from my the whole research. And I'll try to conclude with my recommendations to the Netflix. So let me take to the introduction. So talking about history of myopia, so marketing myopia is first introduced by Dr. Levitt in the year 1960. So it is basically about the short-sightedness of companies towards their the products and like not taking care of the customers. And this thing has been extended by by the Professor Smith and his team in 2010, stating that not only the customers but also all other stakeholders has to be taken care. So the causes of marketing myopia are very clear that if the companies are focusing on like products rather than their customers, marketing, it is called to be as marketing myopia. And whenever the companies believe they are in growth industry, and if they are failing to like adapt to the situational changes, and ignoring their substitutes or ignoring like competition, and believe that their product is supreme and they doesn't have any kind of competition in terms of product as well, and not having a future vision, and as like single, you can say the single emphasis of a products rather than customers as well. So this is literature review. I'll talk briefly about the entertainment industry first. So we all know like entertainment industry initially started with the movies, the theaters first of all, then next the televisions has arrived, and after that DVDs, and people can see their pictures from the home with the help of DVD players. And later on like companies introduced DVDs to be supplied directly to their home mail services, and after that online streaming, which is introduced by Netflix, and later on like subscriptions to the group of movies instead of like getting a one small TV something, and OTT and short films. And about Blockbuster. So Blockbuster is into video rental services, and it is established in 1985 in Dallas. And this is so in 2004, I mean, it grown very fast because people are really crazy about the movies at the time. So it really grown very fast, and in 2004 it is having 9,000 plus stores. And the major income for this Blockbuster is through rental and as well as the late fees. So it always followed the brick and mortar strategy, that is like bringing the customers to their stores. And Netflix is introduced by Reed Hastings. Netflix I can say it is an interesting company because it has been evolved by a gap created in the market. The Netflix owner Reed Hastings, who got frustrated with the late payment fees charged by the Blockbuster, he got an idea that why I shouldn't start a company and make customers helpful in not paying the late fees. So there comes a solution, and there comes a evolution of any kind of thought or any kind of company. Netflix has been innovative by introducing the DVD mail services and online streaming. Like they are first in the market to introduce all these kind of things, and they are the one who introduced the premium, like monthly premium for the people, where they can watch a bunch of movies for a less rate.
And so the methodology which I've used is like qualitative, exploratory, and case study methodology. I have just used the secondary data, and I've done the analysis through the content and texture analysis, and I used critical discourse analysis for the decode for the framework. And let me talk about the findings and discussions. So first of all, I'll explain you why Blockbuster has been collapsed. It is very evidential that the Blockbuster is collapsed because of the evolution of, you can say, Netflix. Netflix understood that customers are dissatisfied because of the late fees which is charged by the Blockbuster, and which made Netflix to conquer the market slowly. But initially, Netflix suffered a lot. Blockbuster failed to overtake Netflix when Red Hastings approached the Blockbuster, which is a weak leadership, you can say. Decision making thing, you can say it's bad over here. And the success ego of the Blockbuster and failure to change the circumstances, all these helped Blockbuster to helped Netflix to regain the position of the market, and Blockbuster to fall down. So this is how the Blockbuster has been collapsed and the Netflix has been risen. You can see that initially the Blockbuster is having a higher trend, but Netflix used to be in a because Netflix struggled a lot initially, but the rise, once the Netflix rise has been started, and Blockbuster went down very fastly. But right now I would like to talk about Netflix because the Netflix is also. I'm thinking that Netflix is also in the myopic state based on some findings which I have done in my research. You can see the Netflix the graph is from 2013 to 2020 there is a slope graph which is upwards, but in 2020 to 2022 you can see there is stagnation, a kind of stagnation which is happening in Netflix. So during this period the Netflix competitors are being picked up. I'll show you in the next slide. So you can see how its rival, its most competition rival, which is Hotstar, has picking up the subscribers. You can see from 2020 how it is picking up the subscribers. So right now you can see here how the Netflix is in top position. Definitely I agree with that, but other competitors are approaching to its position. Maybe I don't think so. It may take some good enough time for the Netflix to come down and for the other competitors to pick up in the situation. So Netflix, you can see how Netflix, this is as per Statista, Netflix, the popularity has been came down to 4th position. You can see HBO Max, Disney, and Hulu is overtaking the Netflix over here. So the main reasons of the Netflix, why it is getting more into myopic effect, is that is Netflix is concentrating on really the entertainment industry, or they are really looking into the initial innovation which they had. I mean, because entertainment industry is not just on online streaming, it is more than what online streaming is. So Netflix has to understand the changing environment of the people, because right now people are more interested towards TikTok videos and some other videos as well. So I think Netflix has to think in that way as well. So they have to listen to the customers, and they have to produce a qualitative content rather than concentrating on more number of content. So I would say, because comparing the Blockbuster and Netflix, Blockbuster initially failed to adapt to that innovation and technology, which Netflix is following the same path as Blockbuster done previously. And I hope Netflix should take a broader and wider step at this point. Otherwise, it may face some adaptive consequences, which was faced by Blockbuster during those days. And I see Netflix and Blockbuster, everyone has followed the strategies which was given by the myopias. I mean, the researchers, they have followed they have been innovative. They have followed the customers. They are top in the industry. They are not struggling companies. They are titans in the industry. They are like monarchies, you can say. But what made them to suffer? Because even though they are following all these things, but they are myopic. So that's the reason which I came up with a different kind of myopia. I think from here on we can say this is called to be as new modern marketing myopia, which gives birth to a new form of myopia. What is new modern marketing myopia? So whenever if a company is unable to unable to cope up the growth because of its clouded innovation.
Mr. SK, you have 2 minutes to finish.
I'll definitely complete. Yeah. I'll just close it off. And the self-esteem success as well. So the two primary reasons which I have identified for NMM is like the sham, the opaque innovation, and the success dystrophy. So these are the like reasons for the sham innovation. We can say like if the company's innovation doesn't support the growth, I call it as a sham innovation. And the success dystrophy, if the firm's growth has stagnated, like if it's constant, if the firm is losing market share, and if it is acquiring some market, if the competitors is acquiring market share, so it is called to be a success dystrophy. So I have divided success dystrophy into 6 categories depending on the different like leadership, media, hype, success inertia, like not changing because of the success ego, they are not unable to change to the markets. And monomania business, like following or like a single successful product or single successful business model, is called to be as apathetic business. And deflective marketing is like not targeting the customers and the customer changes rather than concentrating on their own success criteria. So conclusions. So this is my framework which I have designed for the new modern marketing myopia, because I think companies has to look into this way rather than stucking at some point. These are my recommendations to the current Netflix company. Netflix has to think beyond online streaming. It has to definitely take care of the customers, like who really are interested in some other platforms rather than only online streaming, because customer changes, the market changes, depends on the like innovation and depends on the technology which is being developed. I hope so Netflix has to like give more attention towards the quality rather than the content. And Netflix has to have some good strategic collaborations with some other companies in order to attract more number of customers. I hope that's it for today from my side, and thank you for an attention as well and giving me an opportunity in this platform. And I believe that success is a journey but not a destination. So any questions you can please throw on me.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. SK, for your very insightful and thoughtful presentation about the myopia marketing. Dr. Sia, do you have any questions? If not, then I will address some of the points over
Just
here.
actually no question, just a suggestion for SK. Is a very motivated and energetic researcher. So I feel that he should, a little bit more focus on the academic side of marketing myopia, which says the utility of the product instead of selling the product. So definitely, as the last statement you mentioned, that it's always a journey. So I would love to see a more, better quality in and more academic in it. Thank you very much. That's fine.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Sia. It's insightful thing as well. I'll definitely keep that in my mind, because anyways, like this is my MBA research and I'm planning for my PhD. I'll be continuing my the research from here on into my PhD. Yeah. And definitely I'll keep your word in it. Yeah.
Best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, SK. Thank you, Dr. Zia, for the question. From me, I've heard a lot of, well, because I'm from marketing as well, so I do really interested in your topic, because your topic consists a lot of new terminology. But I do really consider about Netflix. Do you think that Netflix can be succeeded because of the viral marketing, or any recommendations from word of mouth, instead of any terminologies that you have stated earlier? What do you think about the viral marketing with the marketing myopia? The viral marketing. Yes.
Yeah, I understand. So actually Netflix, I would say that because Netflix has been succeeded because of the word of mouth only. They initially have seen the gap in the market that Blockbuster is selling, is like misusing the customers. They are overcharging the customers with late fees, and this made the Netflix to get allowed. And right now they have taken very innovative steps. You can say they have targeted some particular range of people, because they introduced online streaming, and they introduced DVD in-mail services, like to delivering the DVDs to their home step. So all these things, innovations which they have done previously, they are unable to do it right now, because there is no you can say talkable innovation in the near times from the Netflix. apart from the online streaming, which it has been previously, there's nothing like something innovative from it. And when people are looking into some different kind of entertainment, like the short videos, TikTok videos, you can say, Instagram videos, reels. So all these things has been becoming crazy right now, and people are shifting towards them rather than watching a movie. So I think Netflix has to go beyond the entertainment, like go beyond online streaming, and they has to see that it is into the entertainment industry, not into a some kind of online streaming itself. And it has to target the people who are really looking for some other kind of entertainment as well.
All right. Okay, that's very thoughtful, SK. Thank you so much. Hopefully that we can discuss about this myopia
Definitely, I
marketing
think
in the future.
it's a never-ending
Yes, I
topic.
do really interest in.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's a
thank
never-ending
you very
topic,
much.
definitely. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome.
All right, thank you very much. So again, congratulations and give a virtual appreciations to SK and the team for presenting about the research about the marketing myopia. All right, thank you very much. Then now we can move to the next presenter by Khalid Mahmud, Dr. Muhammad Zia Urrahman, and Maria Zia. With the title of Humble Leadership and Organizational Performance, a Quantitative Analysis. So who will do the presentation?
Khalid, Colonel Khalid, are you there? Colonel Khalid would do his research. Mr. Khalid, are you here? This is the last presentation, I hope so. Or after that, there is one. We can move to the next presentation. Yeah, we can move to the next presentation. Meanwhile, he will be back and we'll revert to him.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Zia. Then we can move to the next presenter.
Are you here? He's
Yes, sir, I'm here,
arrived.
sir.
Okay. All right, Khalid, please go ahead. It's your turn and your presentation. Go ahead, please.
Okay, 10 minutes maximum. Thank you.
Sir, just let me share the screen, sir.
Yes, please.
Just a minute, I am just sharing my screen.
No problem. Take your time and share the screen and go ahead, please. You have 10 minutes to present and then question answer session will be there.
Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, yes. Yeah, we can see you and you are also audible enough. You can start. Bismillah.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. I am going to present my the paper on humble leadership and organizational performance, a quantitative analysis. Just a minute. Okay, as we know that world organizations are worried about performance and augment multifaceted approaches. Leadership is a critical force behind organizational performance. And now the question is, what sort of leadership be employed to enhance organizational performance? Great man theory or transformation leadership? Now, the contemporary studies emphasize on humble leadership and purpose that humility is driving force in leadership, which is an inside-out approach for leadership development. Now it is a time to adopt a new thinking, which is human and fit for purpose, and that is the humble leadership. And it is the leadership style that focus on people. I will quote here, if you are humble, you are no threat to anybody. Some behave in a way that dominates others. That's a mistake. If you want the cooperation of humans around you, you must make them feel they are important. And you do that by being genuine and humble. You know that other people have qualities that may be better than your own. Let them express them. Based on this quotation, I extended my study. Now, coming to the literature review, a study in 2005 suggests that leaders' humility is composed of several important factors: self-awareness, openness to new idea, and the tendency to examine oneself. Normally, the humbleness is considered as a weakness. We take it as a negative trait of a personality, whereas it is other way around. The modern studies, they said humbleness is not a weakness, it is a strength, where you actually acknowledge the weakness of yourselves and you augment that weakness with the strength of your teammates. So another study in 2010 argued that humility entails a willingness to understand one's own strength and weaknesses. Then again in 2001, Collins suggests that leaders' humility also involves a sense of calmness and quietness. So CEO humility has important implication for firm performance and outcome. The humble leadership has a positive impact, but lacks a systematic review of mechanism and the research about boundary condition. A study in 2009 says. Then another study conducted in 2022, it says different leadership approaches have been found to ameliorate firm performance. Humble leadership is positively related to project success and also affect employee psychological empowerment and innovative work behavior. There are other studies conducted in 2020. One says humility as a virtue not only can significantly and positively improve firm performance, but also can promote the firm's sustainable development. Also, the CEO humility has a positive effect on entrepreneurial performance. Then humble leadership is vital for project success and thus extend the utility of concept of humble leadership to the project literature. You can see the latest studies. There are a lot of studies being carried out on this humble leadership in 2020, 2022, 2021. So it is a new concept of leadership. The methodology I followed for this research is I took a self-administrated question and distributed among organizational leaders at position of decision-making and problem-solving. I distributed this questionnaire among 870 potential respondents, out of which only 527 questions were well received. The data I gathered was then analyzed by SPSS version 21, and results shows that a good dose of humility in leaders create a great impact on organizational performance through people resource. This is the scale basically I adopted Owens, Johnson and Mitchell's 2013 9-item scale. I used the Likert scale, 1 representing the strongly disagree and 7 strongly agree. There are different items of the scale, as you can see on the screen. Again, I adapted one of the scale for measuring firm performance, and in firm performance, I considered financial performance, production performance, market performance, and the innovative performance. The results of my study were similar, which have been found in past studies conducted by different scholars who proposed that humility leadership provides a fertile ground for employees affected at workplace, and similar results have been determined in this study. The results post the past studies conducted in 2021 and 2022. So the humility is a key leadership trait that can enhance the performance. The study augments the research of Ali Zhang conducted in 2021. Here I conclude the main purpose of the study was to identify the effect of leaders' humility on firm performance. So the hypothesis constructed on the basis of past studies and by reviewing the literature available. Data, as I already told, was gathered from 527 respondents. It was a descriptive and inferential statistics used. In descriptive statistics, average value, maximum and minimum average response was measured. In inferential statistics, regression and correlation analysis was carried out, and reliability was verified, and value was up to acceptable level. And regression analysis shows that the hypothesis was accepted. This is one of the latest concept of leadership, where a leader behave humbly and lets its subordinates, under command, and its teammates to express themselves, to feel comfortable, and perform better. They come up with new ideas, they come up with good solutions, and ultimately it benefits the performance of the firm. Thank you very much.
Okay,
If you
thank you
have
very
any
much
question.
for the presentations. Of course, there is. Do you have, from participants, do you have any questions? From Merla Desa. You're on the microphone. Do you want to ask questions? Okay.
If anybody has any question.
All right. So if the hypothesis, if I may can give like the questions from my side to Khalid. What do you think that the result of your study that could be appeared as the novelty of your study? Because you said that all the hypotheses could be like similar to the previous studies. So maybe I'm just curious, what will be the novelty of your study? Thank you.
Actually, my study was focused in South Asian environment. Pakistan had a history of a colonial era. Here in Pakistan or in the South Asian countries, what we perceive that only the assertive leader is more effective. If a leader will be assertive, he is going to bring good results. He is going to be, the employees are going to perform better. So basically, I wanted to study in the scenario in my country or in South Asia, where this concept has not been studied and not being followed. So it is something new. Being humble is something not accepted out of the boss or out of the leader. So this is the novelty that I studied in an environment where this phenomena is not much accepted or much new.
Let me add one point here, if you allow, Lisa. So that's very, very interesting actually, because I came across couple of experiences. The people from Indo-Pak subcontinent, higher level officers, very, very responsible officers, powerful officers. I met them. And then when I talked about, they asked me about the leadership, and we studied approaches of leadership, transformational, great men, transactional, emotional intelligence, servant, whatsoever. At the end, when we concluded, it was a session. At the end, when we concluded, then there was a concluding, session. And they asked Dr. Zia, so what is the most important quality if you think of great importance? I told them humility. And, when I said this, it was a shocking, surprise, surprising faces from them. And they asked out of the curiosity that, what do you say? Say again. I said again. They said, are you sure? So this is a trend because it doesn't easily get digested. Humbleness and humility in leadership has been there since ages, but as a leadership style, as a leadership approach, it is a little bit away from this continent and this area. Now, that is a sort of addition. I thank you very much.
All right. Okay. So now I can understand the novelty of the study. Thank you very much, Dr. Zia, for the additional points. Give applause to Khalid and Dr. Zia for presenting this very interesting research about humble leadership. All right. Then we can move to the next presenter from Mr. Kunal Das Gupta. We'll be presenting about the Mysore Sultanate, the unique state policy of Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan. So, does Mr. Kunal is here? Mr. Das Gupta, about the Mysore Sultanate. Dr. Zia, I don't think that the presenter is here. Can we move to the next presenter?
Let's move to the next presenter. If they come up, please, those people who are not showing up here, it's a humble, again, with humility, humble request that if you come and join, please raise your hand or text a message in the chat that we are back so we can entertain you. Thank you very much. Let's move to the next presenter.
All right, thank you very much. And then the last presenter would be from Mary Ann C. Abril, PhD, very sorry, with the title of Civic Life in the Digital Space of Pre-Service Teachers. From Mary Ann C. Abril, PhD. About civic life in the digital space of pre-service teachers. Again, maybe the presenter is not here.
They're not.
Yes.
So we are ending this session, or how many are left? How many are left out of these 7?
3.
How many presented? 3. So
3. Mr. Endra
can you
Nuraini.
name? Name them so that if anybody is here, otherwise we'll shift to the next session.
All right, doctor. So the first one is from Ibu Endra Nuraini, Wendra and Roni Kontur.
Yeah, Nuraini, if
Then
you are
the
there,
second-
please let us.
Okay.
You're-
The second one will be from Mr. Kunal Das Gupta. I think he's not here as well.
No,
Then the third
not here.
one will be from Mary Ann C. Abril, PhD.
Doesn't seem here.
We're not
Let us see.
here from, they're not here, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not here. Perhaps maybe the signals issue or something like that. Dr. Kardar, I think so. We close this session and then we move towards. I thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Lisa.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, you are here.
Yes.
Yeah, I am Muhammad Shahbaz from Pakistan.
Ah.
I
Yes.
would like to present as well.
No, perhaps Shahbaz, your
Perhaps the next session.
is your is the next session, not in this session.
Okay, sorry.
Okay,
the
okay.
next
Don't
session,
worry,
not
don't
in this
worry.
session.
So we thank you very much. Thank you all the presenters. Dr. Lisa, please conclude and then we'll move further. Thank you very much.
All right. So in today's presentation and this session, we have presented 5 presenters, and then 3 are not here. So we would like to move to the next session. We would like to thank you, all the presenters, and also Dr. Zia by accompanying me as the moderator for today. Hopefully that all the knowledge will be resulting for wisdom. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I'm
Thank you very
Lisa,
much
and then I
to all
will
of you.
close the session. Thank you very much, Dr. Zia and all. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Lisa, Dr. Lisa, thank you very much for your moderation. And
Thank you very
also
much.
Dr.
You're very
Dr. Zia.
welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All the
You're most welcome.
presenters, we all thank you, all the presenters. And we have the last session of today. We have actually 8 minutes started, but
Yes.
if you want, we can start the session earlier, Mr. Zia.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. We can start the session earlier because some of the presenters are already here. So no problem. We can start it.
Okay. Dr. Raiteye is also moderator with you, but he sent his papers presentation as a video to me because he's also has some internet connection problems. So you can moderate the session if you want.
All right, no problem, no problem. As you ordered, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, so that would be session 6. Dr. Gardal, am I right?
Yes, that's true. Session 6 and the last session of the today.
Okay, so we are going to start. I welcome all of you in session 6. That is the last session of today, 9th December 2022. So this session has again around 1 hour or 1.5 hours to maximum 2 hours, but less than 2 hours. So there would be 10 presenters here, 10 papers are here in this session. And they are all focused on various intellectual oriented knowledge sharing related to institutional quality, culture, organizational success, sustainable development, and even related to language protection, legal language protection, and so on and so forth. So it would be really very interesting session. Let's start with the first presenter. The topic of the presenter or the article is descriptive analysis of interpersonal communication in teaching and learning activities between teachers and students in the process of developing children characters. BKB Pod Tondas M. Muda. So Nurul Huniza, Bunga, and Aliya Ananda. Are you there? I'm sorry if I'm articulating or pronouncing your names not properly. My apologies. Yes, madam, you are here, Nurul Haniza. I hope so. I have pronounced your name properly. You can unmute and please start your presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before I want to presentation my article, but I have sent my video presentation to Mr. Karim. So maybe Mr. Karim, can you help me for share my video presentation, please?
Yes, of course. I'm
okay,
opening
thank
it.
you. Okay, thank you.
All right. So let's start with the first presenter. Madam, over to you. Time is yours and the screen is yours, please.
Okay. I'm sorry, maybe I thought the voice is not here, right?
If there is some problem with the video, just leave it. You can go for the slides presentation, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, please. Thank you. No problem. Please take it easy.
Of parents.
All right. So let's start, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The first, I want to introduce myself. My name is Nurul Haniza, and my friend, she's doesn't here now.
Thank you very much, Nurul.
I think it's enough because the voice is not here.
Yeah, leave it. Just you present. Forget that video and all that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
So maybe open the question, please. I don't know.
Yeah. Start with your presentation. Whatever the research you have, start your presentation. Forget about that.
So
if you don't
maybe,
have slides, listen. If you
yes,
don't
I
have
have
slides,
I have a slide, and I send to Mr. Karim.
okay. Let me
I'm
do like
opening
this. Let me do like this. You manage the slides.
Dr. Shia,
Yes.
she has sent us a presentation. We can open it.
Okay.
Let's
That's
open.
fine. All right, that's fine. Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Karim. I want to. My name is Nur Haniza, and I, with my friend Bunga Alia Hananda, to my presentation descriptive analysis of interpersonal communication in teaching and learning activities between teacher and student in the process of developing children karakter BKB PAUD Tunas Muda. So, okay. Interpersonal communication applied in the teaching and learning process is used as a deepening of the character of each student. The process of interpersonal communication does not only occur between teacher and students, but also occurs between student and other students. Formulation of the problem of how interpersonal communication in the process of developing children's character. Next, please. The research method used is qualitative research, and the object are teacher and parents. Interpersonal communication skills are described that communication includes the meaning of conveying information in the form of news, message, knowledge, thought, and values to others. with the intention that the person participates where the information ultimately belongs to person who send the information or communicator and the person receiving the information or telling. Next, please. Interpersonal communication is applied in the teaching and learning process as a deepening of the child character and then developing the potential of the student. BKB PAUD Tunas Muda as an educational institution at the golden age of toddler has made effort to improve the quality of the nation young generation and the generation of parents. Through the interpersonal communication that apply our learning methods, BKB PAUD Tunas Muda successfully carries out effort to form children character from an early age. In conclusion, the interpersonal communication process carried out by the BKB PAUD Tunas Muda teachers is to develop the child character gradually where the child does not understand, there will be a process first. Where each child already, thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No problem. Thank you very much, Madam Nurul Haniza. It was really good, short, to the point, relevant, but actually rather very, very important and of great significance. I have no question, but just a comment, and then I'll open the question answer session. That interpersonal communication between students and teachers, if not effectively established, then knowledge does not flow. I thank you very much. If there are any questions, please, the forum is open for question answer session. Yes, please.
If you can hear me.
Yes, please, we can hear you. Your question, please.
I am co-moderator of Dr. Zia in this panel. So I'd like to thank Nurul for your presentation. I have a question. In the event that there's a difference between the values of the teachers on the one hand and of the family, what happens? Because this happens in societies where they're in transition from one type of society to another. It could be cultural, could be political, it could be social.
Nurul Haniza, what's your point? What is your take on this? How do you respond?
You can answer in Bahasa and I can help to translate.
Yeah, that is fine. Dr. Amila is always helping a lot. I appreciate it. Yes, please.
Oke, terima kasih. Mungkin Ibu Amelia, saya akan bisa menjawab bahwa dalam melatih atau menumbuhkan karakter anak itu untuk keluarga sangat penting. Maka dari itu ketika keluarga sudah menumbuhkannya, sudah mengembangkannya dan dikembangkan di sekolah, ketika guru dan murid itu harus bersatu, guru dan orang tua harus bersatu untuk mengembangkan karakter anak. Nah, maka dari itu keluarga itu sangat penting untuk membentuk karakter anak. Terima kasih Bu Amelia.
Okay, so Nurul Haniza is saying that it's very important to have a mutual understanding between the parents and the school teachers so that they can speak the universal language and then using the universal approach for the kids. So that means this is a collaboration. And I agree that sometimes the culture could be different, but they can always look on the similarities instead of emphasizing on the differences. So in the universal values, we should go with it.
That's fine. That's fine. A little bit, I also understood what Nurul Haniza said, that a combined culture or understanding of each other can facilitate teaching and learning much more. So yes, that is very much important. Thank you very much. All right, any other question from
Thank
any
you very
other
much.
participant? Yes, very good. Thank you very much. Any other person or any other question? It seems there is no other question, so we are moving towards the next presenter. The next title of the article or the research investigation is Analyzing the Development Based on Natural Resources and Institutional Quality, a case study of Pakistan. So it would be presented by Zohaib Kamran Chaudhry. Zohaib, are you there, please?
Hello, Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, wa alaikum assalam, Zohaib. Now share your slides, share your screen, and it's over to you.
My topic is analyzing the development based on natural resource and institutional quality, a case study of Pakistan.
Okay, go ahead. We can see your slides and you are audible. Go ahead, please. Very good.
Okay.
You have 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes maximum. Okay.
Okay. The background of my study is that we study in this paper, we study about the linkage of natural resource rent and institutional quality on financial development of Pakistan. And the problem statement of this paper is that for every economy, sustainable development is the preferred objective. The significance of the natural resource sustainable development is hotly disputed in the literature, while studies on natural resource rent along with the development are rare. So we use these variables and these dependent and independent variables combination in my study. And the main objectives of my study are that to analyze the impact of natural resource rent and institutional quality in Pakistan, institutional quality and financial development in Pakistan. The specific objects are to explore the impacts of natural resource rent on financial development in Pakistan, to analyze Pakistan institutional quality on financial development, and the last one is to test effects of gross capital formation and GDP in the validation of hypothesis. All right. Now, the significance of my study is that in previous literature, we have seen different, we have found mixed combination of mixed combinations of variables like natural resource, institutional quality, and economic growth and gross capital formation on financial development. And in this study, we use unique ARDL technique to find the results of our study, whether they are positive impacts or have negative impacts on our financial development of Pakistan. We use data from World Development Indicators. In the model specification, the economic model with the mathematical equation are you seeing on my screen, whereas whereas financial development is my dependent variable, while others are like natural resource rent, institutional quality, and gross capital formation and gross domestic products are my independent variable. So we found two types of results in long run and short run. After findings, after our findings, in the short term, there is a favorable impact of there is a favorable impact on financial growth, but we see a negative long-term impact on natural resource. Other factors, just like institutional quality, gross capital formation, and gross domestic product, has a positive impact on long-term relation. My conclusion of my research is that there is 4 policies that I should recommend to the government of Pakistan, that they should analyze they should impose foreign funding. They should get the foreign funding to the Pakistan, just like foreign investment, foreign infrastructure projects, to boost up the economy and boost up the financial development in Pakistan. And second one is that in the results of our empirical analysis, empirical analysis of the study, gross capital production has a favorable impact in financial development, while in order to promote the financial area, government put into place particular strategies or rules to ensure the maximize gross capital formation. Policy options may be worth looking at by the government and policymakers to encourage more investors in lower prices, or to take advantage of more investment opportunities. Government should improve our investment climate in our country. If government wants to initiate it to be successful, it should promote and support. We should have to support and promote the investment in Pakistan. That's will lead our country to financial development. And the third one is that in order to improve the institutional quality, we should withdraw the corruption and political instability from our public and private sectors. So that's why in this manner we will improve our institutional quality, and this will have positive impact on financial development. That's all by my side.
Okay, thank you very much, Zohaib Kamran Chaudhry. Very good. So let's have a good clap for him. And now the session is open for any questions. Let's see. If you have any questions, now the forum is open. If not, then I am having one question, actually, rather a comment. You know, when we talk about institutional quality, it's really important to know the institutional quality, that it is mainly conditioned by, various variables that can be modulated by public policy, like income per capita, international openness, or education, or taxation, and pattern of income distribution. They are important determinants of institutional quality. So it's a really good study. So, and Zohaib Kamran Chaudhry has mentioned that natural resources should be strengthened, sustained, to get the institutional quality enhanced or augmented. I really appreciate. So let's give him a big hand. So let's move ahead. Thank you very much. Let's move to the next presenter. The next presenter is, the title of the paper is Technical Efficiency of FDI Firms in the Indian Pharmaceutical Sector, a non-parametric approach. Ms. Tulika Rolia, are you there? Yes. Yes, please. Time is now, your time starts, and screen is for you now. Over to you, please. We cannot hear you properly. There is some problem with your mic. Correct that. Or Come close to your computer if you are just directly speaking. No, we cannot hear you. Do you have headphone or earphone? Use that. Yes, please bring that.
Am I audible now, sir?
Yes, no, that's good. That's good.
Good evening to one and all present today. I am Tulika Rohila, a research scholar from India, and I will be discussing about the technical efficiency of FDI firms in Indian pharmaceutical sector. I will be covering my topic under following heads, starting with introduction, literature review related to the same, methodology, results comprising of output and input specific efficiencies, and finally the conclusion. Coming to the subject proper. Firstly, I chose to study this sector as it is knowledge intensive in nature and is expected to attract FDI. The Indian pharmaceutical sector is the third largest in the world in terms of volume and 10th in value. It has also been one of the top 8 sectors of the country to attract FDI. The economic reforms carried out in 1991 in India played a significant role in attracting FDI. Particularly for the pharmaceutical sector, the year 1995 was crucial as India complied with the Trade-Related Intellectual Property Rights Agreement, also known as TRIPS, which required the member nations of World Trade Organization to set a minimum standard of intellectual property rights. This further increased the FDI inflow. FDI is desired by the host countries as it is expected to bring along ways to improve efficiency of the firms via latest technological and managerial know-how that the foreign firms bring along with them. Literature in this area discusses the effect of FDI on the efficiency of the firms. Certain studies like Salim and Suyanto in 2011 showed a positive spillover effect of FDI on the efficiency of Indonesian pharmaceutical sector, but a negative one on domestic firms. In the case of Indian pharmaceutical sector, a study by Majumdar in 2001 estimated the spillovers from FDI in 1980s, but the spillovers effect were not much as at that time the economy was restricted. Using DEA methodology in 2013, Tripathi concluded a positive efficiency and productivity gains in post-TRIPS regime in Indian pharmaceutical sector. Studies have also identified certain variables like export-oriented policies, level of development, regional linkages, which catalyze the effects of FDI on efficiency. So the literature confirms that FDI has a spillover effect on efficiency of the firms. And the present study attempts to find the output and input efficiency of the foreign firms in the Indian pharmaceutical sector from the period 2001 to 2020. While calculating efficiency, it was realized that certain firms or decision-making units, despite being in alike conditions, are not able to assign their resources in such a manner as to reach their optimum operating levels. To understand these differences, a production frontier is estimated for a sample of firms by enveloping the input-output bundles of the best performing firms. The firms operating at a less than optimum level would be at a distance from the frontier, and this distance defines the inefficient level at which they have been operating. There are two ways to estimate efficiency. In the output-oriented approach, the gap is defined as the amount by which the inefficient firms can increase their output without any increase in their input cost. And the input-oriented approach takes into account the amount by which the inefficient firm can reduce inputs without affecting outputs. At constant returns to scale, the input and output-oriented efficiencies would be same, but they might be different if the firms have variable returns. We have used data envelopment analysis, also known as DEA, which is a non-parametric approach of efficiency estimations. It takes into account several inputs and outputs parameters of similar producing units that provides with an overall scalar measure of efficiency. As I've explained before, it is a relative measure of efficiency. A parametric approach is one which imposes a specific function in calculation, which is generally preferred to correct randomness in the data. But this data has been collected from Center for Monitoring Indian Economy, which in turn collects data from the audited balance sheets of the companies. And thus this data is less prone to randomness, making DEA, the non-parametric approach, a more suitable methodology for the study. To select the foreign firms, a sample of firms that have a foreign equity participation of more than 10% has been selected. There are 38 foreign firms in the study. It follows one output, four input model. The data for the listed variables have been used. Output is defined as the value of sales plus change in stock, and change in stock is measured as opening stock minus the closing stock and output. Labor is defined as wages and salaries of the workers, capital as book value of plant and machinery, raw material is the expenditure on raw material, and energy input is the expenditure on power, fuel, and water. The data has been converted to real variables using appropriate deflators, which can be seen in table number 2. Using the above methodology, the following results have been derived. As we can see in the second column, the output efficiency depicts how much an average firm can increase its output without employing any additional inputs. For example, in 2001, an average firm of Indian pharmaceutical sector with FDI achieved an efficiency of 67%. It implies that it can increase its output by 33% without taking any more input costs. Similarly, in 2019, the average output efficiency is 63%, which implies that an average firm can increase its output by 37% without increasing costs. Column 3 to 6 of the table show input-specific efficiencies. In 2001, a value of 0.434 for labor efficiency suggests that an average firm can cut down its labor cost by 57% without reducing output. Similarly, a value of 0.328 for capital implies that the capital cost can be reduced by 67% without affecting output. The rest of the input efficiencies can be interpreted in the same manner. If we try to closely look at the trends, the trend of the output efficiency do not register major fluctuations during the study period. But while looking at the trends of inputs, raw material is the only input that registered an increase in efficiency. The reason for this could be that India has a well-developed chemical industry with good linkages. And as chemicals are a primary raw material for pharmaceutical firms, it is being used efficiently by the pharmaceutical companies. The rest three inputs show increasing inefficiencies. Labor is inefficient as most of the firms use permanent labor, which is rigid, expensive, and does not cope well with the technological advancement. Many firms in our sample are small-sized firms, which underutilize the capital stock and are slow in adapting to technology, which might lead to capital inefficiencies. And such firms are also slow in taking initiatives to conserve energy for production process by replacing the old technology with the modern ones, leading to energy input inefficiencies. As we conclude the study, we see that the output efficiencies of the firms do not show major changes. The inputs, on the other hand, register major inefficiencies. Along with the reasons already been presented, due to technological progress over the years, some firms with higher absorptive capacity shifted the production frontier outwards as they are able to use their resources efficiently. In comparison, the absorptive capacity of most of the firms would be inadequate. The distance of an average firm from the frontier increases and thus inefficiency increases. So for a positive relation of FDI with efficiency, the capacity of the firms to utilize all the benefits of FDI should also be increased. This is all from my side.
All right. That's great. Thank you very much, Ms. Tulika. So now the forum is open for question answer. If there is any question, please. It's open for question answer session. There are no questions. Or we can have, no? All right. So thank you very much. That's it. No question from my side as well. Let's move to the next presenter. The next presenter is Muhammad Shahbaz, and his title of the research and investigation is The Impact of Corporate Culture on Organizational Success, Analyzing the Underlying Paradigms. Muhammad Shahbaz, are you there? Mr. Muhammad Shahbaz, are you there? Hello?
He's here. Please turn on your microphone.
Hello.
Yes, please turn on
Yeah.
your mic and please
Yes,
start.
okay.
Yes, over to
Okay,
you.
I
It's
have
your turn
turned
now.
on.
Okay.
Am I listened? My voice
Yes,
is okay?
you are audible. We can hear you. Share your slides and go ahead. You have 10 to 15 minutes to present. Share your
Okay.
slides, please.
Okay, hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hello, I am Muhammad Shahbaz from Pakistan.
Can you share your slides, please? Share your slides.
Yes, I am sharing.
No, we cannot see.
1 minute.
Share slides. On the bottom of your screen, you can see share screen. Yes, now it's fine.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead, Muhammad Shahbaz. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Is that okay?
Yes, please.
Yeah, actually, my topic of research was to the impact of corporate culture on organizational success, analyzing the underlying paradigms. As everybody knows that nowadays everybody is running behind the success. Success is the target of everyone. So I selected this topic that organizational success is a very important variable to be researched. And the second variable is corporate culture. Corporate culture is also an important variable nowadays in our research. So I did my research on the impact of corporate culture on organizational success, how we can see the impact, and how can we analyze the underlying paradigms. And the agenda I adopted as per the conference: introduction, then literature review, then methodology, findings, discussion, and conclusion and recommendations. The research article focuses on the organizational success. Basically, organizational success is one of the most important concepts, not only in academia, but also in the market. It is universally acknowledged that if an organization is successful, its image is built up and it attracts most of the customers from the market and gains not only the profit, but also expands regionally and globally as well. During literature review phase, the corporate culture and organizational success was researched in past literature, where Ashikia Olalkan stated 2020 stated that corporate culture is one of the major important constructs in the management research, which has led to several researches conducted in order to explore and establish the relationship that exists between it and organizational success. Whereas Joseph and Kebera 2019 stated that theoretically researchers have confirmed that organizational culture could enhance organizational performance. And during 2019, Behre and Patton did research. They stated that organizational culture is established from the inception phase in the life of any organization. During the methodology procedures, research design for this research topic was adopted as a physical visits. Data was collected primarily. Population was business companies, and the sampling frame was random sampling. Sampling design was adopted probability sampling with stratified random sampling, and sample size was 862 from total population. Analysis were done on SPSS 2022.4, Cron batch alpha reliability checked, and regression analysis were done. In the findings, the study found, and it concluded that by underscoring the importance of key components of corporate culture that affects organizational success is involvement, adaptation, adoption, consistency, and mission. These four variables were very important in this research. On the other hand, it was concluded by Aktoy Sigi in 2011 that there is a strong relationship between corporate culture and organizational success, as well as the effect of stability or variability of internal and external environment on the relationship. The study used primary data, and the results revealed that corporate culture types determine firms' efficiency. It also shows that environmental factors influence managers' value system. The conclusion was that this study indicated the impact of shared values, assumptions, and beliefs as a catalog organizational growth and development, reflection of the extent to which the members in the organization approach the culture existing in an organization. However, for successful implementation, concerned efforts of both the management and executives are the employees. The management has responded, establishing shared values, beliefs that are acceptable and appreciated by the members for continuous success. Thank you so much. Actually, I talk mostly in Arabic language, and if my influence, was not okay, so I am sorry. That is from my side. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Muhammad Shahbaz, for your presentation. And Dr. Rete, please, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question. It's a great presentation. It's a very basic question. Can we not assume that corporate culture, of course, has impact on organizational success? It goes without saying. So can you prove beyond doubt this is pushing forward a new idea in research?
Yeah, actually, are you listening? Yes. Actually, corporate culture is very important variable in organizational success. Organizational success, whenever someone wants to do research on organizational success, it cannot be, the corporate culture cannot be avoided. Corporate culture, if there are a good corporate culture, organizational success is understood. So the corporate culture must be adopted in a good way to enhance, to gain organizational success. Thank you very much. Hello.
Thank you. Are there other questions from the floor? We will entertain maybe another question.
If there is any question, please ask. The session is open for question and answer, please. If there are no questions, then we can move to the next presenter. Thank you very much, Shahbaz. Well done. Let's
Thank you
move
so
to
much,
the
sir.
next. Yeah, let's move to the next presenter, please.
So
The
we
next
have,
presenter. Yes, please.
please, we have the next presenter. The topic will be on
Fifth one.
a UAV legal
Yes. UAV legal, operational, and mental issues. PhD Jack Karawakis. Let's see. Yes, he's here. Yes, please.
Good afternoon for everybody.
Dr. Ray, I would just take some, break. Now over to you. Half session. You carry on. I would be taking a little break. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope that you hear me and everybody hear me.
Yeah, loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Topic on my presentation is UAV legal operation and mental issue. My presentation is of course connected with my article. It was published by your university. I would like to, my presentation is connected with the issue UAV legal, UAV operation, and the UAV mental issue. Let me start with the first point is the UAV illegal issue. We and generally European Union have a lot of problem concerning the UAV flight. So the European Union decided we must resolve this problem. So the European Union asked European Air Safety Agency, it is the European organization connected with the safety, general safety in the airspace, and they asked and request them to introduce a special regulation. Thanks to it, will be possible to fly by the UNV on the same regulation in the all country in the UAV. It was, I would like to say that it was before this regulation was introduced, it was very big problem for us in European country, of course, due to the fact that every European country have different regulations. So it was generally was problematic due to the fact that if the person was the pilot of the UAV, of course, was certificate in Poland, they have a problem to fly in the Germany and the Slovakia and the Spain and other country. So for us, when the European Air Safety Agency introduced this regulation, it was 3 years ago. For us, it is much easier to fly. As I previously said, the different regulation was introduced in the all country in the Europe. But after this, thanks to that European Union decide and EASA introduced this regulation, we have a possibility to fly in the all country on the same on the same regulation. It was the same regulation concerning with the flying, with the certificate the pilot and the certificate the UAV. UAV is unmanned aerial vehicles. Maybe next. How the regulation was introduced. Of course, they decide so it must be three different categories. The first with the open, the second the special, and the last will be certificate. It is all category. It is different and concerning with the different flight. For example, it is the open category. It is the possibility to fly with the low risk. It is no civil aviation authority. It is not approval. It is not necessary to be approval. This for permission on the flight, and the fly will be take place according to the visual line of sight. So it is connected. That is the pilot must all time must observe the UAV. The second certificate, the second category, it is the special category. So it is the risk is the higher, much higher. It is the medium risk. The civil aviation authority must be informed, and the Polish Air Navigation Service Agency it is the institution which is responsibility for approval the fly, and they are introduce the regulation. They give permission for the flight for the manned and the unmanned aircraft. And the last it is the certificate category. It is to fly according to this category is the high risk, and if the pilot is prepare to regulation how will be the flight, prepare the special permission, he must inform the civil aviation authority, he must inform the Polish Air Navigation Service Agency, he must fly according to this regulation. And of course, the whole system must be certified. So it is about this regulation. About the category, of course, as I previously said, if you are flying according to the open category, we can fly according to the visual line of sight. So it is the pilot must observe all time the UAV. It is of course this regulation have a must be fly very careful. It is the pilot must keep distance from the facilities, from the house, from the building, from the city, and the distance from the people who are next to. As I previously said, this category is very different to the fact that according to this category, you can fly according to the visual line of sight. It is the upper on the first picture, and the second we can fly according to beyond visual line of sight. So we can use a special program, special facility, which is the UAV. We can introduce a special mushroom, special trip, and we can the UAV be fly according to this program. The second, it is the last category. It is the certificate category. So using this category, it is possible to fly everywhere. So we can fly in the next to maybe in the airport, in the city center, of course, in the park. But if you are going to fly there, you must have permission from the manager and the air traffic service these people. So before you will be flying there, you must achieve the permission to fly there. Now, it's of course it is a lot of no-fly zone when it's impossible to fly before the special permission. I would like to say that the number of the fly generally in the Europe, in the Poland too, it is increased. So with the UAV we can use in the agriculture, we can use to the patrolling the park, the patrolling the pipeline, and of course we use in the UAV in the transport. Especially we organize a special corridor between the hospital. Especially we thanks to the UAV, we transport the medicament, we transport a lot of facilities, which is necessary. It is a very at the moment we introduce a lot of, like as I previously said, it is a lot of corridors, and I think it is we still improve the cooperation between the hospital. So how we fly, of course, it is the biggest problem is the fly together with the manned aircraft. So if we fly on the, for example, maybe the 200 meters, 300 meters, and the up, we can send a special notam to inform the person how we fly. So we generally flying from ground to the 120 meters. Why all this distance? Due to the fact that above the 150 meters, it is the first level from the manned aircraft. So we have 30 meters this buffer, security might be the buffer. Thanks to it, we can fly very safely. And of course, the priority, it is only for the manned aircraft. If the detector find the manned aircraft in the airspace, he must the landing on this time. So it is we are flying very safely. And the last issue is the UAV mental issue. We know that the UAV and this time we can use everywhere and very often. We, for example, how we can see on the picture how the UAV operators working. What kind of condition they are observe a target maybe in the short, in the long distance. They operate from the United States, from the Europe to the other continent. So I would like to say they observe the target. They decide to maybe the kill, maybe the destroy a lot of elements, a lot of building, maybe the people. We know that they are working in the different condition. I would like to take into consideration for the other people who take part in the war, who are killed, who are observed, the people who are witness with the disaster, with the natural disaster, with the accident, with the rape. So, but according to the regulation, these people who are talking on the first, according to the regulation, it is the same. So it is about the pension, about the hospitality, about the regulation. We are thinking that this person take part in the war and this person on the down this part of the world. But according to me and my colleague, of course, it is the people who are returned from the war. They have a lot of problems. So they are suffer from the post-traumatic stress. They have a lot of problems with the contact with their friends, with the family. So I think that it is not thinking that these people have the same for these people with the same regulation, that they will be the hospitality on the same condition. So I think it is very different form and different condition to working, but all working in the army, of course. Maybe the army, maybe not in the army, of course. And I would like to summarize my presentation. The introduction of the new regulation has standardization that certificate personnel, UAV, and the mission execution. And what is the most important? Thanks to this regulation, we can fly on the same condition in the European countries. So we can, according to, if you have a certificate in the Slovakia, maybe the German, maybe the Poland, we can fly in the other country on the same regulation. So it is very important, and I think it is very big step in fly UAV and the fly in the same airspace with the manned aircraft. And the last point, it is then necessary to analyze and compare the response of UAV pilot and the soldier pilots who are taking part in the combat mission. But according to I previously said, for me it is we can't compare and these people, this condition, but according in regulation, all of them participate in the military mission. It is all from my side.
Thank you, Dr. Jacek. It was a very concise and powerful presentation. You made it within 10 minutes and very much straight to the point. I have some questions for you. Are you assuming there's already a global and international agreement, or you're calling for it? And are you talking more specifically about the Polish situation in particular, or the European Union more widely when you talk about these issues affecting UAVs?
Yes, yes, I am talking about the Poland situation and European situation because the EASA is the European Safety Agency, European Union too, so they are responsibility to introduce a regulation only in the our continent, in the European. But we know that that the UAV flying from the European country and from the other continent and operate in the other continent, but they flying in the other condition. What I would like to know. I would like to know talking about is about the specification, how they fly, but we know that they are fly, of course. They must prepare a special condition to separate this corridor, to separate the space from the manned aircraft.
Thank you. That's easier said than done, because while we have fixed boundaries as we think there are, but when it's up in the air, it's kind of more fluid. And it's very hard to regulate. And another related question is, are there already like Amazon delivery by UAVs in Europe? That's why there's a concern for this. Like shipping of products or pizza or anything.
Yes, I hear about this situation. I know that Amazon is going to transport, use the UAV to the transport packets, maybe from the magazine, from housework to the other place. I know, but I think it is they are start working about it. They experiment. I think it is not the normal that they are use the UAV. I think that in the small area it is the possibility to fly. Maybe in the US, maybe in the Canada, when it's a lot of very big distance from the other place, the UAV will be good. Will be the possibility to use. But I think if the congesting are in the small area, such as the Europe, such as the Germany, I think it is we must waiting for the specific regulation. But I hear about it.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Jacek, can we assume that when UAVs are manufactured, it will be the government or the European Union that will categorize them as open, special, or certified? So consumers don't have to worry what kind they buy. They know if it's drone, high risk, or a low risk UAVs.
Yes, it is the category about the who are which introduced in the European country are not the. I know that we have a different regulation. It is for the small UAV from the altitude long endurance in UAV, but this category is divided only in the European country. But I think it is very big step for us. About from last 2 years, we introduced very big step. It is much convenient for us due to the fact that we can fly in the Europe according to the same regulation. We of course have a lot of problems for this. Maybe but I don't would like to talking about the problems. But we know that if we are going to fly, for example, in Germany, in the Norwich and the other country, we must inform this civil aviation authority that we would like to fly. We take data information, how we fly, where we organize. But I think it was a very big step for us. So at the moment you are happy.
Okay. One last question, Dr. Jacek. We know with the special military operations going on, there are UAVs flying from everywhere, from Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and everywhere. What are your thoughts on this? Because you mentioned post-traumatic stress syndrome.
Yes, of course, I would like to divide my speech on two parts. Special, we know that UAV operate last time a lot of we observe, but I would like to say that for this UAV, it is the special airspace is dedicated. It is not in the civilian airspace, but it's the special airspace is dedicated. Maybe it is the airspace for the war. Such example in the Ukraine airspace is the wars of the UAV flying there. But I would like it is the first part of my request, and the second, we know that about these people who are returned from the war. They have a very big problem. About the people who are take part, who their body, who are their mentality take a part. They have a very big problem. But we don't know a lot of information, not a lot of details information concerning the people who are flying in the UAV. They have a problem. They have a mental problem. From my perspective, from my colleague perspective, it is very easy. It is very easy. I don't would like to say that is the games they are playing. It is because maybe they kill the people. They are damage a lot of buildings. So it is the horrible. They don't have a lot of problem to make a request, make an order maybe.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Jacek. It's a very excellent applied research, which has application to our daily lives. So we appreciate your presentation, and there are no other questions. We'll move on to the next presenter. Thank you so much, Dr. Jacek.
Thank you.
We'll now call on the next presenter, the hidden economic and social value, a case study on the example of redevelopment and change of the use of two historic buildings in Warsaw by Wojciech Gozinski. Are you around? Wojciech Gozinski, are you here? Please turn on your mic if you're here. Let me see, there's no co-author. So if you're not here, we'll move on to the next, but we might come back to you if we have time at the end. The next one will be comparative analysis of European and Polish transport policy from the perspective of aims and their compliance with the Sustainable Development Idea. We have Dr. Assistant Professor Rafał Spivak and Dr. Professor Ernest Czermański and Alexandra Zeroka. Are you here? One of the co-authors.
Yes, I am present, but I'm a little bit, I've got a few technical problems, so I need a few minutes to prepare. Can we go to the next group, please?
Yes, no problem. Remind me to call on you after the next presenter. Thank you for telling me, Rafał. We'll now move on to the next, the use of 3D printing in postural defects in children and adolescents. I hope Izabela Tukowska, Eva Adrzejewska, Matyjena Brodowski, Władysław Lewandowski, and Artur Veremezuk are here. May I call on the next presenter if you're here? The next set of presenter. The use of 3D printing. Let me check. Okay, I don't think they are here. Let's move on to the next. The legal language protection, Icelandic case. Do we have Dr. Margozata Babula? Are you here? Okay, I hope they're not lost in the difference in time zone. Okay, thank you. We'll just move on to the next one. Magnetic resonance imaging of the brain. Dagmara Friedrich Kuba Gruzdowski, Marta Golubiuska, Kinga Dolowska. Are you here? Okay, I don't think you're here. Okay, maybe now I'll call on Karim Kadal to moderate me. But anyway, I'll just play my video here. It will be 10 minutes for the first one. Okay.
Dr. Rete, maybe Wojciech Podzinski, are you ready? Rafał Spiewak, are you ready? If you are not, Dr. Raitai will present his presentation.
Okay, do my. Can you let me see? Can you see my screen? Let me see. Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yes, we see your screen.
Is it? Can you see the video playing? Okay, so be it. Golden Theory. Good afternoon. My name is Ray. I'm from Thailand, Kayap University.
No, we do not see your video, doctor. We are just hearing voice, but we do not see your.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll just play the. I'll play the slides then. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll be back. Okay, I'll play the slides and I hope you can see it. And I'll share my screen. Let me see. Can you see my screen?
No, not yet.
Ekran paylaşım geldi mi hocam? Geldi hocam. Do you see my slides?
It's coming. It's coming. Yes, we are. Hang on. Dr. Raitai from Thailand will present emergent and generative grounded theory for practice-based applied and professional research. Grant is yours, sir.
Thank you. I'm presenting this paper on grounded theory. It's an alternative way of conducting research. And this is my outline: introduction, methodology, findings, conclusion, and references. What is grounded theory? Is it a research design, methodology, a family of methods, or a research approach? Introduction. The problem arises when we only overuse theory to prove our data fits the theory. So this research paper focuses on 4 research questions. What is grounded theory, and what are the debates around it? What are the variants of grounded theory, and what are the general features of grounded theory? Methodology. This paper is a literature review that integrates the discussion about the different types of grounded theory. Findings. In response to research question 1, what is grounded theory in general? It was created by Glaser and Strauss in 1967 when they were writing a book about graduate students nursing students dealing with patients who are dying. They wrote the book Discovery of Grounded Theory in San Francisco at the University of California. They criticize the use of theory, and they talk about discovering or creating theories. And they want something that's practical that they can use in their daily life, not theory which is given, but you create the theory. So they reject traditional positivist research, but their work is rigorous. They don't use theory. Rather, they create theory, and grounded theory is both result and the process of conducting research. Grounded theory is qualitative, inductive, and rigorous all at the same time. And it uses constant comparative method and simultaneous data collection analysis. And they look at commonalities among the data, seeking their explanation and to test the generality. So notes from the field are coded, and they link codes with other codes to develop a theory. And Strauss is affected by pragmatism, symbolic interactionism, Glaser by middle range theories, and the quantitative method. So grounded theory arose as a response against traditional positivist quantitative research. There's now a polemic. Grounded theory is against traditional approach of research. They call for the creation of theory rather than using theory. And what are the debates in grounded theory? Second research question. Glaser and Strauss wrote together the grounded theory, but then they split. There became two different grounded theories from them. Therefore, it is not a unified framework anymore once they split up. You have now a family of different methods of doing grounded theory. Again, this calls for the creation of theory, not the using of theory. Glaser's approach is emerging. Strauss's approach is systematic, or forcing the data into codes. Glaser has 18 coding families. Strauss has coding paradigm. So very different ways of doing things. Coding simply refers to putting facts and themes together to come up with some concepts. So the first stage would be open coding, categorize the data. Second stage is theoretical coding. You connect them, and then you come up later from the code concept to categories, and then to the theory, the production of the theory from your data. Glaser has 18 coding families: dimension, type, theory, concepts. The 5 C's: process, degree, strategies, culture, unit, mainline, reading, model, interactive, self-identity, cutting point, means, goal, and consensus. So now we see a different way, 2 different ways of doing research: grounded theory, emergent, and the pre-structured approach. But Glaser criticized his former co-author for being descriptive. Glaser's approach is explanatory. So it's a very different way of doing grounded theory from Glaser and from Strauss. One is explanatory, the other is descriptive. Glaser creates theory. Strauss has preset paradigms which will be used. But Corbin, another author, said people who use grounded theory are very practical. They want to see from practice what works and what doesn't work. So Glaser's approach to theory is to come up with a new theory. Strauss is to fix everything into the preset coding. This is the Straussian approach: open coding, axial coding, selected coding. Open coding means you label the category and categorize the data that you have collected. And then axial means you try to see the relationship between one variable and another variable, from which you now look for core categories, main categories, which will be maybe your independent variable, your dependent variable, and then you theorize from your data. So this is the ground up of using theory instead of top down of using theory. Glaser criticized Strauss' approach as predetermined. It's not really creating theory. And research question 3, what are the different variants of grounded theory? We have the objectivist and the constructivist grounded theory. So more divisions have come up. Sharma's is constructivist, Clark is postmodernist, Bryant criticizes Glaser and Strauss. And Sharma said the focus is on constructing knowledge, not discovering grounded theory. So different from Glaser. And Sharma's approach is to interpret reality, not to give an exact picture of reality. And therefore, they don't have strict rules, but it's a flexible way of doing research, qualitatively producing a theory. And Glaser criticized Charmans also for just being descriptive, not explanatory as Glaser is. Clark, on the other hand, produced the postmodern grounded theory, looking at the situation, not the process. Today, we even have the NVivo. You can use computer software to produce a grounded theory. The main elements of grounded theory are constant comparative method, theoretical sampling, and saturation. Theoretical sampling means you keep on collecting data to get more sample, and then you find out that you have enough data to show one thing is a code. Like, for instance, a cat. You want to see all colors of cats, wild, tame, city, and in the village, long tail, short tail, until you have enough categories to say, this is a cat. So they follow the rigorous steps when you do typical research. You need research questions, selection of the sampling, and so on. So from here, you have open sampling, and then you look at the relationship among the codes, and then you weed out what's not relevant. So what are the general features of grounded theory? These are some of them. Grounded theory is heavily inductive, but it's also sometimes deductive, as in Strauss. Whereas quantitative, it's probabilistic. But you need to have a lot of examples to show that your codes really represent a proper code. Grounded theory is inductive, not like quantitative research, which is deductive. It's flexible. It uses constant comparative method. And your data produces theory in qualitative research. In quantitative research, you use theory to fit in your data. So those are very two different approaches of doing research, a priori and a posteriori, inductive and deductive. In conclusion, there are four major types of grounded research: explanatory grounded research, descriptive grounded research, social constructivist grounded research, and postmodern. Troublesome trinity are things you need to do: saturation, constant comparative, and theoretical sampling. So this would be the whole gamut of the different grounded theory that you can produce, which is middle range theory. So you're not using hypothesis or preset theories, but you are creating new knowledge and new theory. And before you do your research, you have to make up your mind. What positionality do you take? Positivist, phenomenologist, or postmodern? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raite. There will be a new presentation again from Dr. Raite. The title is Lessons Learned and Best Practice about Online Teaching and Learning in the Time of the Pandemic, a case study from a university in northern Thailand. Grant is yours, sir.
Thank you. You can see my slides, right?
Yes, we see your slide.
Lessons learned and best practices about online teaching and learning in the time of the pandemic, a case study from a university in northern Thailand. And my outline would be the traditional outline. You have the introduction, literature review, methodology, conclusion, and references. Introduction. This paper problematizes online teaching and learning at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic from 2020 to 2021. Questions: what are the lessons learned and best practices about online teaching and learning at the height of the pandemic? These are the two research questions with the corresponding research purpose. which will therefore to look at the lessons learned and the best practices of online teaching and learning at the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic. Literature review. Many pieces of literature guided this research. Distance learning, education during the pandemic, information and communications technology, learning modalities in the new normal, online teaching and learning, remote learning during a pandemic. Methodology. This is a qualitative paper using multiple case studies, purposive convenience sampling, located at a university in northern Thailand, population, students, and some faculty, sampling undergraduate and graduate level students. Data collection methods, ethnography, narratives in classroom discussion, and PhD informal dialogue with students. Data analysis, taking notes, coding, categories, thematic build-up, matching the themes with the research questions, and creation of a middle range grounded theory. Time horizon 2020 to 2021. Validity, triangulation of the data, member check, reflexivity, cognitive dissonance check, external audit. Ethics, all of the participants are anonymous, as they've indicated their desire to remain anonymous in this research. And I respect that their request for anonymity. And these are the profile of the participants: 10 Southeast Asian students, 5 of whom are Indonesian, 3 North Americans, 1 Canada, 2 US, 1 East Asian, 6 female, 8 male, 9 undergraduate students, 2 PhD students, and 3 faculty members. Findings. Research question 1, what were the lessons learned? Undergraduate students, general feeling about education and COVID affected me a lot. I can't come to school. I'm very upset because classroom is better, but online learning is necessary during a pandemic. For graduate students, their feeling about education and COVID, it disrupted their education, learning stopped, time was wasted for them, and they had to struggle through the pandemic. And undergraduate students' general learning experience, very hard to concentrate in online class, less effective. Alarm to keep my work done on time. And some admitted they lied about internet problems. Graduate student learning experience, unpleasant, uncertain, mental and physical stress, additional burden to buy new gadget and internet connectivity. No need to leave home is the only positive one, but they feel very isolated. Negative experience of undergraduate students, bad internet connection sometimes. PC sometimes does not work. Negative experience of graduate students in their learning. Online teaching and learning is new and unaccustomed venture. Online teaching is very demanding. Learners have to catch up and lose motivation. There's oftentimes technical problems. Undergraduate negative learning experience. Teacher failed me because I was unfamiliar with computer. Hard to focus and sometimes sleeping in class. Distraction, doing laundry, eating, browsing social media, and the videos are off. Negative experience of graduate students, unstable electricity and connection, time constraint, no time to ask questions, difficult to select learning spot without distraction, and people become disconnected. Worst experience with teachers by undergraduate student. Teacher failed me. He thought I purposely submitted the wrong form quiz. Less interaction, boring lecture. Teacher didn't make good PowerPoint presentation. Worst experiences by graduate students with teachers. No time to ask questions, can't concentrate, time is limited, IT problems. Research question 2, what are the best practices? I improve a lot, learn to use a lot of sophisticated gadgets. I am more alert to get things done. No travel, no traffic. Video-based materials are good. Video recording is good. And good for Middle Eastern and West Asian women. Best graduate student experience in learning. I don't need to go abroad. I save money. Good for working adult learners. Despite the pandemic, I'm able to pursue PhD. I became an independent researcher. It's convenient and I don't have to spend a lot of money. I met many people globally online. Best undergraduate student experience with teachers. One of my teachers encouraged me a lot to learn how to use different devices. Video-based materials are great, and teacher gave us more time. Best graduate student experiences with teachers, timekeeping, short to the point lectures. Professors focus on pedagogical functionality. Professors put the students first on their priorities. Video recording is great. Readings were given ahead of time. They communicated in different media platforms to keep the students abreast with what's going on. Discussion. There are generational differences. Undergraduate students are very different from graduate students. Students are different from faculty and their experience on learning during the COVID. Surprise, digital natives are okay with online learning, undergraduate students. And what we think as distraction, young people say they are multitasking. They prefer social media to face-to-face recommendation. Conclusion, undergraduate recommendation, have more patience among the students, chill out, don't give up, believe you can do it. But internet and good device are important. Graduate student recommendation for good learning, to be provided with audiovisual materials. Teachers need to do a lot of preparation. Hybrid learning is better if we cannot avoid online, but face-to-face is still more effective. And undergraduate recommendations for teachers for better teaching. Teacher must be more patient, be more interactive, give more time to students to speak up, and have short breaks between topics. And graduate student recommendations for better teaching online during pandemic. Continue the blended class or online webinar, but the school must invest in strong and reliable internet connectivity, which is often a problem on both ends. Thank you very much. I end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Again, it was a great presentation, and you present very well. You organized your presentation well. I think there is one missing presentation. Sipiawak Rafat.
Yes.
Are you ready, Mr. Rafat?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay, please go ahead, Rafael.
Okay, do you see my screen in that
Yes.
moment?
Yes, very well.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Okay. So, dear all, of course, first of all, my name is Rafał Śpiewak. I represent the University of Economy in Bydgoszcz. The title of my presentation is Comparative Analysis of European and Polish Transport Policy from the perspective of aims and the compliance with the sustainability development idea. Of course, we still realizing this research together with some quite small short team, but we are cooperate in the Poland with our partners from the University of Gdańsk, Mr. Professor Ernest Szymański and Mrs. Aleksandra Seroka. Okay, so let's go further. Of course, First of all, sustainability development. Sustainability development sets directions for actions aimed to improve the quality of life while maintaining biodiversity, the richness of natural resources, and social equality. Of course, sources define it as development that meets the needs of the present graduation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And what about transport policy? Of course, transport policy is the entirely of activities of public administration bodies aimed to shaping the transport system, and the specific tasks of the transport policy include creating the terminal material and organizational structure, and of course shaping the economic and legal rules for the functioning and operating of the transport system, as well as influencing the transport needs to the society and the demand for transport services. These are activities aimed at creating conditions for the creation and maintenance of appropriate transport infrastructure, organizing the operation of the transport system, and encouraging its use in accordance with the overriding objectives of social policy, including in such a way that it is possible to implement other detailed social policies such as labor market policy, education policy, or of course to regional policy. Responsible for transport policy at the central level is the Council of Ministers, and in particular the Ministry of Infrastructure, as well as a number of central government administration offices, such as General Directorate for National Roads and Motorways, or the Office of Rail Transport and State-owned companies. In Polish conditions, transport policy is divided between various entities, which is, among others, and consequence of the constitutional principle of subsidiarity, which assumes that the state should intervene only when the given objectives cannot be achieved by citizens or subordinated structures. The fractional problem of such a solution is also related to the fact that the local government is not responsible for the overall transport policy in its area. If, for example, a national road or railway line managed by national operating rules through it, which duties responsibly, especially from the point of view of the citizens, and often slows down investment processes. Already at the time of the establishment of the European community, the issue of the transport was recognized as one of the pillars of the common policies addressed to the member states, and in subsequent treaties one can find repetitions of this assumption. Currently, in accordance with the white paper, the European Commission has emphasized the principle of sustainability development to the greater extent in relation to transport, and an integrated European transport system is still considered a condition without which there is no economic growth, but currently the European transport policy is also to be gained by the goal, by the aims of improving the quality of life the European Union citizens, supporting independence from non-renewable resources, especially oil, and minimizing negative impact to the natural environment. And these changes are usually referred to as basic transport policy on the decarbonizational paradigm. The clash of two approaches to subject is identified, and the first
first of them, is strongly refers to the idea of economic growth, since transport as an instrument for increasing the efficiency of the economic and does not notice of the limits to this growth, as well as the negative aspects of the expansion of the transport system. Second one is identify the limits of economic growth and the negative effects of the expansion of transport systems, and also assumes balancing to the economic factor with social and environmental factor. The main objective of the Polish transport policy is to create an integrated transport system and conditions for the efficiency functioning of transport system and the development of the effective transport system. And the main challenge was to remove the area in the expansion, modernization and revitalization of the transport infrastructure, and then to increase saturation with infrastructure and create an integrated transport system. And the data on the length of highways show that the Poland, being the 5th European country in terms of area, ranks then in the European Union in terms of the length of highways or motorways, of course. And the Polish transport policy shows that the country is following the path followed in the 20th century by the countries of Western Europe. Since it has been recognized that the current direction of development of the transport system has led to the emergency of the large number of unfavorable phenomena, and individual car transport is not a priority of the sustainability transport policy, and these two directions compatible with each other. What is next one important thing? The number of active rail lines has been systematically decreasing over the last 20 years, and rail transport, as the most ecological form of land transport, should gain a priority in the system based on the principle of sustainability development. It is difficult to find any document that would put an end to the development. It is not really. And in this sense, the authors of the documents in the field of transport policy adhere to the modern principle of the identify of economic development and failure to achieve it is attributed to inefficiency, saturation with infrastructure. Among the factors impairing the simulation of economic development by the transport system, he mentions, among others, loss of time in domestic transport due to poor quality of road sufficiency, small share of highways and expressways in general road network, and conducting traffic transport through city centers due to the lack of the appropriate bypass. This issue of increasing the number of cars is not problematic in relation to the objective. What is important that the number of cars in Poland has already reached one of the highest level in Europe and exceeded the number recorded in many Western societies. Therefore, the question arises: will future situation with road infrastructure not serve as an incentive to own a car and treat it as a basic means of transport by even more inhabitants, which will further intensify the problems with the traffic congestion and time loss? So the carbonization postulate in Europe transport policy is very important. It is worth paying attention to the data on the age of the cars registered in individual countries of the European Union. Poland is infamous leader in that ranking of the number of vehicles 20 years and older. According to Eurostat data, such vehicles accounted for 36.5% of all cars recently. Of course, the youngest fleet, Ireland and Luxembourg, can boast about the number of vehicles. Here almost 30% of registered cars are not older than 2 years, and vehicles older than 20 years practically do not function in the transport system of these countries at all. Reducing the negative impact on the environment has been recognized as one of the specific objectives of the Polish transport policy, but it can be assumed that it results mainly from analog solutions existing in European documents. The Polish entity of transport policy already assumes in the introduction of the chapter devoted to this objective that the implementation of the accepted strategy will not be without negative impact on the natural environment. The document also assumes a further increase to the demand for energy from the transport sector and does not formulate such transport aims or goals with regard to reducing greenhouse gas emission and as in a European strategic document. Based on the analysis of strategic document and data from official statistics and hypotheses can be formulated that the Polish transport policy has not yet undergone a significant shift towards the sustainability transport paradigm. We still observe a very strong focus on the issue of economic development, which is supposed to drift onto regions characterized by a lower level of economic development and smaller range of communication accessibility. Another central aspect is a kind of cult of infrastructure, yeah, which if we saturate the transport system with it adequately quantitatively can solve all problems related to the functioning of transport. Yeah, for that reason, the issue of infrastructure development is treated, for example, as superior to the issue of ensuring the high level of communication accessibility of the transport system and strengthening social cohesion. So Poland is still chasing the European Union. The process of implementing changes is time-consuming. The transformation of Polish transport policy must take into account a current potential and possibilities of the country, and all of this affects to piece of change. Yeah, so that is all from my side. Thank you for your time and attention. I wish all of you all the best, and I invite all interested people to contact with me by my email. And once again, thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rafał Spiewak.
Thank you.
Could you flash your email again so we could contact you, or you can say it out loud? I hope you can hear us, Dr. Rafał Spiewak. Okay, thank you. I'll just note it down, Rafał.Spiewak.
Yes, exactly. Thank you very much for that opportunity. Once again, sir, it is a great pleasure for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rafał. I have a couple of questions for you. To what extent is Poland, and also to what extent is Europe, EU, successful in the compliance with the Sustainable Development Aims in transport?
This is very interesting and very important question. Of course, there are a few political issue, exactly and correctly political issue, like probably in all of the places, but that what is the most important, in my opinion, is some type of the fatalization future about going by the Poland as a country, the way which was done by the Western European countries or citizens, and which, of course, at the moment know that that road behind them wasn't not so correct, because at the moment for them are the most important sustainability development, taking care about the citizens and other like that. We still, in my opinion, do not learn on the on their activity, and still for that reason we are not on 100% correctly focused on the correct ways in that field. We still prepare the infrastructure called and we still would like to build, and of course that is the main important for us, and we would like to in our team prepare and realize the research in that field to show the main goals, and that not so quite but still realizing fatalizational way, which is prepare or prefer at the moment, by the government and the main important person in that field, which the correct way choose. I believe so. My answer will be good for you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I have a follow-up question, Dr. Rafal.
Yes.
Does the government focus on mass transit such as trains and buses instead of cars? Since you talk about infrastructure, I assume it will be more cars. And then how far is the government going away from the use of petroleum in car for sustainable development in transit, in transportation?
Thank you for that question. That is second very interesting issue. What can I say? In that field, very important is the historical way of Polish policy transformation, because Poland is one of the countries from the East blocks, which was in last century in the some type of the club of the Soviet Union countries. For that reason, we generate a big transform challenge in behind of us and in front of us, transforming to the way of European Union. For that reason, in history, we do not focusing on the train transport as should we, in my opinion. That field was a little bit don't taking care enough. What about bus transport? That was work correctly, but at the moment it's not so important, not so popular. And for that reason, many of the citizens are not connected with the mainly important city in Poland. For that reason, the cars and that way transfer by cars are one of the most popular and probably always the only one way to transfer from the point A to the correct one to the B point. In last years in Poland, a lot of companies, I mean the companies with the government value, the government of assets, with the government assets, are focusing on some specialized projects, some important project about creating in Poland dedicated for Polish people and created in Poland, building in Poland, projected in Poland, Polish national electric car. That was realizing, that idea was arise a few years ago, and to today we still do not have that type of the Polish national electrical car, but in last 1 year, not so long from the Poland. I mean, I think about the Berlin, which is the capital of the German, Tesla built there one of the biggest factory where they, of course, built the Tesla cars. So that is possible, but I'm not focusing what was the reason of that way of realizing that main national plan. But I believe I answer on your question in acceptance way for you.
Okay, Dr. Rafał Spivak, it's an excellent presentation with a topic which is very important for us today, sustainable development, focusing on transport. Thank you very much. We appreciate your great presentation. I turn on the mic to Karim.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there other presenters who were not here earlier but are here right now? Please speak up if some of you were not here but are now here. Otherwise, Karim might have to close today's session. Please speak up if there are people who haven't spoken yet. Otherwise, Dr. Rafał Spivak was our last presenter.
Thank you very much for attention.
Rafał, it was a great presentation. Dr. Raitai, thank you very much for your support, endless support to our Congress. Your presentations are also, again, great. Thank you very much for your moderation and your presentation. Is there anyone who had a presentation today but couldn't present it? Is there anyone? I think no. Vivek, I know it is very late in your country. Thank you very much. You listened up now to us. I think we can finish today. It has been a perfect day. I learned from academics from various countries of the world and shared information with each other. All of us contributed to the realization of the Congress. Thank you all. Have a good night. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
udostępnić, nie? I zobacz. No, wtedy sobie tutaj otwórz kreskę na tym. Tylko on pisał o jakichś notatkach do tego. No, ja już pisałam, może za chwilę wyślę. To niech się śpieszy, bo to udostępnienie. Tak, tak, bo zobacz, na tych slajdach nic nie ma. To co ty będziesz z tego czytać? Musisz to zamknąć. Jak to w ogóle ja mam? Ja tego nie zamknę, bo ja tego nie znam. Nie zamykaj. A co to ich? To mogę. Tego nie zamknę. Potem tego nie znajdę. Ja się nie pokazuję. Nie pokazuj się. Ja to straszam się. Będę musiała włączyć kamerę.